The Scythian Crisis, Space Colony 1, Book 3, written and narrated by J.J. Green. Chapter 1. It had been days since the disaster, yet everything remained in chaos. Cariad was exhausted. Her muscles ached and her hands were raw from helping with the relief efforts, dragging the broken remains of buildings out of the mud left by the tsunami, constructing shelters, giving first aid. She'd forgotten most of what she'd done since the alien attack and the subsequent deluge after the Nova crashed into the ocean. And while she'd worked, she'd been constantly tormented by memories of her techs, Florian and Cassie, and Geeson, the pilot, who had gone down with the colony ship, the first shuttle to arrive from the Mistral to transport the vulnerable out of danger, had flown over the Nova's crash site. The pilot's report had snuffed out the fragile flame of hope she had nursed. All that remained of the ship was a debris field spread wide across the ocean, and a protruding section washed over with waves. Sweet Cassie and silly Florian and their unborn child were gone forever. Cariad had mentally berated herself over and over again for allowing them to remain aboard during the alien bombardment. They'd wanted to care for the fetuses growing in the reproduction facilities, but it had turned out to be a useless task. The babies were dead now too, which meant the long-term survival of the colony was doomed. She hadn't told anyone. The timing seemed wrong. How could she tell the colonists that all the efforts they were making to recover from the onslaughts of fire and water were pointless? Besides, a more immediate and worse threat menaced them. She rubbed her tired eyes and tried to focus on the hollow that hung mid-air on the bridge of the Mistral. Everyone was watching the image in silence. Cherry and Phi had also come up to the ship for the impromptu meeting to discuss the alien threat. Adelson, the Mistral's pilot, was present, as well as Anahi and Vasquez, whose disabilities meant they were living here while the settlement was rebuilt. Adelson had informed the final attendee of the meeting, Orbrio, somewhat reluctantly. The ex-financier had obviously been getting on the pilot's nerves. The image of the alien ship grew more defined. Soft edges sharpened up, and the blank face of the ship's metallic hull was overwritten with dark line markings. Whether the markings were decorative or might serve some other purpose was a mystery. They looked random, lacking any repeating themes and less regular than a child's scribble. The ship's structure was a simple smooth crescent, bulbous at the centre and tapering to two fine hollow points. 4 protrusions appeared on the ship, above and below, fore and aft, probably weapons. Still, no one spoke. She regarded the half-moon shape. This single strange ship had shot the Nova from the skies and brought the colony to its knees. If it hadn't been for the Mistral, the aliens would have succeeded in their attempt at immediate annihilation. Predictably, it was Orbrio who broke the silence. "That's it? Is this hollow created from the data collected before the battle?" "No," said Adelson, checking a console. "It represents all scanner readings from the duration the ship was within range." "What about after I hit it? What did it look like then?" "I'll remove the data collected before the ship received a hit." The edges of the image softened marginally, but otherwise it didn't change. "Funny. No signs of damage. No scorch marks. Nothing." Maybe the damage wasn't detectable due to the range. The attack had changed the pilot's previously relaxed, affable demeanour. He had become serious and grave. But then, Cariad reflected, so had they all. She recalled Adelson and Geeson's friendly rivalry. Was he suffering from survivor's guilt? It could easily have been he who had been trapped in the Nova when the ship impacted the ocean. Even Cherry seemed to have lost her spark. She was glum-faced and pale with tiredness. Aubryo walked closer to the hollow and directed the computer to spin the image. As the alien ship rotated, he peered at it, looking from below and standing on tiptoes to survey the upper surface. "Nothing," he announced, when the starship had completed a full circle. "Not a scratch. Strange, and more than a bit disappointing. I was sure I got in 4 or 5 hits." Adelson checked his console. The ship received 4 direct hits and 1 contact. 4 glowing blue spots appeared on the ship in close proximity at its midsection, and a green spot lit up on the right-hand hook of the crescent. "Yeah, but what effect did they have? None that I can see." "Either the Mistral's scanners didn't pick it up, or the damage was internal and not visible on the hull. Those are the only explanations." "Are they?" Vasquez asked, his wheelchair moving him into the open space at the centre of the bridge. He faced them. "I can think of another one. We didn't cause any significant damage." "Of course we did," Aubryo countered. "Why else did they run? They'd already crippled the Nova Fortuna. They were winning." "Look," said Vasquez, leaning on the arms of his wheelchair. "One thing we need to be very clear about regarding these aliens, and any others we encounter for that matter. We mustn't imagine we can predict how they think. You're trying to comprehend their behaviour in terms of what humans might do. Only they aren't human. What seems rational to you and I could appear insane to them, and vice versa. Retreating when your ship is damaged makes sense to us, but they might have retreated for an entirely different reason. Maybe they sped away because they were bored," Cherry said. "Or it was breeding time." "Exactly," said Vasquez. "Do you see what I mean?" Adelson threw up his hands. "I do see, but we have to start somewhere in reasoning this thing out. We have to try to predict what they might do next. Will they be back? And if so, when? And what are we going to do about it?" "We have to try to protect ourselves no matter what," said Phi. "Now that we've started to recover from the attack, the next step is to build defences." She was propping her lean frame against a console, her arms folded across her chest. Like Cherry, she was wearing muddy clothes and looked like she hadn't slept for days. "Of course," Cariad said. "We're only trying to understand what happened during the battle and what we might be up against. Wait, I can think of a way we might be able to tell if we damaged the ship. Adelson, when it left, was it travelling slower, faster, or the same speed as when it arrived?" "Ah, yes," the pilot said. "The alien ship was travelling 13.073% slower when it departed than its top speed as it approached." "Bingo!" Aubryo exclaimed. "Its engines were damaged. It was running away, not leaving because they were bored," he added, sneering at Vasquez. The older man glowered. "I'm glad we sorted that out," Adelson said. He took a breath to say more, but Vasquez interrupted. "Have we?" Aubryo bristled, and Adelson lifted his hands, patting the air in a conciliatory gesture. "The question is, where do we go from here?" "For our own safety, we have to assume several things," said Cariad. "Firstly, we have to assume we didn't damage the alien ship enough to destroy its occupants. That means their friends and relations know all about us now, if they didn't already. Secondly, we have to assume the ship that attacked us isn't the only one. They probably have an entire fleet. Thirdly, like Phi says, we also have to assume they'll return." It was a heavy truth, but it had to be stated. The alien attack had razed the settlement, and the tsunami that had followed had destroyed the bunkers the colonists had hastily built. Though the Mistral carried supplies and medical facilities, it didn't have room to hold the hundreds of people currently trying to survive on the planet's surface. The aliens knew the colonists' exact location. All they had to do was return with a few more ships, defeat the Mistral, and attack the fragile shanty town that had been built on the settlement's ruins. Then the last trace of humanity's first and only deep space colony would be wiped from the galaxy. A heavy weight settled on the atmosphere. Cariad guessed it was as good a time as any to drop the other bomb. It wasn't fair to allow anyone to labour for survival while under the impression that the colony might one day thrive. There's something else we need to bear in mind. When the Nova went down, we lost the fetuses we'd been growing to replenish our genetic stock. Without them, the colony is going to face problems with inbreeding down the line. You mean genetic diseases? Adelson said. The equipment in the Mistral's medical bay might be able to deal with those conditions. We haven't really got to grips with what's in there yet. Even if we can treat people, it won't prevent the problems from reoccurring and worsening with each new generation. I could mitigate the effects by finding the optimal matches, but that would mean no one would be allowed to choose the father or mother of their children, and eventually the result would be the same.
You mean, even if we defeat these aliens and make them leave us alone,
Orbrio said,
we're screwed?
Not you or me, and maybe not even our great-grandchildren. But in the end, yes, I believe that ultimately the colony won't survive. Great, Cherry said. Just when I was thinking things couldn't get any worse. It hadn't seemed possible that the darkness of the mood on the bridge could deepen any further. Yet it did. Cariad regretted giving her prediction. Maybe she should have saved it for another time, though she couldn't think when a better one might arrive. Anahi hadn't spoken. She was sitting at a console, her visor pointing downward as if she was deep in thought. At Cherry's words, her head rose and she stood up. "Can I say something?" She clasped her hands in front of her. "When I and the other project scientists went into cryonic suspension, we didn't know if we would wake up. We were fully aware we were taking a tremendous risk, and as it turned out, when I was revived, I found I'd lost my sight. I wasn't the only one who was injured by the process. Others never woke up. Vasquez here lost the use of his legs. I think I can speak for him and everyone else who suffered ill consequences of undergoing cryo when I say it was hard for us to adjust to our newly disabled bodies. But we had two choices. We had to decide whether to give up or accept what had happened to us and carry on. Now I see parallels with what's happened to the colony. We are faced with another difficult situation that is not of our choosing. Certainly we are faced with hard work. However, I believe we're overthinking this and complicating matters unnecessarily. The colony may ultimately fail, but we knew that was a possibility all along. We still have the same two choices: to give up or carry on. The answer seems simple to me. Isn't it simple? Cariad nodded. The way Anahi had stated the problem made everything clearer. Around the bridge, the murmured responses came. We carry on. Good, said Anahi crisply. Now we only need to decide the details. We can start with the current state of the settlement. Cherry and Phi began to report on what had been happening on the planet's surface. Rather than listen to what she already knew, Cariad left them to it. She wanted to go and see Ethan. Chapter 2. Ethan took the prosthetic leg from Dr. Kurtz and examined it, flexing the ankle joint. The device looked similar to his missing leg, except that the toes weren't articulated and there was a cup to accommodate his stump. The material the prosthetic was made from was much harder than human flesh and bone, however. Noticing Ethan feel the texture of the leg, Kurt said,
I think it's made to be very durable, but when it wears out I can make you another. That's if you don't want to go with the other option we discussed.
Ethan put a hand into the cup and lifted up his new limb, waggling it, amused at the notion of a foot on the end of his arm.
Try it on,
Kurtz urged.
It should fit perfectly.
The doctor was squatting at the foot of the bed where Ethan sat in the Mistral's medical bay. Kurt seemed to have thoroughly enjoyed the process of creating the prosthetic. From using the imaging scanner on Ethan's stump and remaining leg to setting up the printer that created the artificial limb, the doctor had been as enthusiastic as a little boy making a model starship. Ethan didn't begrudge Kurtz his fun. The man had been dealing with the injured and sick from the settlement almost non-stop for days. If making a prosthetic leg gave him some pleasure, Ethan was glad. And he would be pleased if it meant he could finally walk normally again. He slid the cup onto his stump. It did, as Kurtz had predicted, seem to fit perfectly. What remained of his calf was held within the cup by a gentle, even pressure. Kurtz pulled on the heel.
Nice and firm. Try to flex your foot upward.
Ethan imagined that he was flexing his real foot. To his surprise, the artificial foot moved.
Excellent. The prosthetic is responding to signals from nerves in your leg. Now point your foot downward.
Ethan followed the instruction.
Now, stand up.
Kurt supported his elbow to help him balance as he climbed off the bed. The 3 other patients in the bay watched with mild curiosity.
The good thing is, you only lost your leg recently. You've hardly any muscle wastage, and your nerves shouldn't need reminding of how to walk on 2 legs. The only difference is you won't receive any feedback from this prosthetic. Your sensitivity stops at the end of your real leg, so it would be a good idea to check the prosthetic every night for signs of damage. It isn't perfect, but it'll do the job for now.
Ethan was standing on both legs for the first time since he'd been a prisoner of the threads. The sensation was exhilarating, but somewhat odd, though it was quickly becoming more familiar. His stump was giving him no pain.
Want to try a few steps? Here, rest your hand on my shoulder.
Ethan did as the doctor suggested. He moved his good leg first and then pulled the prosthetic forward. He tried to move as though it was part of his body, but the process wasn't easy. His mind struggled with the idea. The device also seemed lighter than his leg had been, and it clicked on the hard floor when it landed. He took another step, click, and another, click.
Feels okay.
His nerves were beginning to control the leg.
I'll see what I can do by myself.
He removed his hand from Kurtz's shoulder and stepped forward with his left leg. His arms spread out to balance, he moved his right leg. Click. He wobbled, but managed to stay upright. Kurtz went to help him, but he motioned the doctor away. Left leg, right leg, click. He had reached the bed of the patient opposite. He gripped the rail. The elderly man gave a thumbs up. He turned to make the journey back to his own bed. He completed the 8 steps on his own, though at the last step he overbalanced and fell forward, grabbing his bed rail to save himself.
Great,
said Kurtz. He and the patients clapped. Ethan smiled, feeling a little foolish.
It is great. I think I'll manage for a long time with this. Hopefully not too long. You should give the alternative some serious thought. In the meantime, make sure you get plenty of practice before you try to walk on a difficult terrain, like at the settlement. I wouldn't advise going down there for a while, and definitely no more adventures into the wilds of Concordia. Don't worry, I've had my fill of adventures. I'm glad to hear it. I'll give you some privacy so you can put on your clothes.
Kurtz activated an opaque screen that slid out from the wall to surround the bed. After removing his hospital gown, Ethan got dressed, relieved he would finally be able to make more of a contribution to the recovery of the colony. He'd spent the days since the attack hanging around aboard the Mistral. His injury had prevented him from doing much of anything except hobble about uselessly, reluctant to bother the doctor when he was dealing with more urgent cases. Ethan would never forget the moment the threads had sliced his leg away without anaesthetic. He didn't think he would ever forget the pain, but he couldn't deny the creatures had saved his life. And beyond his hope, he'd finally made it home. But he hadn't been able to see Cariad since the day of his return. She had been planetside the entire time he'd been incapacitated, and the limited comms had meant they'd also barely had a chance to speak. He pulled his shirt over his head and bent down to pick up his shoe. He only needed one now, for his left foot. The prosthetic didn't require a shoe. When he was dressed, he reached for the button that would send the opaque screen back into its slot. But then someone on the other side of it called his name. He recognized the voice immediately. Cariad. He pulled back the screen at the join. She was waiting there for him, looking worn out and beautiful. "Come in." He pushed back the screen further to give her room. "You're standing up. You have your new leg? That's fantastic."
"Yeah, works pretty well too. Look."
He raised his right leg and moved his foot up and down. "Cool. No more crutches, huh?"
"Nope."
They both gazed down at the prosthetic foot for a few moments. Then simultaneously they lifted their heads to look directly into each other's eyes. She moved into his arms, rested her head on his shoulder, and hugged him as tightly as she had the moment he'd turned up at the settlement. He hugged her back, relishing her physical presence. Their hug lingered. He didn't want to let go of her, not after the days and weeks he'd spent just hoping for a sight of her again. It seemed like she felt the same, because she wasn't letting go of him either. After a few more moments, his heart thudding so hard he was sure she must feel it, he leaned down and softly kissed the side of her neck. He lifted his head, his muscles tightening. Had he gone too far? But she was turning her face toward him, her eyes closed. He met her lips with his and sank into heady pleasure and happiness as they kissed. A minute passed. Maybe longer. He could hardly believe what was happening. It was a scene he hadn't dared to dream of while he'd been in captivity. In case despair overtook him, the dire state of the settlement, the impending alien attack, the pain and suffering he'd endured, everything was forgotten. Eventually she began to move away. He released his hold on her reluctantly. She grasped his hands and looked up at him, her eyes wide and intense. "Can you walk already?"
"Just about."
She pushed the bed screen to one side and led him through the gap. He followed unsteadily, favouring his good leg. They left the medical bay and set off down the Mistral's corridor.
"Where are we going?"
"Your cabin. Is this the right way?"
"My cabin? Yes, but..." Was he presuming too much? He wasn't sure that he was guessing her intentions correctly. Yet what other reason could she have for wanting to go to his cabin? "Isn't this a little..."
Against his better judgment, he was going to say, fast. She halted, which brought him to an abrupt stop too. A member of the Mistral's crew was walking toward them. She waited until the woman had passed and was out of earshot. Then she squeezed his hand. "Before I came to see you, I was at a meeting on the bridge. Ethan, we don't know how much time we have. Those aliens who attacked us could return at any moment. And when they do, they'll probably bring a fleet of their buddies with them. If that happens, and it probably will, we won't stand a chance." She gave his hand another squeeze, and her eyes shone as she continued. "Let's make the most of the time we have left to us, huh? He couldn't have objected to her sentiment if he'd wanted to, which he didn't. He hobbled and stumbled another few meters until he stopped again and opened his cabin door. They stepped through the opening and he took her into his arms once more. This time he didn't ever want to let go of her again. Afterward, they lay together on his narrow bunk. His cabin was tiny, but he was lucky not to have to share it. The Mistral was packed with babies and young children, heavily pregnant women, and the old and disabled. He'd been thinking of giving up his room and sleeping in the hold or some other out-of-the-way place. He was glad he hadn't. His face was pressed into Cariad's frizzy black hair as he curled around her, sleepily musing on how he'd forgotten the softness of a woman's skin. "I'm so glad you're okay. I was certain you were dead. I came looking for you, you know, and I couldn't find you." Her words sparked him from his doze.
"You came looking for me? When? And how did you know where to look?"
She explained that she'd been tracking his flitter signal while he'd been gone on his expedition. "Then one day the signal disappeared. At first I thought it might be a mistake, something wrong with the satellite feed. But then when the signal didn't return, I was really worried about you. So I went to the signal's last location before it cut out to try to find out what had happened."
"Where and when was that?"
She told him she'd gone to the river where he'd been held captive and the date.
"I lost track of time when I was down there, so I'm not certain, but I think I'd already been in the thread cell for a few days by then. The flitter must have continued transmitting while it was submerged. Maybe the signal died when the threads finally figured out how to break into the transmitter casing."
"So I was at the right spot? You were exactly where I was looking, only under the water?"
"I think so. After the flitter disappeared, I walked beside the river for 4 or 5 days, trying to reach the mountains and pass over them to return to the settlement. But I had to go near the riverbank to drink. I knew threads were living in the river because they'd already tried to drag me in, but I had no other source of water. My luck ran out and they caught me, and I remember being dragged way back downstream to the place I'd originally landed the flitter. It was at that spot they put me in the chamber they'd built."
"If only I'd known it. You were right there. I could have tried to rescue you."
"You wouldn't have succeeded. They would only have caught you too. Then we would have both been trapped."
"But we would have been together. You wouldn't have been alone all that time."
"I wouldn't have wanted you in there with me, Cariad. Not for anything. Not even for the pleasure of having you for company."
"Was it that awful?" He cuddled her closer.
"Let's talk about something else."
"Okay. Is your leg feeling better now?"
"It's fine. Doesn't give me any pain at all. Kurtz told me he thinks he's found something in the Guardian's medical equipment that regrows body parts. He was suggesting that I try it, but that if I do, I'll probably have to stay in bed while my leg regrows."
"You're kidding me! That would be amazing. I wonder if it could help the Woken who were injured during their revival. Maybe it could regrow Vasquez's spinal cord or Anahi's eyes."
"Maybe. You should speak to Kurtz. You'll understand what he's talking about better than me."
He felt her stiffen.
"Is something wrong?"
"I guess I might understand an item of medical equipment better than you, but you're putting yourself down again. Why do you always do that? I would have thought that after everything you've accomplished, you would be more confident."
"Everything I've accomplished?"
He chuckled.
"You mean getting myself captured and nearly dying? I didn't escape, you know. The threads let me go."
She turned over to face him. Her deep brown eyes were only centimeters from his own. He wanted to kiss her, but her expression was serious and slightly annoyed. "You survived out in the wild on an alien planet alone for weeks. I came back after 1 day outside the settlement by myself. I didn't want to spend a night in the open unless it was inside a moving flitter. And even then I was terrified something would get me. And I was only out there because I was worried about you. You chose to leave and explore the continent. Then you returned alive after being held captive by alien organisms who only had the barest idea of your physical needs. There aren't many people who could have lived through that. Very few, in fact.
Oh, you don't have to exaggerate just to make me feel better about my own foolishness.
Who's exaggerating? I'm stating the facts. All the time I've known you, everything you've done, you've been exceptional. I just wish you would accept it.
Her boldly stated opinion made him uncomfortable. Well, I don't agree, but let's not argue. It doesn't matter anyway.
Of course it matters. Cariad's expression turned earnest. Ethan, we have an impossible fight ahead of us. Of all the people this colony needs, it needs you the most. Osiris is dead, but as good as he wasn't half the leader you would be. You're smart, common sense smart, and resourceful, and brave. You believe in the right things, and you never give up. The Gens have always looked up to you ever since the first night attack. The Woken respect you. What more do you have to hear to convince you to take the place you deserve and lead us? You have to do it. We all need you, now more than ever.
He drew away. Her statements were making his guts squirm. That's a crazy idea. Then a horrible thought occurred to him. Is that what this is about?
What? What do you mean?
This, here and now, us here together. Is this some scheme you hatched?
Her praise had embarrassed him, and his embarrassment was quickly transforming to anger. He hardly knew what he was saying as the words flew out.
Is it because you wanted to persuade me to take on the leadership?
What?
Indignation made her eyes so wide the white showed around the irises.
No, of course not. How could you even think that?
But he had already swung his legs over the side of the bunk and was standing up. His ire and confusion made him forget he was missing one of his lower legs, and he fell, landing heavily. He sprawled on his face and stomach.
Ethan, are you okay?
He cursed and struggled onto his hands and knees. Cariad was sitting up in the bunk and peering down at him. He reached for his clothes, which lay on the floor, and began to pull on his pants. He shuffled awkwardly into them.
What are you doing?
Cariad asked, umbrage edging her concerned tone. His pants were on. He gripped a desk to help pull himself to his feet.
Are you leaving? Wait, let's talk. This is ridiculous.
He grabbed his shirt and his prosthetic leg and hopped twice to reach the cabin door. He pressed the release and hopped outside. She called out to him, but the door cut off her words as it closed. As he leaned against the bulkhead, his thoughts and emotions danced crazily. Pulling up his pants leg, he attached the prosthetic and then set off unsteadily down the corridor, putting on his shirt. Leader? He couldn't be leader in 1,000,000 years. He didn't want to be leader. The idea was preposterous. What the hell was Cariad thinking? Chapter 3. Cariad left the cabin and wandered over to the Mistral's hold, feeling confused and resentful. She'd contemplated going after Ethan when he left, but had decided against it. Better to let him cool off. When he had time to reflect on what had happened, he would realize his response was a massive overreaction. She was also mad at him for thinking she'd planned everything just to persuade him to be leader. His insinuation had been insulting and mean. Was something wrong with him? Had something changed him while he'd been held captive by the feeler? Had the stress and deprivation affected his mind? She hadn't imagined that her idea could be so objectionable.
He had always been modest and self-effacing, yet it didn't seem reasonable that he wouldn't put aside his reluctance when the colonists needed him. As she walked, stronger emotions welled up. Sadness pooled in her heart and stomach. Bitterness cut through her thoughts. Just when she finally thought she could regain deep closeness to another human being, a closeness she'd lost when she left her family behind on Earth, and when they both might only have a few days left, this had to happen. Everything had been going so well. She'd been so happy after their weeks of separation, regardless of the doom that hung over everything. Then, when she made an obvious suggestion, Ethan had to react like a cat with a firework up its ass. She smiled at the image, calming down a little. A box of emergency rations was approaching along the corridor. 2 familiar legs walked beneath it, and hands gripped it on each side. Cherry peeked out to see where she was going. "Hey, I was comming you, but you didn't answer." Sorry." Cariad had turned off her comm so as not to be disturbed while she was with Ethan. She turned it on again. "What did you want?" "I was wondering if you were ready to go planet-side. We thought we'd take down some more supplies." "Yeah, I am. If you can wait a minute, I'll grab a box too." She continued on to the hold. After the Guardians had revealed their true nature, Cariad had realized that she'd never seen any of them eat. Consequently, it hadn't come as much of a surprise when no food stores were found aboard the Mistral, except stacks of boxes of emergency rations. The Guardians' creators had probably thought they might help if there was a delay in making the colony self-sustaining. Cariad doubted the creators could have even imagined what had actually happened, but their forethought had indeed been life-saving. With the loss of the colony ship, the devastation of the first crops, and the annihilation of the settlement, the settlers would have quickly faced starvation without the ration bars. It was entirely possible that eventual starvation was likely only put off, though as far as she knew, no one had mentioned the idea yet. Everyone was focusing on surviving until tomorrow. She lifted a box down from a stack and carried it out to where Cherry was waiting. "It's a shame the secret to Agrav technology was lost," Cariad said, speaking over the top of the box. "It would have been nice if the Guardians' creators had included a mini flitter to carry these around." "That's right," Cherry replied. "And it's a damn shame we can't use the big flitters at the moment either." "They haven't been dug out yet?" "Nope, they're still buried. The flitter shed wasn't burned in the bombardment, but the tsunami collapsed it, and tons of mud and wreckage have piled up over it. Didn't you know? I've been pretty busy helping with the water supply and latrines. It's more trouble to recover the flitters than it is to move everything ourselves by hand," said Cherry. "We know exactly where they are, though. They're still transmitting, and the satellite is picking up the signals. But it might be weeks before we can spare the time and manpower to dig them out." "I have an idea." Cariad was assessing Cherry's tired features. "Why don't you spend a day or 2 here on the ship and rest up?" "Thanks, but I'm okay." "Are you? You look exhausted." "You're right, I am tired, but we're all tired. Why should I get to rest? Besides, I don't like sleeping aboard ship. Concordia's my home, and if I'm going to take a break, I'd rather do it there. Thanks for the thought." They'd reached the shuttle bay. One of the Mistral's 2 shuttles sat with its ramp down and its hold open, awaiting the passengers who would be going planet-side. Cariad resigned herself to returning before she had a chance to speak to Ethan about what had happened. The destroyed settlement was barely hanging on with the essential aid the Mistral was providing. She put down her box of rations at the edge of the hold and slid it over to the others already inside. There was room for 3 or 4 more. As Cherry handed over a box, she asked, "Do you know what's happening with Garwin?" Cariad was leaning over as Cherry spoke, and at the mention of Garwin's name, she abruptly straightened up, hitting her head on the ceiling of the hold. "Damn! She carefully backed out of the enclosed space and rubbed the back of her head. I'd forgotten all about him. Is he still confined to a cabin? As far as I know, unless you heard something different, I haven't heard anything about him at all. Cariad's eyes widened. Do you think everyone on the ship's forgotten about him? She slapped her comm button. Adelson, has anyone been looking after Garwin? The pilot's calm tone was reassuring as he replied, Don't worry, he's okay, but he's still confined. Did you have any thoughts about that? Maybe we need to make a decision about him. Cariad was looking at Cherry as she spoke. Cherry and I are coming to the bridge. Are all the others still there? Aubrio's wandered off somewhere, but Phi, Anahi and Vasquez are here. I think that's enough people to decide what to do, don't you? I'm not sure we're justified in keeping him locked up any longer. Adelson said, I'll explain to Anahi and Vasquez. See you soon. We'll have to be fast, said Cherry. If we don't leave soon, it'll be dark by the time we arrive, and you know how much harder that makes everything. External lighting only had been restored at the settlement, and that was sparse. Inside the shelters, darkness reigned from sundown to sunrise. Cariad wondered if she should contact Ethan and invite him to the discussion about Garwin. He knew Garwin better than anyone aboard except for Cherry, but she put the idea aside. After what had passed between her and Ethan over the last couple of hours, the awkwardness would be too great. Cherry could serve as Garwin's character witness. When they arrived at the bridge, they found Vasquez and Anahi arguing. Anahi said emphatically, We can't risk it. We've antagonized the aliens in this part of the galaxy enough as it is. She was flushed with emotion. And I say again, Vasquez said, leaning forward in his wheelchair, we can't afford not to risk it. We have to find out what kind of threat these creatures might pose. What's the point of trying to defend ourselves from an attack from outer space if the organisms in our own backyard are out to get us? We have to try to communicate with them. He was referring to the feeler, Cariad realized. Vasquez seemed to be arguing in favor of establishing contact. Adelson was sitting in his pilot's seat, resting his forehead on the tips of his fingers. Cariad had the impression that the argument had been going on for a while, and it probably wasn't the first that had occurred while she'd been gone. It wasn't surprising. Anahi and Vasquez had been antagonistic right from the beginning of the Nova Fortuna project, and stressful situations brought out the worst in both of them. Isn't the idea moot? Cariad asked. Unless we want a shuttle to take a detour to the lake and wait around, we can't do anything about the feeler, whether we want to or not. Vasquez said, Kez could travel out there and try to make contact. Kez? Cariad's stomach muscles tensed at the mention of her ex. Vasquez's proposal had suddenly become personal. Cherry said, The lake's only reachable if someone feels like trudging through mud for kilometres and fighting off slug limpets if they don't manage to return before dark. Those things are back just as bad as before, by the way. They don't seem to know how to die. Then contacting the feeler is out of the question for now, said Cariad. Anyway, we have a more urgent problem. What are we going to do about Garwin? I've already thought about this, said Anahi. I say we leave him where he is. It was never clearly established that he isn't a natural movement follower like his dead wife. It's safer to keep him confined. I disagree, said Vasquez. We need the help of every able-bodied person we have in order to prepare for the aliens' return. One man isn't going to make any difference either way. Garwin isn't just any man, though, said Cherry. He's our best mechanic. We could use his skills. And despite his faults, I'm sure he was never a terrorist. To be fair, Cherry, Phi piped up, you're biased. Okay, I was sleeping with him. That's no big secret. So what? It wasn't like we were in love or anything. I knew exactly what he was like. But he led us well, didn't he? You have to admit that. Fi looked down, non-committal. We need his expertise, Cherry reiterated. Now more than ever.
So what are we going to do? Adelson asked wearily.
Let him out, of course, said Cherry. He's been locked up long enough.
Yes,
Vasquez said, his gaze on Anahi.
It's time to let the man go free.
Adelson nodded, probably because he had enough to do without also dealing with a confined mechanic. Fi pointedly folded her arms across her chest. Cariad wondered if they should ask Aubrio for his opinion. Would the bullish ex-financier agree to let Garwin out? She doubted it. The thought helped to confirm her in her own opinion. She deeply feared another natural movement terrorist attack. It would be the final blow to the colony, whether or not the attacking aliens returned. Yet she really didn't believe that Garwin was a natural movement follower. He had only had the bad fortune to be married to one. I think we should let him out too.
Right, Adelson said. That's a majority. So who wants to do the honours?
Cariad volunteered. She felt bad for entirely forgetting about the man's existence for the last few days. He'd helped her in the natural movement investigation, confirming that her suspect, Dr. Montford, had been in contact with Twyla, his dead terrorist wife. She quickly left the bridge and jogged to Garwin's cabin, mindful of Cherry's warning that they had to hurry. When she unlocked and opened the door, Garwin was lying on his bunk watching something on an interface. At Cariad's appearance he sat up. Compared to the healthy-looking, well-muscled man of only a few weeks previously, he was barely recognizable. He looked old and thin. It was hard to believe this was the man who had led 2,000 gens to rebel against the Woken and Guardians.
Cariad.
He smiled, though his smile was sad and empty.
What can I do for you? I thought the natural movement investigation was over. I heard you got your man in the end.
Well, he kind of got himself, along with a friend of his. Garwin, I'm here to deliver good news. We decided to let you out. You aren't under suspicion any longer. You can go free. He had been idly holding his screen as they talked. He put it down on his bunk.
I can leave my cabin.
He looked uncertain, as if she might be joking, like she would joke about something like that. Why was everyone misunderstanding her lately? You can leave. You're needed at the settlement. It's a real mess down there.
What? Now?
Of course now. There's a shuttle leaving very soon. You'll have to be quick if you want to be on it. But I can see this is a shock. Maybe I should have prepared you better. Do you want to stay on the ship for a while to get used to your freedom? He rubbed his beard, which was noticeably greyer.
It is a shock. I'd gotten used to being in here, thinking about Twyla and everything that's happened. I didn't expect to be let out for a long time, if ever. But if that's the decision...
He smiled again, a little happier this time.
I guess I have a shuttle to catch.
Great. Cherry will be on it too. She'll be glad to see you again.
Cherry,
Garwin said, his expression turning pensive.
It'll be nice to see her. I hope she's doing okay.
She's fine. Mellowed a bit, in fact, I'd say.
Mellow? My Cherry? I find that hard to believe.
Cariad laughed inwardly at his use of my. She didn't think Cherry saw herself as belonging to anyone, but she didn't mention it. Why don't you head down to the shuttle bay and find out? He stood up and took a final look at the small room that had been his prison before walking over to Cariad. She moved aside to make room for him to pass. He stepped over the threshold hesitantly.
I've forgotten which way to go.
The shuttle bay's that way, Cariad replied, pointing.
Right. Are you coming too?
I'm going to catch the next flight. I realised there's something else I have to do. There was another question that required an urgent answer. Should they reactivate the Guardians? Chapter 4. As Ethan and Garwin walked down the shuttle ramp, Garwin gave a low whistle. The cloud cover had been thick and low as the shuttle came in, so it was the first time he'd seen the devastated settlement. The spectacle was almost as new to Ethan. Only a short while after he and Rudra had arrived from their trek from the lake, they'd been rushed onto the vessel transporting the injured to the Mistral. Ethan had passed through the wreckage from the bombardment and the tsunami, but his amazement at finding out all that had happened while he'd been in captivity had numbed his senses, making it hard to take everything in. While he'd waited on the Guardian ship to have his prosthetic fitted, he had heard more about the extent of the aliens' attack, but the vision of destruction lying before him had been beyond his imagining. Charred skeletons of plastiwood spread out before them, rising from an ocean of mud. The blackened shells were all that remained of the carefully constructed, neat houses, workplaces, municipal buildings and streets. The vegetation once surrounding the place had disappeared, replaced by brown dirt stretching to the horizon on all sides. Even worse than the sight of the destroyed settlement was the smell. The shuttle field lay downwind from the place, and though the concentration of wreckage was a 10-minute walk away, the odour was strong. It stank. Whether the smell was caused by rotting slug-limpet bodies which abounded, or vegetation decaying in the mud, or a failure of the emergency latrines, Ethan couldn't tell. But he held the inside of his elbow over his nose to try to block it out. "Ripe, isn't it?" Cherry remarked as she brushed past the two men. "Don't worry, you'll get used to it. Can you two give us a hand with these boxes of rations? Or, maybe you can, Garwin." She had glanced at Ethan's false foot. Garwin hadn't said anything about the prosthetic, perhaps to allow Ethan space to tell his story when he was ready. Time and intervening events had healed the rift between the two men. Ethan wondered if Garwin had remained close by his side in case he might need help with walking, but he was quickly becoming accustomed to his new leg. "It's okay, I can help. This doesn't hold me back much." He walked down the remainder of the metal ramp, his foot clicking on the hard surface, followed by Garwin and the other shuttle passengers to the hold, and waited his turn to take one of the boxes. When the hold was empty, Ethan, Garwin and Cherry left the field together. They passed the place where the passenger processing office had once stood, crossed what had once been the parking lot, and walked the path of bits and pieces of burned remains. The path was a necessity to avoid stepping in the still wet tsunami mud. Ethan was thankful he wasn't forced to try to navigate the soft surface with his new leg. He doubted he could have managed it. After a few minutes walking, he realized the humps in the settlement wreckage were shelters. He'd mistaken them for disheveled piles of debris. The small ramshackle buildings were randomly dotted about, created, apparently, from whatever the builders had been able to lay their hands on. Every wall remaining upright supported lean-tos on both sides. In other places, colonists had driven poles into the mud and piled blackened flat boards against them, covering the boards with fronds of dead vegetation. Anything that couldn't be used to make a shelter had been laid out to form a network of paths. In all of Ethan's past wonderings about how the colony might turn out, he'd never predicted it would sink so low. The sabotage at the caves had been a terrible disaster, yet somehow it didn't seem as bad as what he now saw. How would they ever recover? They had no building materials left, no more vehicle kits, and very little food. Even if by a miracle the hostile aliens didn't return, he didn't see how they could survive more than a few weeks. The arrivals from the Mistral were generating some interest. People were venturing out of their shelters despite the fact it had begun to rain. Their main interest appeared to be the emergency ration boxes. The colonists were understandably anxious about their food supply. Looking over the curious men and women, he was relieved to note they seemed healthy. Their clothes were dirty and their hair was messy, but their hands and faces were clean and they didn't look particularly skinny or ill.
"What's the water supply like?"
Garwin asked.
"Is the system up and running again?"
"After the fence," Cherry replied, "it was the first thing we tackled. The tsunami had inundated the groundwater, turning it filthy and salty. But we printed some replacements on the Mistral and the pumps and filters are working fine. That's one less thing to worry about."
"What about food?" asked Ethan. "Are these rations really all there is?"
"That's right. We still haven't located the stored food, and even if we do, we might find water has gotten into the containers." His stomach lurched at the memory of river-soaked packets of algae he'd been forced to eat or else face starvation. "But there's a chance some of the food isn't spoiled. It would be good if we could find it and didn't have to rely on the ration bars. They keep us going, but people are already sick of eating the same thing every day. If we had a bigger variety, I think it would improve morale."
"Are you handing those out now?"
a man asked. He was a construction worker, or that was what he had been. Now he reminded Ethan of one of the homeless beggars of old Earth that he'd seen in vids. "No," Cherry replied, an edge to her voice. "We're adding them to the stores. You'll get your ration later at the usual time." The man wandered away. Ethan asked,
"Have you had problems with people demanding food?"
"Not yet." The implication of her words hung in the air as they walked the rest of the way to the storage shelter. Ethan didn't know the exact number of colonists still alive after all the disasters, but it had to be over 1,000. The most vulnerable were aboard the Mistral, but hundreds were clinging to survival on the surface, enduring exposure to the elements, a limited food supply, and a bleak future. At a bare minimum, they needed secure shelters and enough to eat, but almost more important than those two essentials, they needed hope. Without that, there was no telling what they might do. He wasn't sure that anyone really believed they could defeat the odds stacked against them. The throng lining the path Ethan and the others were taking began to break up, casting vacant glances on the emergency ration boxes. As he walked awkwardly along, balancing his box in his arms, he noticed something else. He could no longer tell who was a Gen and who was a Woken. It was both reassuring and strange. Dusk fell quickly soon after they'd deposited the rations. A few outdoor lights flicked on, mostly around the latrine. All other available electricity powered the fence that was keeping out the slug limpets. The encroaching darkness meant no one could work on reconstruction projects until the morning. As neither Ethan nor Garwin had anywhere to sleep, Cherry took them to her shelter. She had rigged a line between two poles and hung a rug across it, weighting down the edges with stones. The floor consisted of what looked like the remains of a ceiling and roof joists, lifting the structure above the surrounding mud. Across the former ceiling lay another rug. Cherry's few possessions were piled in a corner.
"Is that waterproof?"
Garwin asked, eyeing the material hanging over the line. The spitting rain was turning heavier, coursing down the rug roof and puddling in the mud. "Yeah, unless it really pours down." Noticing the skeptical face Garwin was pulling, Cherry added, "You don't have to sleep here. You're welcome to find somewhere else if you don't like it." Darkness and rainwater were dropping fast, and the shadowy shapes of colonists could be seen slipping under cover.
"It looks fine to me,"
Ethan said. "Come on in then." Cherry lifted an edge of the rug and crouched to go under it. Could you leave your shoe by the entrance?" Shoe. She had said shoe, not shoes. He locked gazes with her. Her expression was deadpan, but then the corner of her lip lifted. He smiled. She grinned back. He took off his shoe and crawled into the shelter. Up until now, Cherry had been withdrawn and grim-looking. It was nice to see a glimpse of the feisty person he remembered. Garwin appeared to decide that Cherry's little home was a better option than trying to find another shelter for the night. He ducked under the rug and pulled the edge down to close up the entrance. A triangular space remained at the top, where rain wafted in whenever the breeze gusted. The floor area was large enough for 3 people to lie down, but only just. "It's too early to sleep. Are you hungry?" She pulled off the top layer of a small pile of clothes, revealing ration bars. She gave one each to Ethan and Garwin before taking one for herself. Ethan ripped off the wrapper and bit into the crumbly substance. He'd already eaten the bars aboard the Mistral and was used to the flavour, which was somewhere between savoury and sweet. Though the rations filled his stomach, he was always left feeling as though he needed something else to satisfy him.
"What's our work for tomorrow?"
Garwin asked before biting a chunk from his bar. "I'm not sure. Everyone has a shelter and water and food now, and we have the fence and latrines working. I guess defences against the aliens in case they come back are the next step, but what defences no one knows. We've been muddling along so far without any real direction. We really need someone to take a lead."
"Sounds like a job for you,"
Ethan said to Garwin. The older man shook his head as he chewed. After swallowing, he said,
"My leading days are over, even if people wanted me, which I'm sure they don't. No, that isn't for me anymore."
"Then you should do it," said Ethan to Cherry. "Me?" Her eyebrows lifted. "No way! I don't have the patience. Besides, I'm a doer, not a talker."
"Looks like it's your time to shine," said Garwin, regarding Ethan from under grizzled eyebrows. "Is it?"
"Of course it is, you moron," said Cherry. "Gee, I've never known anyone so blind to what's staring him in the face." Garwin chuckled and took another bite of his bar. Ethan mulled over his friend's words as he ate. Should he be leader? When Cariad had told him she thought he should, the idea had seemed outrageous, but seeing the terrible state of the settlement and the colonists had spurred his desire to do whatever he could to help. If that meant taking on the leader's role, maybe that's what he should do. One thing he did know was that he'd overreacted to Cariad's suggestion. He cringed at the memory and resolved to apologize the next time he saw her. Perhaps he could salvage their relationship, as friends if nothing more. When he finished his ration bar, Cherry's little home was almost entirely dark. She took his wrapper and added it to a small pile in a corner. Through the open triangle, Ethan could see the rain was easing. Stars shone through thinning clouds.
"I don't know about being leader," Ethan said, "but I do know one thing. We can't live on these bars forever. We need more to eat, other food, and if we're going to build defences, we need materials. We can't make do with what's left of the old settlement. Half of the shelters look like they would fall over in a strong wind." "True," agreed Garwin. "And we can't dismantle shelters to build defences anyway. People need somewhere to sleep and stay out of the rain."
"So you think that tomorrow we should make everyone search for lost food and try to find more building materials?"
"No," Ethan replied. "Tomorrow's task is to dig out the flitters." "Why?" asked Garwin. "They aren't gonna feed or defend us, but they can take us somewhere we might be able to scavenge tons of food, supplies and equipment."
"You want to fly out to the wreckage of the Nova?" Chapter 5.
"No," Aubryo said. "That is not happening. I'm not having it. Do you understand?"
He was standing in the centre of the Mistral's bridge, where the hollow of the alien ship had hung a few hours previously. His large, powerful frame as imposing as always, but his expression uncharacteristically vulnerable. He poked a warning finger toward no one in particular and reiterated, "Not happening." I don't know about you, Anahi said sardonically, but the last time I looked, this wasn't a dictatorship. It isn't up to you, Aubrio, to decide what we do or don't do. Personally, I think it's a good idea to reactivate the Guardians, and I'm glad that Cariad made the proposition. I can't believe it's taken us until now to discuss it. I suppose we've been too focused on recovering from the attack.
You would want them back, wouldn't you?
Aubrio retorted.
They were your bully boys. Of course you want to reactivate them.
I do want them back, but not for that reason. I'm not leader any longer. The point is, the Guardians have vast amounts of knowledge and skills at their disposal, probably more than we even imagine. We need their guidance in this crisis. There are so few of us, we're also desperate for their manpower. And, no offence, Adelson, because your crew has done a marvellous job of learning the Mistral systems, this ship is our only defence if the aliens return, and the Guardians know it inside out.
Hey!
Aubrio exclaimed.
It was me who won that battle.
He jabbed his chest with his thumb.
Could one of you have done it? No, none of you. If it wasn't for me, you'd all be dead.
No one's denying it, Adelson said soothingly. We were lucky to have you here. But Anahi does have a point. The Mistral is the Guardian ship. If they'd been here to help us during the fight, it might have gone even better. We might not have lost the Nova. Cariad sat near a bulkhead watching the others talk. She hadn't contributed her opinion after initiating the discussion. She wasn't sure what her opinion was. Anahi was right about the Guardians' potential for helping them. But Aubrio was right to be concerned, too. He of all people knew how the androids could take things too far. They had sedated him to unconsciousness because they judged him to be a threat, and the depth of animosity the colonists felt toward the androids also had to be taken into consideration. What might the Guardians do if they were reactivated? Aubrio hadn't changed. His current aggressive, bossy, dictating attitude made that evident. His behaviour might prompt the Guardians to repeat their previous actions. Even more so now, the colony was on the brink of disaster, and the stakes were even higher. The androids could attempt to entirely take over, believing the ends justified the means. Demanding a guarantee they wouldn't was pointless. They had shown they were capable of lying. Any assurance they might make could not be trusted. One possibility was they would protect the colony from the returning aliens, but force everyone into confinement and begin a breeding program. Something like that would delay the colony's eventual demise, but wouldn't stop it. Yet the Guardians might begin a program anyway, following their directive to try to save the colony no matter what.
I'm with Aubrio on this, said Vasquez. It's just too risky. We would be chancing too much for an undefined benefit. Who knows what they might do if we let them loose again?
They are here to help us, said Cariad. We can take that as a given. It's the one consistent, believable explanation for everything they did. The problems we had were due to how their directive played out. Reactivating them is a risk. I don't think we can deny it, but maybe it's a risk we have to take.
No,
Aubrio said, fear peeking out from the anger written on his features. Cariad couldn't blame him. If the Guardians decided to remove him from the scene, if only temporarily, there would be little anyone could do about it. The androids were stronger than humans, and weapon fire didn't seem to have any effect on them. Look, Anahi said to Aubrio, all you have to do is stay out of their way. Don't draw attention to yourself, and they'll probably ignore you.
Easy for you to say. It isn't you they'll come after,
Vasquez asked.
Is it acceptable to sacrifice one human for the sake of 20 androids?
Not at all. Oh, please, said Adelson. No one is talking about sacrificing anyone. "One thing especially concerns me," said Cariad. "We're making this decision among ourselves. What's everyone going to say or think if the Guardians suddenly reappear? It doesn't feel right."
"It isn't right,"
said Vasquez. "But it's necessary," said Adelson. "It's taken us days to recover from the battle. The aliens could be back at any minute. We have to make a decision, and we have to make it now. We don't have time to put it to a general vote. I'll speak on behalf of the gens and say we reactivate them. We need them. We need all the help we can get."
"And I say we don't,"
said Aubryo, his jaw clenched. "Your fears aren't justified," Anahi said. "The Guardians brought you out of sedation at our request. They learned the error of their ways. They are learning machines after all. We can seek their assurances when we revive them. The risk is minimal and worth taking when weighed against the potential benefit of their presence. With the Guardians up and around, we stand a much higher chance of surviving a return visit from our nasty neighbours."
"One thing I need to know,"
said Vasquez.
"This deactivation function, is it remote? Can we shut them down again via the Mistral systems if we want to? Or is it purely voluntary on their behalf?"
"Unless Adelson's crew discovered something I'm not aware of." Cariad looked at the pilot. He shook his head. "Then the ship's system only activates them. The Guardians alone are in control of shutting themselves down. Once they're awake, we won't be able to deactivate them."
"Their creators certainly had a lot of faith in their product,"
remarked Vasquez. "They didn't know what their androids might encounter when they arrived. They wanted the Guardians to be able to take control if necessary. That was why they made them so lifelike. They thought it would make us more amenable to accepting their authority." Cariad recalled bitter Steen and apologetic Mina in the recording the Guardians' creators had made. They'd explained they feared that the cryosuspended scientists wouldn't survive, and the gens wouldn't be capable of setting up the colony alone. Both predictions had been partially correct.
"If we can't deactivate them again at will," said Vasquez, "I'm even more opposed to starting them up. It would be madness to take the risk in our current vulnerable state. I'd rather die from an alien attack than live under the control of machines."
Anahi's tut in response was loud in the quietness.
"You're with me then."
Aubryo seemed relieved by Vasquez's statement.
"Cariad, you are too, right?"
Anahi and Adelson were in favour of waking up the Guardians. Aubryo and Vasquez were against. The deciding vote had come to her. She recalled the last time she'd seen the androids. She had said goodbye to Strongquist, last of them to deactivate. She had expected them to lie down, as humans did when sleeping, and as she had to prepare for cryo. But they'd remained upright, in a room near the Mistral's engine, dressed in their uniforms of pinstriped tunics and gaiters, simply stopped. Some hadn't even bothered to close their eyes. The idea of interacting with them again gave her the creeps. On the other hand, their minds contained the remnants of hundreds or thousands of human experiences, memories, and knowledge. Vasquez was right when he said no one knew what they might do, but that worked both ways. The Guardians could be the only ones who could help the colony out of its dire situation. Maybe they knew something or could do something that would offer hope. As I see it, we're doomed anyway over the long term, no matter what we do. We don't have anything to lose. I have my reservations, particularly about acting unilaterally without the entire colony's consent. But we're in a desperate state. I say we wake them up."
"No!"
Aubryo's arms were rigid and his hands clenched into fists. He marched over to Cariad and didn't stop until he was only a few centimetres away. Leaning over her upturned face, he glared down.
"Change your vote!"
"Hey, stop that!"
Vasquez called. I don't agree with the decision either, but it was a group vote and it stands. You're all mad!
Orbio swung around to stare at the others one by one.
I'm not going to let you do it!
You don't have a choice, said Anahi calmly. You're just one voice now. You aren't running this project any longer. Cariad detected a note of glee in her tone. The scientist clearly hadn't forgotten Orbio's humiliation of her in front of the other Woken when she was leader.
I don't have a choice, eh? We'll see about that. Whoever reactivates those Guardians is a dead man. Or woman.
He returned to his threatening posture over Cariad. For goodness sake, said Anahi. You're being ridiculous. There's no need for hysteria.
Believe me, I'm anything but hysterical.
Cariad's dislike of Orbio had lessened over the weeks that had helped her with the natural movement investigation, and up until a minute ago she had been sympathetic to his fears of what the Guardians might do. That had all vanished the moment he'd approached her. The man was back to his usual hateful, bullying self. She was about to tell him to step back, but Adelson spoke first. So, I've done it. The Guardians are reactivated. Cariad, you'd better pop over there to say hello. Orbio whipped around to the pilot.
Shut them down again.
Can't be done, Vasquez reminded him.
Then don't let them out. They're locked in, right? Just don't open the door.
The idea of sentient Guardians trapped in their room until their power source ran out, possibly hundreds of years in the future, was horrifying. Move out of my way, Cariad said to Orbio, trying to go around him.
Do not open that door. I forbid it.
You don't seem to understand. You can't forbid anything. Now get out of my way. She stepped sideways, but Orbio moved in front of her. When she sidestepped the other way, he did the same again. She finally lost her temper. Move! She pushed his chest. He grabbed her arm, hard enough to make her cry out. Hey! Yelled Adelson. Anahi gasped. Cariad struggled, Orbio's grip like an iron fist on her arm. Then he crumpled. Ah! Vasquez had run his wheelchair into the former financier. Orbio released his hold, his shoulders slumping. Cariad stepped smartly around him and strode toward the door. Vasquez addressed Orbio.
I might not agree with the decision either, but it's a majority vote. As Anahi said, we aren't living in a dictatorship.
The bridge door slid open and Cariad walked quickly through before Orbio could change his mind. It was time to see what the roll of the dice had brought them. Icicles prickled her spine as she approached the room that held the Guardians. Though it had been many weeks since she had taken her leave of Strongquist, her recollection of the moment was vivid. It had been as though she were in a bizarre haunted house, the upright figures of the androids motionless as mannequins, but indistinguishable from human beings. She wouldn't have been surprised if they'd all come alive to attack her. She paused outside the door. Things might be different this time. The Guardians had deactivated only a short while after their true nature had been revealed. She hadn't had time to get used to the idea that they weren't human. Now she'd processed the fact, perhaps they wouldn't seem so creepy. She took a breath and thumbed the touchpad. The door slid back. The androids stood in their loose ranks, creepy as ever. But none of them moved. Had Adelson made a mistake?
Cariad!
She jumped. Strongquist was awake. He walked toward her.
I thought it might be you who revived us.
He hadn't changed an iota, of course, except he seemed a little dusty. But she must be imagining it. The microscopic devices that kept the Mistral clean had to be operating on the Guardians too. From his top knot of greying hair to his gaiters and black boots, Strongquist was identical to how she remembered him. She still struggled to reconcile the android's natural appearance with his artificiality.
While I was waiting for someone to arrive and unlock the door, I read the ship's log. I'm surprised we were not reactivated earlier.
There wasn't really time to think about it. From the minute the Mistral's scanners detected the alien ship, we were too busy making preparations in case they attacked.
It's a great shame that the Nova Fortuna was destroyed, but you were lucky not to lose any more lives. The Mistral's data regarding the situation on the planet's surface is insufficient. I must go down and make an assessment, and perhaps we can deduce the attacker's origin system and estimate when they may launch a second attack.
Wait. She'd guessed at Adelson's intention. He'd deliberately only reactivated Strongquist in order to give her a chance to discuss the acceptable parameters of the Guardian's behaviour.
I will need the help of Faina and the others,
said Strongquist, sweeping the room with an open hand. Wait! His movement stilled.
Is something wrong? Am I the only one to be wakened?
Well, perhaps. We need some assurances before we reactivate the rest of you. You absolutely cannot harm or even attempt to control a human being in any way.
Even if it would be for the benefit of the colony?
Even if, by your judgment, it would be for the benefit of the colony.
Even if that human is harming or threatening harm to others?
Even if, she groaned in frustration. Is it so hard to understand? Just don't kill, hurt, sedate, confine, or otherwise attempt to prevent a human from exercising his or her free will. Is that clear enough? We'll deal with the harmful humans ourselves. The contract was nowhere near as exact or binding as she would have liked.
That is clear.
But do you agree to it, for yourself and on behalf of the others? Can you speak for the others?
I can, and I do agree.
She looked into the android's grey eyes. His returning gaze was steady and candid, which didn't mean a thing. How can I trust you? What if you're lying?
I don't know what I can say to reassure you. I am not lying.
The two stood in silence, caught within her reluctance to reactivate the other Guardians.
I should begin work. I would strongly advise you to reactivate all of us immediately. There is much for us to do.
Just wait. She racked her brains for something to assuage her fears. She thought back to the hollow she'd seen of Steen and the other Guardian creators. There'd been scientists like her, except they'd spent their lives underground, in secret. But they were scientists all the same. As another scientist, she couldn't believe the android's creators wouldn't have included some kind of failsafe in their design. The Guardians were highly intelligent, strong, and almost entirely autonomous. As such, they were also dangerous. She couldn't imagine Steen would have wanted to be under the control of a Guardian himself. There had to be something that allowed them to be overridden. There had to be a back door. How do I deactivate you? I don't buy it that you can only do it yourselves.
It is,
Rare expressions of emotion warred in Strongquist's face. He wanted to remain alive. Of course he did. From his perspective, months had passed and he'd missed them all. Now she was asking for the key to inflict the same experience. Perhaps for eternity. She had asked how to kill him. He regarded her coolly and pointed to a mole on the side of his neck.
If you press this, I deactivate. My control center is disconnected from my power source and I shut down.
Thanks. She meant it. Do you all have the same mole?
It isn't in exactly the same position, but yes. All of us bear an identical mole on our necks or at the hairline. It serves the same function.
After a pause he said,
May I ask a question?
Go ahead.
Why? Why would you want to deactivate us? Perhaps we made a mistake with Aubryo, but we're here to help you. That is the sole reason for our existence. Why would you deprive yourselves of that help?"
He really didn't know. She recalled the arrival of the Guardians with their weapons in the settlement stadium, ready to control the crowd. She remembered their attack on the farmers in the equipment shed. Somehow the android failed to comprehend how actions like those were the antithesis of help. "I hope you get it one day, Stromquist. I really do." Chapter 6. Somewhere under the pile of mud, mixed with dead vegetation and charred and broken remnants of buildings, lay most of the settlement's flitters. Ethan and Garwin decided to climb to the top of the pile and dig downward, scooping out the sides. It was safer than trying to tunnel at ground level, which would probably cause the heap to collapse. The colony's small digging machines had been taken into the bunkers before the bombardment to allow the colonists to dig themselves out if necessary. Consequently, they were now also buried somewhere. Only the diggers lacked the flitter's signal emitters and so were difficult to locate. In time, the Mistral's printer could make parts for new digging machines, but they couldn't afford to wait. They had to excavate with hand tools. It was hard work, digging into the soft, heavy mud, lifting shovelfuls and tossing them to the side of the pile. Ethan's real foot was quickly soaked and cold. His prosthetic foot became clogged with sticky dirt, but was otherwise an advantage. The laborious effort brought unexpected benefits. It was satisfying to be finally doing something useful. He was glad of the opportunity to show the rest of the colonists that steps could be taken to help to secure their future. If he was going to take on a leadership role, he could start with leading by example. Not long after he and Garwin began to dig, 2 more men turned up and others began to drag the larger pieces of debris from the pile, easing the efforts of the diggers. The helpers also removed the dug mud. As the 4 men worked, however, Ethan harboured a concern, though he didn't voice it. What condition would the flitters be in when they uncovered them? The fact that they continued to send out signals only meant their beacons weren't broken. It didn't mean the vehicles could function. The bodies and engines could have been entirely destroyed. But the colonists had few other options. The state of the settlement, the limited supplies the Mistral carried, and the extreme likelihood of the aliens' return meant that whatever remained of the Nova's cargo, they needed it desperately. There had to be a huge amount of wreckage. The supplies the ship carried had been vast, enough to last the 5 years it was estimated it would take for the colony to become self-sustaining. A large portion of supplies had been brought to the surface already, and that had all been lost, but plenty more remained aboard ship. Some wreckage had probably washed up on the beach, just as the supplies from the caves had after the sabotage. Even if the beaches were empty, they could build a boat and paddle or sail it to the wreck and see what they could find. The old colony ship was their lifeline. If not a single flitter was operable, they would just have to walk to the site of the crash. Ethan was distracted from his thoughts by the sound of Garwin grunting with effort. They had both dug nearly their own height into the heap, so Ethan could only see the older man's face, which was flushed and sweaty despite the cool, overcast weather. He was about to suggest that Garwin take a break when the man gave a shout and began to scramble out of his hole. Garwin was coated in slick mud, however, and he struggled to achieve traction. Ethan threw down his shovel and climbed over the mud.
"Slug limpet!"
Garwin gasped.
"A live one!"
Ethan rushed closer. If the slug limpet managed to fasten itself onto Garwin, the best he could hope for was to lose a limb in agony. Ethan had already experienced that and wouldn't wish it on anyone. It was more likely that Garwin would lose his life. The older man made another attempt to climb out, but slipped farther down. He cursed. Ethan had reached him. He grabbed Garwin's wrist and tugged, bracing himself against the sodden, spongy debris. Garwin put his elbows on the edge of the hole and pushed himself higher. On the other side of the depression, behind him, the slug limpet appeared. The creature was thickly coated in mud, but it was clearly recognizable by the fluid scrabbling of its many legs. It was also trying to leave the pit. Ethan pulled harder. Garwin's shoulders and chest were out. He brought up his knee to give himself the final leverage he needed. The flat-scaled body of the slug limpet changed direction. Unable to surmount the steep surface, it was trying to find another route. It was heading toward Garwin. Ethan pulled with all the strength he possessed. Garwin slid out, and both men tumbled backward. Sprawling on the slick surface, Ethan knew what was coming next. Where had he thrown his shovel? He spotted the handle a couple of meters distant. Moving fast on all fours, he stretched for it. He couldn't hope to kill the creature, but perhaps he could change its mind about where it wanted to go. Garwin was scrambling away from the predator bearing down. Ethan half rose to his feet and slipped the shovel head under its body.
"Watch out!"
he shouted to the people working below.
"Slug limpet!"
With a great heave, he tossed the creature onto an empty piece of ground. Everyone scattered. Garwin stood up, breathing heavily, black with mud. The slug limpet landed on its back. Its legs were working double time, but there it would stay until someone made a torch to burn it.
"Close call,"
Ethan said.
"You were lucky it wasn't interested in you."
They both knew that if the creature had been intent on attacking Garwin, it would have succeeded. Instead, the slug limpet appeared to have been more interested in escaping. Garwin replied,
"Maybe because it's daylight."
He peered at the stranded animal.
"Could be, or maybe it was just glad to be free after days trapped under mud. Resilient little bastards. We'd better be careful as we dig. There might be more."
The two men who were helping resumed their work, and Garwin returned to his hole. He was about to step into it again when he stopped.
"Ethan, come and look at this. Is that what I think it is?"
Ethan peered over the edge.
"I think you're right. The slug limpet must have been right on top of it. Let's find out."
Ethan climbed down. A corner of something jutted from the edge of the hole, the mud covering it faintly glistening. Ethan and Garwin worked around the object, scooping out the wet soil and throwing it to the ground. After only a short time, they revealed what was unmistakably the roof of one of the flitters, though it was bent severely out of shape. The realization gave them new energy, and they dug, scraped, hauled, and pulled out the material burying it. In another hour, they'd freed the vehicle. With the help of others, they lifted it out, carried it from the debris pile, and set it on the ground. It looked terrible. The cabin had been crushed in, and dirt encrusted every surface. And like everything else unearthed since the tsunami, the flitter smelled dreadful. But people were already arriving with large containers of water. As they emptied the containers over the vehicle, others scrubbed and wiped. Garwin worked on straightening the struts holding up the cabin cover. Ethan cleaned the interface until it was visible, then tried to turn it on. After all, their efforts might be a waste of time. There was little point in cleaning the flitter if it wasn't working. The interface lit up, displaying a map of the local surroundings. So far, so good. He turned on the engine. The flitter rose about 30 centimeters, pushing aside the people working on it. A cheer went up. At the same time, Cherry arrived. "Fantastic!" She leaned into the flitter's cabin and drew fingertips across the interface, widening and narrowing the display. Seems to be working fine. Straightening up, she cast her gaze over the vehicle. Water dripped from it, but most of the surfaces were free of dirt and the smell had just about abated. She scanned the sky. The sun's location was only evident by a patch of cloud lighter than the rest. Do you think we have time to make it to the coast and back before it gets dark? Ethan also squinted at the sun. He guessed they had about 5 hours until it set.
It'll be close, but even if we don't make it back before dark, as long as we stay in the flitter, we'll be safe.
Garwin scratched his beard.
Yeah, providing it doesn't break down on us. If it does, we'll have to make a run for the fence.
Everyone stared at Ethan's prosthetic foot.
I'll manage,
he said. Great! I'll go and get some rations. While Ethan and Garwin waited, the cleaning of the flitter continued. The focus turned to drying the sopping interior. Someone found dry blankets and laid them across the seats. Ethan tried to operate the windows, but they didn't respond. They were stuck open, either because mud was clogging their mechanisms or the circuitry was broken. It didn't matter. They could put up with some wind during their journey, and if they were forced to stop, they could float high above the ground to avoid slug limpets. Cherry reappeared. Okay, we're all set. As well as the ration bars, she'd brought along water bottles and 3 weapons.
Who's driving?
Ethan asked. You drive, Garwin. Cherry climbed into the back seat. Come and sit with me, Ethan. You can tell me what happened to you while you were gone. You haven't told me anything about it yet, and I keep hearing different stories. I want to know what's true and what's stupid gossip. Garwin sat in the driver's seat and set the coordinates. The men and women who had helped prepare the vehicle wished them luck. Garwin flew to the gates in the electric fence and they passed through. The route to the coast was a familiar one. Ethan had travelled it many times, transporting supplies and equipment to the caves. Yet if it weren't for the fact that he trusted Garwin to input the correct coordinates, he would never have believed they were going the right way. The muddy landscape he'd viewed from the shuttle didn't alter as they drew farther from the settlement. What had once been kilometres of untouched wild vegetation was now a wasteland. Tsunami mud covered everything. Only tall rocks or the remains of large plants poked out their heads forlornly. Though Cherry had said she wanted to hear Ethan's tale of his time with the threads, she didn't press him for it. Aside from the odd comment, the 3 of them remained silent. Ethan was reminded of another time they had shared one of the vehicles to travel to the coast. He and Cherry had been taking Garwin to see the cave system they'd discovered in the cliffs. It had been during that expedition he had stumbled across the fact that Cherry and Garwin were having an affair, and on the return journey they had sat together in the back while Ethan drove. This time around, Cherry had made a point of not sitting with Garwin, and neither of them had hinted they might want Cherry's shelter to themselves. Ethan guessed that, for one or more very good reasons, the affair was over. The mud surrounding them had solidified, and the previous night's rain had added a gloss. Isolated puddles sat in low patches. Surveying the dismal scene, Ethan realised he hadn't appreciated how vibrant and alive Concordia had been until he saw it now, at this new extreme of devastation.
Depressing, isn't it? He said. Do you think it'll recover?
Oh yeah, of course.
How can you be so sure?
You never did much farming, did you? Plants are tough. They want to grow. It's their job to survive and reproduce. They'll grow back. I don't know how long it'll take, though. I think seawater isn't good for most plants, but we've had a lot of rain lately, and we'll have more. It'll wash away the seawater. Then the plants will grow again. Garwin asked.
Do you think we'll be like the plants, Cherry?
I hope so. Do you want to tell us what happened to you, Ethan? You don't have to if you don't want to. He told her. It was the first time he'd recounted the story detail by detail. He was sure he was leaving things out too, things he'd already forgotten or that were too painful to remember. He could easily recall everything up until the moment the threads took the flitter. After that, things grew hazier. He wished he hadn't thrown away the recording device. Telling it everything that was happening had been one of very few distractions open to him during his captivity. On the other hand, perhaps it was better that he had forgotten so much. He could remember the gigantic thread creature, whom he had named Quinn. He also recalled his mostly unsuccessful efforts to develop a language they could both use to communicate. The only result had been a failed escape attempt. Yes, perhaps it was better that his memory of most of the time was vague. I always hated those things.
Well, considering the threads nearly killed you, Ethan replied, that's understandable. Or maybe they wouldn't have killed you. Maybe they would have kept you captive in the lake like they did with Rudra and his little girl.
Cherry shuddered. I would have gone crazy. I don't know how you survived. I can't believe those things are intelligent. If I never see another one of them again, it'll be too soon. Ethan smiled. What's so funny?
You know the Woken have named the threads after you, don't you?
What?
Yeah,
Garwin said, chuckling.
Even I knew that. They called them... What is it, Ethan? Phila Cheriensia.
Ethan added a flourish to the important-sounding words. You're kidding!
How come you didn't know? Garwin asked. Didn't they tell you?
No one told me anything. Cherry wasn't finding the new information at all funny. And I've been kind of busy with the clean-up. She gave a huff of frustration and watched the scenery for a minute or so. Drawing up her blanket until it was around her shoulders, she said, Do you think if I ask them they'll change it? Ethan and Garwin laughed. An hour and a half later, they were drawing near the ocean, travelling along what remained of the narrow valley and dried-up riverbed. The cleft was considerably shallower now. The floor of the valley was choked with mud and sand, and the hills were bare. Ethan was astounded by the visual evidence of the tsunami's height. The wave hadn't only reached the top of the hills, it must have been even higher to rip out every plant. Anticipation gnawed at him as they flew toward the gap where a waterfall had once tumbled, hundreds or perhaps thousands of years ago. The smell of the ocean was strong, though it carried the undertones of rotting that emanated everywhere the tsunami had passed. Suddenly, Cherry grabbed Ethan's arm. She pointed ahead, gaping. Then he saw it too. How had he missed it? Perhaps it had been obscured by the gathering shelf clouds, building up to a downpour. But now he finally saw it. His mouth hung open. No words fitted the spectacle. Garwin's hands fell from the flitter's controls. The vehicle continued flying along the final stretch leading to the open ocean. The Nova Fortuna stood directly in front, massive beyond imagining, arcing high over the water. Dark grey against the grey clouds, the vessel hulked like a mechanical monster of the deep, risen to menace all of Concordia. A storm was approaching. A harsh wind was whipping huge waves around the ship's lower half, but they looked like ripples in a puddle. Even the swelling clouds were dwarfed by the remains of the Nova. As Ethan's shock began to ease, he felt a quickening hope. If at least part of the ship remained intact, perhaps some of her cargo was salvageable. All they had to do was get inside.
I never realized it was so big.
Garwin's hands returned to the controls.
You know what? Judging by the shape of the ark, that isn't even half of it.
The Nova Fortuna's cylindrical living section had formed a complete circle. Only a little more than a third of a circle stood proud of the ocean. Cherry asked, How much of it do you think is underwater?
Depends on the depth of the ocean bed,
Garwin replied.
I don't think it's deep enough to hold the rest of the cylinder. Most of what we can't see must have smashed to pieces.
Ethan said,
I heard that nearly all the ship had smashed to pieces. I thought we would only be able to scavenge the wreckage.
Yeah, me too. Someone told me all they could find after the tsunami was a submerged section, and the water was a soup of remains.
So what's happened?
Ethan asked rhetorically.
This is kinda hard to miss.
Neither Cherry nor Garwin answered. Despite the fact that the afternoon was turning to evening, they decided to venture out over the waves and take a closer look. As the flitter was gliding along, however, Ethan wondered if they'd made the right decision. Their vehicle hadn't shown any faults on their journey, but that didn't mean it wouldn't suddenly fail. It had been subjected to fire and water and been buried under tons of mud. If the engine suddenly died, they probably wouldn't have enough momentum to return to the shore, and it wouldn't be long before they plunged into the water. None of them could swim. There was also the possibility that the ocean was full of Cherry's namesakes. If that was the case, they might survive, but Ethan didn't relish the idea of becoming a captive of the threads again. The remaining intact section of the Nova rose imposingly into the sky, 2 3/4 kilometers from shore. Looks like what do they call them in the vids? A skyscraper, that's it, Garwin said.
I don't think the people of Earth ever built skyscrapers that tall.
The Nova's upper portion disappeared into the clouds. A cool, humid wind blew in through the flitter's broken windows, and the grey mist curtaining the gap between clouds and water told of expected rain. Ethan asked,
Do you remember the first rain? Just before the stadium bombing, said Garwin. Sure, what an experience. All my life I'd learned that water was precious and had to be conserved, and there it was, falling from the sky, more than I'd ever imagined could exist.
Cherry also savoured the memory. But seeing the ocean for the first time was even better. When we lived in the caves, I used to love watching it. I could watch the water for hours. I changed my opinion after falling into it. She looked out of the window and down at the waves below. I hope I never do that again.
You could learn to swim, said Garwin. No point, Ethan said, unless you want to become an experimental subject for the threads. Assuming we get through the next few months and years, I doubt anyone will be going near open water again. When they were nearly at the ship, the rain squall hit them, bursting through the open windows and showering them with freezing cold water. Cherry grumbled, Maybe this isn't such a good idea. Maybe we should go back home and come again tomorrow. Ethan thought the same, though not for the same reason. The sun had disappeared behind dark clouds. They wouldn't see it again today. Evening would fall long before sunset, bringing slug limpets, and they were a long way from the settlement. We've come this far, Garwin said. We might as well continue.
The Nova now took up all their view. The gigantic ship towered into the darkening sky. As they drew closer, the scars of her long journey through space became evident. There was hardly a spot on her surface that wasn't scored, dented, or discoloured. Only a handful of gens were qualified to spacewalk, individuals who had been tasked with completing external repairs. Ethan had never seen the outside of the ship up close. For the first time ever, he felt grateful to the long-dead engineers who had constructed the vessel. Their work had protected him all his life, yet he'd never given them a second thought. "Can we go inside?" Cherry asked.
"I guess it's possible if we can find an airlock,"
Garwin replied.
"The emergency release might still work."
"Some people were inside it when it crashed. Geeson and 2 techs in the reproduction centre. Do you think they could still be alive?" The latter 2 must have been close acquaintances of Cariad's.
"Very unlikely," Garwin replied. "If they weren't in the section that was crushed when the ship hit, the force of the impact must have been tremendous. It would have killed them. If they were alive,
Ethan added.
I think we would have heard from them by now.
But their comm went down during the battle, Garwin said.
I'm sorry, but I'm pretty sure they didn't make it.
You all thought that about me, though. I'm not giving up hope yet.
All right, said Garwin. If we make it inside the ship, the first thing we'll do is look for them. I guess there's a chance they might be alive but injured.
They'd arrived at the pitted, scarred hull. Garwin turned the flitter's nose upward, and they rose higher, skimming the metal.
Keep your eyes open for airlocks. I don't know where we are relative to what's inside. Do you two have any ideas?
Ethan and Cherry didn't know either. The colony ship had several airlocks, and they all knew their internal locations, but the outside of the ship was new terrain. It was also difficult to see far in the deepening twilight and steady rain. The flitter's light seemed particularly dim. Perhaps it was damaged. Garwin flew over the upper edge of the cylinder wall and down the other side. Nothing that looked like an airlock appeared. Ethan leaned out of the window to scan for holes or badly impacted areas they might be able to break through. The downpour hit him on the back of his head and neck. "Hey!" Cherry protested. "Hey, you're making a waterfall in here." He pulled in his head. The rain had run down his back and puddled on the seat, but it was already wet from the downpour.
I can see something,
Garwin said. He turned the flitter downward. They flew for half a minute toward the ocean, where waves were growing larger. The surging water hurled itself against the downed ship's sides. Ethan saw where they were heading. At a point about 20 meters above sea level, something large had hit the ship and left a crater. It was possibly a way in. Garwin brought the flitter to a standstill at the lip of the crater, which was about as wide as Ethan was tall and more than half a meter deep. The projectile that had created the deep dent hadn't succeeded in penetrating the hull. Its center lay in shadow, but it was solid.
Let's try it, said Garwin. We don't have much light left.
Ethan handed him one of the Guardian's weapons, and he and Cherry took the other two. Ethan said,
I'll shoot at the middle, where the hull will be at its thinnest. You two concentrate your fire in the same place.
He pressed the trigger, letting loose a beam of energy. Rain pouring down the hull was vaporized. Clouds of steam and smoke erupted. The hiss was almost as loud as the pounding of water drops on the ocean.
Stop for a moment,
said Ethan. They waited to allow the steam and smoke to clear. The weapon's fire had cut a hole in the surface, but hadn't gone through the hull. He didn't know how thick the hull was, but he guessed it was probably at least 3 or 4 meters. If they wanted to break through it today, they were going to be here a long time, and their light was nearly gone. Should they call a halt and head back to dry land? Cherry's speculation that there might be people still alive in there made him want to continue. "Ah!" Cherry exclaimed. "Look at the water!" He peered down. Only a short distance below, thin dark brown and grey patterned tentacles writhed in the waves. The ocean was alive with threads. Chapter 7. Cariad was killing time until the next flight going planet-side. She'd been forced to spend the rest period in Ethan's tiny cabin. Unless she fancied sleeping among a bunch of toddlers, it had been the only free space aboard the ship. The room hadn't changed since she'd left it, and the memories it conjured up made her elated, sad, and annoyed. While waiting for her flight, she was organising the boxes of emergency rations in the hold, stacking them near the door so others wouldn't have so far to carry them. Her comm button chirped.
"Cariad, could you please join us on the bridge?"
Strongquist asked. "Sure." She pushed a box into place, straightened up, and wiped her shirt sleeve across her sweaty forehead. The Guardians had resumed control of the Mistral with breathtaking speed and efficiency. The android strode purposefully around the ship, taking stock and examining every part. Guardians had taken over the medical bay, others ran engine checks. The ship's captain, Faina, and her officers had returned to the bridge. Gens had handed over their jobs to their replacements. Strongquist had asked Cariad if she knew Aubrio's location. The android might have wanted to talk to him about the Mistral's weapon systems, but Aubrio seemed to have disappeared. Leaving the hold, she walked through the corridors. A stream of young children ran toward her, parted to go around her, and closed together again on the other side, laughing and screaming. Not far behind them came a frazzled-looking young man. She gave him a sympathetic smile as he hurried after his charges. The youngest children had been evacuated to the ship and had lived there ever since. They didn't appear to be having too hard a time of it, though the same couldn't be said of the adults looking after them. It was a bittersweet sight. She had always had a soft spot for babies and children, and her affection had been a large part of the motivation behind her choice of career. Paradoxically, she'd never wanted any of her own, reasoning that she would find it hard to concentrate on her work. Still, it was heartwarming to see the little ones. Yet the situation of the colony was precarious at best. What was going to happen to all those small boys and girls? The attacking aliens wouldn't balk at murdering them, regardless of their age. The aliens probably viewed the colonists as vermin, or perhaps they saw humans as a threat. Who knew what they thought? Vasquez had been right when he'd said it was difficult, if not impossible, to guess. That was one reason the colonists must not give up, even though the situation did seem hopeless. The future was still open. Perhaps the little children could survive, somehow. As she'd been stacking the boxes, she'd decided to set up a medical clinic on the surface. Now the Guardians could work with the more serious medical cases. That freed up Dr. Kurtz and the medic Alastair. She was sure they would be happy to be involved. As soon as whatever business Strongquist wanted to discuss was over, she would begin gathering supplies to take down. She arrived at the bridge. The semicircular space was full of Guardians. Anahi and Vasquez had left, and Aubrio had disappeared. Only Adelson remained, the one organic being among all the artificial intelligences. Strongquist was speaking with Faina. It was an odd sight. Cariad had thought the Guardians only needed to use speech to communicate with humans. She guessed she knew very little about how the androids operated.
"Thank you for coming,"
Strongquist said when he saw her. "I assume you have something important to discuss. Is anyone else joining us?"
"No, we have information we would rather disseminate only to you. Adelson already knows about it. Perhaps you can decide between yourselves who else should be informed and when."
Strongquist had told her once that the Guardians had singled her out as a personality well suited to running the colony. It was another example of how they sometimes got things wrong. Everyone knew who was best for the leader's job, except the person in question. Adelson was looking depressed. "Is it bad news?"
"It is useful information,"
replied Strongquist.
"Whether it's good or bad depends on your prior conceptions."
Cariad found the android's pedantry and calm, measured tones in the face of disaster exasperating. "Just tell me." "Shall I explain?" Faina asked.
"By all means,"
Strongquist replied, giving the Mistral's captain a slight smile. "I believe you're already aware that we detected some signs of intelligent life during our journey to Concordia." "Strongquist told us," Cariad said. "The aliens' attack wasn't entirely out of the blue. We have found the trace left by the attacking starship's engine as it departed. From that we know the ship's heading, and by extrapolating we have been able to predict its flight path, assuming the vessel does not alter trajectory." That is a possibility. If it doesn't, the first system the ship will encounter is one of those where we detected signs of sentient life. It seems reasonable to therefore conclude that the aliens inhabit this system. So you've figured out where they came from?
It's a guess, but an informed one.
Unfortunately, we believe the aliens may have undertaken a similar exercise to the one we completed, and that was what drew them to Concordia. You mean they followed the trace left by the Mistral's engine? Cariad asked.
Either the Mistrals or the Novas, Adelson chipped in. Most likely the Mistrals. The Nova travelled so slowly in comparison. If the aliens had spotted her, they would have been able to arrive here years ahead of us. If it hadn't been for the arrival of the Mistral, the aliens might not have even known of the colony's existence.
So we know where they come from. So what? It isn't like we're planning on paying them a visit.
There's more,
said Strongquist. Faina said, we have many reasons to assume the ship that attacked the colony was only a scout, not least of which is the fact that the technology the aliens possess, in terms of the speed of their engines and their weaponry, implies their capabilities far exceed those required to build a single ship. We suspect that the scout ship followed in the wake of the Mistral with the intention of discovering who we are and what we are doing. We think that when the aliens found a small colony, an ancient, low-technology generational ship, and only one other ship with defense capabilities, they decided to try their luck at wiping us out immediately, without bothering to wait for support.
Cariad didn't like the direction Faina's reasoning was heading. The android went on.
Furthermore, the immediate and vicious hostility the aliens exhibited signals an extremely aggressive species. We expect they will return with a fleet to finish the task the scout ship began.
This news wasn't anything Cariad hadn't guessed at herself, though hearing Faina say it seemed to make it even more real. But the Mistral's captain had more to impart.
We have calculated the time it will take the scout ship to reach its destination. However, a battle fleet may set out before the scout arrives at its home system. The ship will undoubtedly be sending messages as it travels. Conversely, we can also make a reasonable guess that any larger ships the aliens send to finish off the task of annihilating the colony will travel at slower speeds than the scout.
Cariad had heard enough pedantic, emotionless reasoning. She turned to Adelson.
Do you know the short version of all this?
They reckon we've got 6 months if we're lucky. If we aren't, 3, tops.
Chapter 8. Ethan and Garwin were cleaning the second flitter the colonists had managed to unearth, while Cherry made preparations for another trip to the crash site. Garwin had suggested they use 2 flitters when they returned to their task of cutting through the Nova's hull. If one of the machines failed, they could use the other one to rescue whoever went down with it. After their failed first attempt to cut through the hull, they had arrived back at the settlement the previous night, chilled to the bone from their night ride in wet clothes. The hull that had been designed and manufactured to remain intact throughout nearly 200 years of deep space travel was not to be breached easily. Yet because the ship presented a better prospect for salvage than the wreckage that floated around it or had been washed up on the shore, they had resolved to get inside. Ethan and Garwin had only been working on the second flitter for a few minutes when Phi ran up. "Hey!" she called out before she reached them. Then, when she had their attention, she rested a moment to catch her breath and walked the remaining distance. "Did you hear? The Guardians are back." "Huh?" Garwin looked at Ethan, his expression darkening. "They just landed," said Phi. 5 of them arrived on the latest shuttle. "You're kidding, right?" Ethan asked. "It isn't a joke. I saw them myself. They were taking rations boxes out of the ship's hold." Garwin threw down his cloth and began to stride away. An angry flame flickered to life in Ethan's chest. Who had reactivated the Guardians? And with whose permission? And why? The colonists had been doing fine without their interference. He put down the container of water he was holding.
Does Cherry know?
I think so. When I was running to tell you, she passed me, heading toward the shuttle field. She didn't look very happy, and she was carrying a gun.
I don't know what good she thinks that'll do. Weapons don't have any effect on them.
He set off to follow Garwin, who had broken into a jog. What are you going to do? Phi shouted.
I don't know yet. Prevent even more deaths, I hope.
The shuttle field was 10 minutes' run from the flitter pile. Ethan caught up to Garwin after a couple of minutes and passed the older man, racing as fast as he could. He had to arrive at the field in time to prevent any bloodshed. The crowd was visible from a distance. It had formed at the edge of the field where the parking lot had once stood. The Guardians must have only managed to walk a couple of 100 meters before the news of their arrival had spread. A throng of about 350 people had gathered, and more were arriving. He pushed his way through the crowd, pulling people aside in order to pass. They were tightly packed and jostling each other to see what was happening. The Guardians' arrival was clearly providing an interesting diversion from the day-to-day struggle to survive. The colonists at the front were crushed into an angry, muttering huddle. He had to shout to make them let him through. His raised voice had the intended effect. A gap appeared as the colonists drew aside. He could finally see the Guardians. They had put down their boxes and were standing close together. 3 women and 2 men, if it was possible to call them that, all wearing neutral expressions. Cherry had her back to Ethan as she stood between the group of androids and the crowd. The butt of her weapon was against her shoulder as she aimed it at the Guardians. She must have heard him shouting at the mob to let him through because she glanced back at him. She was pale with rage. "Do you know whose idea this was?" From her accusatory tone, he understood her meaning. Cherry knew about his friendship with Cariad, and that Cariad had probably had a hand in the decision to reactivate the Guardians. Cherry was wondering if he had known about it too, but had kept quiet.
I didn't know there were plans to do this.
He walked to her side, wondering why the Guardians had halted. Cherry's gun was no threat to them. They could have easily ignored her and continued on their way. Yet they'd chosen to respect the ill feeling greeting them. "I've told them they have to go back to the Mistral, but they're refusing."
"We would like to help you,"
said one of the male Guardians. "I've told you we don't need your help." "We can build shelters, ensure the safety of your water supply," said a female Guardian. Ethan recognized her. She had been one of the pair of Guardians who had tried to take a bloody rag from a boy, a piece of his father's shirt, after the shuttle disaster. "We're doing fine by ourselves," Cherry said. "This isn't your place, and we aren't yours to control. Leave us alone. You aren't welcome here. Go back where you belong. Go and deactivate yourselves. We don't want you." "But you don't understand," the female Guardian said. "We must help you." A woman stepped out from the crowd of colonists and turned to speak to them. "The Guardians are only bringing supplies. What harm can they do? We should leave them alone." "I agree," said a man. "They say they're here to help, and I believe them." Ethan didn't recognize him or the woman who had spoken. The man was red-haired and covered in freckles, and the woman was brunette. Clearly, they were woken. It was no surprise they'd chosen to take the Guardian's side. Yet Ethan had to admit they were probably right. The Guardians were unarmed, and they'd respected the crowd's anger, even if they hadn't actually returned to the ship. He also spoke to the crowd.
"The Guardians haven't come here to tell us what to do. I believe that they're here to help us, as they say. We should let them through."
"What?" Cherry exclaimed. "No! What are you doing? We have to make them leave. Do you want things to go back to the way they were?"
"I don't, but things are different now. The Guardians haven't brought their weapons."
"As far as we can tell."
"And they're listening to us. Cherry, right now, we're just trying to survive each day that comes. We need all the help we can get."
She gave a dismissive snort. "What good are 5 more pairs of hands going to do? The Guardian's presence is going to cause more problems than it solves. You'll see. You might have forgotten everything they did, but my memory is still pretty fresh, and I'm not the only one who feels like that." He said to the androids,
"Why don't you take the rations to the storage area? Then we can talk about what else you can do."
The Guardians picked up their boxes and walked through the departing colonists. But then one fell down, dropping her box. The ground wasn't rough, and the android's coordination was probably better than a human's. She must have been tripped. The red-haired Woken man noticed and stopped to help the female Guardian to her feet. After retrieving her load, she continued on as if nothing had happened. The androids might encounter more bullying while they were among the colonists. Ethan wasn't particularly concerned for their well-being. They were physically tough and apparently nearly emotionless, but a culture of nasty behavior that was condoned wouldn't be good for the colony.
"Come on,"
he said to Cherry.
"Let's go back. I need to find some jobs for these Guardians to keep them out of people's way."
She shouldered her weapon. "How can you think this is okay? What's gotten into you?" Garwin finally arrived, panting heavily. His long weeks of incarceration told on him.
"What are the Guardians doing in the camp? Who let them in?"
"Ethan did," Cherry replied.
"No way. Why? Having those robots down here is the last thing we need." "Is it?" Ethan asked. "Seems to me we have worse problems on our hands right now. What bothers me more is the fact there was no consultation, not even a warning. Someone up there made the decision without asking anyone else."
"We're back to the same story," Cherry said bitterly. "Even now, after everything that's happened, the Woken are still trying to control us." The crowd and the Guardians had drawn away. Ethan and Cherry were walking slowly so Garwin could catch his breath. It was only when they were at the outskirts of the shelters that Ethan noticed another knot of people had formed. Raised voices carried through the air.
"Looks like more trouble,"
said Garwin. "See what I mean?" Ethan ran across to the group. This time the colonists hadn't packed in closely. He could see what was happening in the gaps between the bodies. The Guardians were standing back to back, and a handful of colonists stood in front of them, facing the assembling throng.
"Let us get them,"
one of the crowd shouted.
"We're only going to take them back to the shuttle. We won't hurt them."
"Ha!" another voice shouted.
"Not much, anyway."
The comment drew coarse laughs. The 2 Woken who had spoken on the Guardians' behalf before were among the handful facing the crowd. They began to verbally defend them again, telling the other colonists to go back to their business. Their fellow defenders were Woken too. Cherry had been right. It was all starting again. Ethan pushed his way forward. Ignoring the angry colonists, he guided the Guardians away and over to the flitter pile. Anyone who approached him in anger was met with an even angrier response. He set the Guardians to work, cleaning the second retrieved flitter, as well as digging out the rest of them. Eventually, the antagonistic men and women grew bored and left. Only then did he feel it was safe to leave the Guardians, while he made an important comm to the Mistral. Chapter 9. The Mistral's medical bay was much quieter and calmer than it had been in the days following the tsunami. Though most beds remained occupied, the Guardians working there rarely spoke, and the patients were not emergency cases. Now the androids had taken over, Cariad was looking forward to setting up a simple clinic planetside with Kurtz and Alastair. They would be able to keep a close eye on the general health of the colonists. Surface conditions were survivable, but the chances of waterborne illnesses, sicknesses from exposure to the elements, and accidental injuries were higher. She was in the medical bay gathering supplies to take down when she received a comm. She felt a rush of excitement and pleasure and stepped into the storage room to speak in private. "Hi, Ethan." Had he gotten over his weird reaction to her suggestion? Were they over their falling out?
"Cariad, the Guardians arrived here about an hour ago. What are they doing here? Whose decision was it to reactivate them?"
"What? I didn't know they'd gone planetside already." She was wrong-footed by his questions. It wasn't the conversation she had expected.
"That isn't what I asked you."
Ethan sounded like he was trying to keep anger out of his voice.
"Whose decision was it to reactivate the Guardians, and why wasn't anyone else consulted?"
"It was a group decision."
"By Woken, right?"
"No, Adelson was there too. He agreed."
"With what? Whatever you all suggested?"
"It wasn't like that. We didn't have time to have a big discussion about it and a colony-wide vote. We need the Guardians."
"Damn it, Cariad. Do you have any idea what you've done? Can you even imagine what the reaction has been like down here? Good people have turned into an angry mob. I had to stop them from attacking the Guardians. And who jumped to the android's defense? Woken. So now we have a divide again. After all we've been through and everything threatening us, we've been driven apart again. As if things weren't bad enough. Everyone here is clinging on. And now the Guardians have arrived to remind them that even if by a miracle they do survive, they're going to be living under the Woken's regime."
"That isn't how it'll be."
"That doesn't matter. It's what people think. And that's the last thing we need right now. How could you do this?"
"How could I do this?" She had borne his anger stoically, but his last comment tipped her over the edge. "How could I not do this? Do you think you have a monopoly on caring about the colony? We all care, Ethan. Everyone is trying to do their best. You're talking to me like I don't know how things are down there. Well, while you were lying around in your cabin, waiting on your new leg, I was there at the settlement, burning slug limpets and cleaning shit out of the water supply. I know what things are like. And when we made the decision to reactivate the Guardians, it was to help everyone. I'm sorry we didn't do better in preventing the problems, but I still believe we did the right thing. So you're just going to have to deal with it." She cut the comm. Alastair walked into the storage room at the same time. Seeing her expression, he asked,
"Is everything all right?"
"Everything's fine. Let's take one of these sterilizers out to the shuttle bay." She was seething, but trying her best to calm down. She told herself that, like everyone else, Ethan was under a lot of pressure. It was understandable he would be mad about the sudden appearance of the Guardians. Yet the stark contrast between what she'd been expecting to hear from him and what she had heard was hurtful and shocking. So much for her hopes of a reconciliation. After leaving Alastair at the shuttle securing the fragile equipment, she returned to the medical centre to collect more items. As she walked through the entrance, her comm chirruped again. She halted. Did Ethan want to apologise? But then she saw who it was. Surprised to hear from Aubreo, she opened the comm. "Where have you been?"
"More to the point, where are you?"
She didn't think her location was pertinent, but she told him.
"Good, stay there. I'll meet you outside in 5 minutes."
She groaned.
"What's wrong?"
Dr. Kurtz asked, carrying a box of dressings. "Just an unwelcome visitor arriving soon."
"I'd better get out of here then,"
Kurtz replied with a grin. Aubreo was exerting control again. She did, however, go out of the medical bay to meet him, curious about why he wanted to see her. The fact that he seemed utterly unashamed of his behaviour on the bridge and made no apology didn't surprise her at all. She only had to wait a few moments before the ex-financier appeared, casting glances behind as he hurried closer. He seemed to expect guardians to pounce on him at any moment. As he reached her, he clearly realised where he was, almost the exact spot where androids had pounced on him a few months ago. He stopped abruptly, grabbed her arm and tried to drag her away, muttering, "Let's go somewhere else."
"Hey, let go of me!" She pulled her arm from his grasp. "If you want to speak to me, you can do it here. I'm not going anywhere." "But what if one of them turns up?"
"You mean a guardian? Have you been hiding from them all this time? What do you think they're going to do to you? You're being ridiculous."
"No, I'm not. They extracted me from their little equation once, and they could do it again. How would you like it if someone knocked you out with no particular intention of ever waking you up?"
His gaze shifted to each end of the corridor in turn before he looked into her face.
"Not much, eh? You might think they're saviours sent from Earth. To me, there's something different."
"No one thinks they're our saviours, but they can help us, and that's exactly what they've been doing. They don't care about you anymore. Maybe they've forgotten you exist." Aubrio's eyebrows peaked. The notion that someone might have forgotten of his existence was a novelty, and probably an unpleasant one. "People have better things to do than think about you. Instead of skulking around here, why don't you do something useful? What are you even doing on the Mistral anyway? Why aren't you planet-side with all the other able-bodied people?"
"If you must know, I was hanging around in case I was needed to operate the weapons system. The aliens could be back any minute."
"Probably not, according to the Guardians. They think the aliens won't be back for at least 3 months. Why don't you help us set up a clinic at the settlement? That would be something useful for you to do. We're going to be taking supplies down soon. You could come along."
"Go down to the settlement? I suppose I could."
He looked pensive for a moment before adding,
"Yeah, actually, that would be a very good idea."
She didn't like the tone of his response. He clearly had something else in mind, other than helping to set up the clinic. Nevertheless, she invited him into the medical centre. They packed up the boxes of sterile dressings, antibiotics, pain relief medication, disposable sheets, rehydration powders, and portable medical scanners. Anything larger, they would have to improvise. Beds would be a problem. As far as she knew, no beds had survived the bombardment and deluge, and the Mistral didn't carry spares. The best they could do was beg a few mattresses from cabins. The occupants would be forced to sleep on the deck, but they would be in far better conditions than those trying to survive on the planet. Finally, they were all set to go down. They went to the shuttle bay, but had to wait outside. A vessel was docking. When the shuttle pilot had powered down the engines, the bay door unlocked and they could enter. Unusually, the pilot walked over to speak to them before going to the other shuttle filled with supplies. It was Jang, a Gen who Cariad had spoken to during her investigation into the natural movement. "Just thought you should know," the pilot said. "There was some trouble at the settlement. They didn't take too well to the fact that the Guardians had been reactivated." "Yeah, I heard about it," Cariad replied. "I didn't send down a message to let them know. It looks like no one else thought to do it either." "That's right. They had no idea. I didn't see much of it, but there was a standoff outside the shuttle field." "What happened?" "It broke up eventually, and the Guardians went into the settlement. I don't know what went on after that, but you might find a tense atmosphere when you arrive." "Okay, thanks for the heads up." "Heads up?" "Warning," Cariad explained. Along with the other passengers heading planet-side, she filed onto the waiting shuttle. As she strapped in, she thought back to Ethan's comm. It was inevitable their paths would cross now that she was returning to the settlement. She didn't know how she would handle that when it happened. Was he still angry about her suggestion that he assume the leadership? Or was his only problem with the Guardians? The more she thought about all that had passed between them, the more annoyed she grew. Ethan's abrupt departure after they'd been so close had been rude and demeaning. What had she done to deserve that kind of treatment? She wasn't going to go chasing after him, trying to fix things, when she hadn't been the cause of their problems. If she saw him planet-side, she would be civil and polite, but that was it. The shuttle's window covers retracted, revealing the wide dome of Concordia. Grey clouds obscured the surface. It would be raining when they landed. Across the aisle, Aubryo began to hum a tune. His hands were clasped in his lap, and he was sporting a contented smile. Though she was probably better off not knowing, she couldn't resist probing him to find out the source of his happiness. "You seem cheerful."
"Oh, yeah."
"You know things are pretty hard down there, don't you?" Aubryo was about to experience the worst living conditions he'd ever encountered in his pampered life.
"I know, but it's where nearly everyone is right now. It's somewhere I can generate support."
"Support for what?"
"My run for the leadership. I did my research. The Guardians are programmed to obey the leader, right? If that's me, they won't be able to take me out of the picture again, because the leader won't let them, see?"
He laughed.
"Genius or what?"
He continued to hum. Chapter 10. They were nearly through the hull. Ethan had enlisted the help of 2 of the Guardians, much to Cherry and Garwin's disgust, but the male and female androids' efforts had sped up progress significantly. The hole they'd created together was roughly 2.5 meters deep, and according to the Guardian's archive information, the Nova's hull was 3 meters thick. The female Guardian was called Brent, and her male counterpart had given his name as Sykes. Ethan had set the other 3 androids who had come down from the Mistral another task. He'd asked them to unearth the remaining flitters. The job would keep them separate from the colonists, but at the same time it would show them performing an important and useful role. He hoped their reputation would improve as a result. He wished he could have remained at the settlement while the Guardians were working. Instead, he had to rely on Woken to keep watch and protect the Guardians from angry, resentful gens. The scientists had agreed, unsurprisingly. He regretted the division the Guardians' arrival had sparked, but he couldn't see an immediate way around it. He also had more important things to do. Brent and Sykes agreed the most efficient way to break through the hull was to blast it with weapons. They could make better tools aboard the Mistral, but in the time it would take to print and assemble the components, they would have penetrated the hull with weapon fire. The Guardians, Ethan, Garwin and Cherry had been alternately burning the surface. Then, when the burned material had cooled, they dug it out to expose a fresh area. And all the while the thread squirmed and writhed in the waves below. The intention was to make a hole wide enough for 1 person. As soon as they could get inside the ship, they would search for survivors and then assess the state of the interior. After that, they would widen the hole to remove anything worth salvaging. The sun had set, and in the twilight the trough they'd cut was dark with shadows. The space could accommodate a tall man lying down, which meant it was roomy for Cherry, who was working inside it. Garwin, Brent and Sykes were preparing the final assault of the day from the other flitter. Cherry's head and shoulders emerged, and she tossed out burnt remnants. "You know what? If the conditions inside the ship are still good, maybe we could move the entire settlement here. It'd be drier and warmer aboard the Nova than anywhere else on the planet."
"Return to living on the ship?"
Ethan asked.
"I'm not sure if I like the sound of that. It wouldn't feel right. We've made Concordia our home now."
He imagined walking around inside the ship again, revisiting the places he'd grown up, returning to the cabin he and Lauren had shared. It wasn't an appealing thought. Too many sad memories of people who had passed on.
Everything must be upended inside there too.
Oh yeah, I've forgotten. The Nova's living and working areas had depended on the ship's rotation for their artificial gravity, which had meant down had always been in the direction of the hull. The new down would be the walls and perhaps even the ceilings. Still, we could get over that. We would only have to move things around a little. There's plenty of space inside.
But how would we get to and from the shore? We can't use the flitters indefinitely.
We could build a bridge or boats. Cherry looked down at the twirling threads in the water, now black in the rising darkness. Boats with tall hulls.
I don't know. Let's concentrate on getting inside first. Then we can talk about what to do next.
I was thinking that living in the ship might be a better protection when the aliens come back. It would be safer than sitting out in the open or even hiding underground. When the aliens come back had become a familiar phrase in the colony. It was ever present in everyone's minds. When they would be attacked again. When their brief time on Concordia would come to an end. Ethan?
Sorry. Yeah, maybe the old ship would protect us from a bombardment, especially if we stayed in the lower levels. But then it's probably flooded and infested with threads down there.
There is that.
We decided to call it a day,
Garwin called from the other flitter.
Brent just heard from the Mistral that the section we're trying to break into is in the middle of the agri-district. Even if we manage to penetrate it tonight, we don't have any equipment to lower ourselves down the drop inside. We'll come back first thing tomorrow with everything we'll need.
Okay, Ethan replied.
Let's head back.
Cherry climbed into his flitter and he turned it away from the hull, inputting the settlement coordinates. The next day's work might be sad and horrible. He hoped they wouldn't find and have to remove the bodies of the 3 colonists who had been aboard when the ship had crashed. Aching and sore from days of physical labour after weeks of sedentary activity, he was looking forward to another dinner of emergency rations before heading to bed. He, Cherry and Garwin were still sharing Cherry's shelter. The situation was far from perfect, but he was too tired to care. A couple of hours later they arrived at the electric fence. Cherry was curled up on the back seat, snoring. The guard opened the gate, and as he flew through, Ethan noticed that more lights had been erected. He guided his vehicle over to the space set aside to store the flitters. He was pleased to see that the Guardians had unearthed another 3. They were battered and muddy, but intact. As he parked, Cherry began to stir. He climbed out. A large man was approaching through the darkness. It was the woken Aubreo, who the Guardians had sedated, the final unconscionable act that had united the colony's factions against the androids. Ethan knew very little about Aubreo, though what he did know he didn't like. Not that it was any excuse for what the Guardians had done. Aubreo must have come down on the shuttle that morning, a while before the second trip to the colony ship. Cariad had arrived on that flight too. Ethan decided not to go and see her. He was still angry over the decision about reactivating the Guardians, and he didn't want to damage their relationship even further.
"It's Ethan, right?"
Aubreo said, not halting until he was too close for comfort. He also drew himself up to his full height.
"That's right. What can I do for you?"
Aubreo was a full head taller than him and powerfully built. For some reason, he appeared to be trying to use his size to be intimidating. Ethan was confused. What did this man have against him? They barely knew each other. He reached into the flitter to lift out the 2 Guardian weapons. Aubreo tensed and his arrogant expression faltered. Ethan grew more confused. Cherry appeared from the other side of the vehicle. "I'll take those," she said, seeing that Ethan was occupied. He handed her the weapons and returned his attention to Aubryo. The man relaxed a little. Aubryo said,
"I've come to talk to you about the election for leader." "Okay."
Ethan thought a moment. What election for leader? Aubryo sneered.
"Don't play the fool with me. I've been in the game too long to fall for tactics like that. I've come to let you know you should think twice about standing. Things would be better for you if you stepped down."
Ethan leaned an elbow on the flitter roof. He was too tired for whatever nonsense this man was spouting.
"What are you talking about? I told you, don't play the fool."
Aubryo stepped even closer and bent over him.
"The leadership's mine, do you understand? And if you don't step down, I'll make sure you regret it."
"Is everything all right?" Cherry asked. She had returned from putting the weapons away and was standing close by, her hands in her pockets. Ethan turned to speak to her, dragging his gaze away from Aubryo's overbearing stare.
"Apparently I'm standing for election to be leader."
"Oh yeah, I was meaning to tell you about that. I heard we were having an election just before we left for the Nova. I nominated you. Garwin seconded. Meet your only opponent." Ethan stared at her for a moment. He looked up into Aubryo's threatening face.
"I get it now. Sorry, but I won't be stepping down." "You don't get it. I'm not asking you, I'm telling you. You're stepping down."
He pushed a fingertip into Ethan's cheek.
"And what I want?"
Air flew from Aubryo's mouth in a great woof, and he crumpled over. Ethan had punched him in the stomach. Aubryo's overhanging position had allowed the perfect shot. Ethan was not a violent man, but he was exhausted and extremely stressed about the colony and everything that had happened with Cariad. Some asshole poking him and threatening him had been the final straw. Having made his point, he took a couple of steps away from Aubryo where he knelt, bent over and wheezing. "Ethan!" Cherry exclaimed. He felt a hand on his calf. Aubryo hadn't given up the fight. He was tugging, trying to unbalance him so that he could attack him on the ground. Reflexively, Ethan swung around with his free leg and kicked Aubryo in the head. The man screamed and fell backward, his hand flying to his temple, which was spurting blood. Too late, Ethan realized he'd kicked the man with his prosthetic foot. It was harder, sharper, and far more dangerous than any boot. He cursed and leapt to Aubryo's side, trying to discover what damage he had done. But Aubryo's hand was clamped to the injury.
"Let me see it."
Ethan peered between the man's fingers, but all he could see was red. Aubryo was moaning in pain.
"Get away from me, bloody maniac!"
The entire left side of his face was a mask of blood. It was dripping from his jaw and down his shirt. "Come on." Cherry had also arrived at Aubryo's side. "Come with me. I'll take you to the clinic they're setting up. I'm sure that looks worse than it is." She helped him to his feet, and the two set off. Aubryo's arm was over Cherry's shoulder, while his other hand clutched his head. Ethan cursed again. Cariad would be working at the new clinic. What would she think of him when Aubryo turned up and told her how he'd gotten his injury? The fool would give his own version of events, of course, painting Ethan as the bad guy. She would think he really had gone crazy, and if that wasn't bad enough, it looked like he was about to become leader. Chapter 11. If Cariad had seen the new planet-side clinic in another setting, she might have thought it was part of a refugee camp. Yet compared to the general state of the settlement, it was one of the better-looking constructions. Although the aliens' bombardment had set the settlement ablaze, the fire hadn't consumed everything due to the fire-retardant nature of the building materials. It had been the tsunami that had caused the most damage. As time had gone on, the colonists had removed more of the deposited mud, uncovering remains of buildings they were using to construct more robust dwellings, including the clinic. If there was one thing the Gens knew how to do, it was to build. In just a few hours they'd made a room with a roof that reliably kept out the rain, and added a supply of fresh running water and reliable lighting. Storage cupboards, an examination area, and mattresses and bedding from the Mistral added the finishing touches just before the first patients turned up. A teenage boy with a stomach infection and a woman who had suffered a bad sprain after slipping in the mud. Both of them would have had to wait for the next shuttle flight in order to receive treatment before, but now all the settlers living planetside had fast access to basic medical care. It was a bright moment in an otherwise dark time. Cariad pulled off her scrubs and gloves and rubbed sterilizing solution over her hands. It was late evening and well past time to close up for the day. Kurtz would remain on site in case of emergencies. Alistair would be staying too in order to care for the sick boy who had no family. The younger Gen children were aboard the Mistral, but the older ones lived in groups with a few carers. More and more children were being adopted into families. The social structure left over from the voyage was breaking down and blending into nuclear family structure, but many adolescent kids remained part of their original birth group, perhaps a little too old to want to be considered someone's child. Cariad stretched, tired but content with her day's work. The threat of the aliens' return was hanging over their heads, and she didn't know if there was any point to her efforts, but working to the best of her ability was a comforting distraction. She looked forward to seeing Renee again and catching up on what had been happening while she'd been gone. Cariad had shared a small shelter with her old friend ever since the disasters. The bombardment and tsunami had been terrible, but what had followed had also been one of the worst few hours of her life. Numb with grief at the death of her techs, she had joined the throngs climbing down from their safe perches into devastation. From then on her memories were jumbled until the moment she'd heard the spreading news that Ethan was alive and had turned up at the settlement gate. She sighed. She had been so happy at the sight of him, injured but still living. So much had gone wrong since then, and she wasn't sure why. Maybe tomorrow. She pushed open the clinic door to leave, saying goodbye to Kurtz, Alistair and the boy patient. Maybe tomorrow I'll see him and we can talk. However, the door met with resistance. Someone was on the other side of it. She peered around the edge to see who was trying to come in. It was perhaps the last people she expected. Cherry was here with Aubreo, who had been injured. His arm was over Cherry's shoulder and she was supporting him. Cariad stepped out and held the door open. "That's some cut you have there, Aubreo." He grimaced. A trail of blood ran from his forehead and down his shirt. He even had blood on his pants. "Sit him down on the examination table," she said to Cherry. Dr. Kurtz, who had been relaxing on a spare bed, came over to see the new arrival. He and Cherry helped Aubreo up. "Are you hurt too?" Cariad asked Cherry, who was also wet with blood. "I'm fine. This is his." Kurtz had donned gloves and was already examining his patient, completing a scan of the man's brain with a portable scanner. "You can wash up over there if you like," Cariad told Cherry, indicating the sink. "That's nasty," said Dr. Kurtz as he wiped blood from Aubreo's forehead. "Been in a fight?" Kurtz's tone was light-hearted, but Cherry replied, "Yes, he has," over her shoulder as she washed her hands. "Yeah," Aubreo growled. "You should see the other guy." Cherry snorted. "The other guy's fine." "Wait," Kurtz said. "You really received this injury in a brawl?" Cariad peered over the doctor's shoulder and winced. Something had sliced open the skin on Aubryo's forehead. The cut was so wide and deep that Kurtz could lift it up, exposing the bone. Cariad went to get the Guardian's medical gel. It would seal the wound without the need for stitches and heal it without leaving a scar. She wasn't as surprised as Kurtz was that Aubryo had gotten into a fight. From what she'd heard, while she and the others who had come down in the shuttle had been helping to build the clinic, Aubryo had been trying to garner support for his attempt to win the leadership election he had instigated. Alistair had also come over to see the new patient. He began to clean Aubryo's gash. Cariad handed the tube of healing gel to Kurtz. What Aubryo didn't realise was that the gens saw him as just another Woken. It didn't matter to them that he wasn't a scientist. What was more, according to Ethan, the Guardians' arrival had defined the lines of division again. The gens didn't know or care that Aubryo wasn't the one who had ordered the Guardians to control them. The notion that the gens would elect a Woken to be leader was ridiculous. Aubryo must have started an argument and escalated it to a physical altercation, the same as he had with her on the bridge of the Mistral. But levels of stress and tension among the settlers were sky high. Aubryo was lucky he'd come off so lightly. He could have suffered a lot worse at the hands of an angry mob. "See you all later." Cherry left. After the door swung closed, Aubryo began to explain what had happened.
"I was just trying to talk to someone about the election, and he sprang on me like a lunatic, punched me in the stomach, and then kicked me in the head." "You were struck in the stomach too?" Kurtz asked. "Dang, I should have asked if you had any other injuries. Alistair, stop that for a moment. I want to scan his abdomen."
Alistair moved away, dropping bloody gauze into the biohazard container.
"Would you please lie down?"
Kurtz asked Aubryo.
"Totally out of the blue."
Aubryo swung his legs onto the table and lay back. Blood dripped steadily from his cut onto the disposable sheet. Cariad was finding his story hard to believe. She knew what he was like. Her earlier guess was far more likely. Kurtz picked up the portable scanner and ran it over Aubryo's torso. He checked the readings.
"Okay, you don't seem to have sustained any internal damage. Sit up again so we can fix that cut."
Aubryo's forehead was beginning to turn deep purple. He'd received quite a blow. What had hit him? The injury wasn't the result of a punch. He'd been struck with an object of some kind. Kurtz was clearly having the same thoughts.
"What caused your head injury? Did someone cut you with a knife?" "I told you I was kicked in the head."
"No kidding. Someone's boot did that?"
"Not his boot, his foot. He's got that metal foot, hasn't he?"
Cariad's mouth fell open. "Ethan did this to you?"
"Yeah, it was Ethan. Crazy bastard. He ought to be locked up."
A look passed between Alistair and Kurtz. They clearly had a different idea of what had happened, but their professionalism prevented them from challenging the truth of Aubryo's statement to his face. What had Aubryo really done or said to prompt Ethan to react so violently? It had to have been something pretty awful. She hoped Ethan was okay. The fact that he hadn't turned up at the clinic meant he probably was, and Cherry had said the other guy was fine. The Guardians had been right about Aubryo all along. In the delicate, fragile, fledgling colony, the man was trouble personified. Alistair continued to clean Aubryo's wound. When he was finished, Kurtz applied the gel. The two men worked in silence. Soon Aubryo's forehead was clean, and the cut Ethan's foot had inflicted had stopped bleeding. A long, angry red line divided the patient's brow, which had turned vivid purple. Medical gel glistened on his skin. Kurtz gave him an analgesic to dull the pain and allow him to sleep, then sent him on his way. As soon as the clinic door closed, Alastair let loose.
Asshole! I wonder what he really said to Ethan to make him react like that. He was probably trying to make him pull out of the election,
Kurtz replied.
He knows he doesn't stand a chance if Ethan's running.
Ethan's standing for leader? Aubryo said he was going to try to start up the election process, but...
Yeah, Alastair replied. Didn't you hear? Honestly, I don't think anyone was taking Aubryo or his proposal to run a leadership election seriously. But then Ethan was nominated and seconded. I guess when Aubryo was going around asking people to vote for him, they told him to his face they were going to vote for Ethan instead.
Kurtz laughed.
He wouldn't have taken that too well.
I can't believe it. Ethan's going to be leader?
He is, said Alastair. Great, isn't it? We're finally going to have someone to pull everyone together.
It is great. Cariad was happy that Ethan had seen sense. Or had he? Had she pushed him into taking on a role he didn't want? She hoped with time he would understand he'd made the right decision. Suddenly, chirrups filled the air in an electronic chorus. The noise came from Cariad's comm button and also from Kurtz's and Alastair's. It was a general colony-wide comm. She stiffened. Was it an emergency warning? Had the aliens returned far earlier than expected? Kurtz pressed his button. "Can anyone hear me?" a voice asked. Cariad's heart leapt as she immediately recognized the owner. "This is Geeson. I'm aboard the Nova with 2 others, and we need help." Chapter 12. Ethan was lying on his back in the narrow cleft they'd excavated in the Nova's hull. After the news had arrived that people were alive aboard the ship, he and the others had arrived at first light and worked harder than ever to finish their task. According to the Guardian's schematics, only a few centimeters now lay between his feet and the interior. When he broke through, Geeson and the 2 reproduction techs would be there, ready to be picked up. He could hardly wait. It would be one good, joyful event after a series of terrible disasters. He gripped the rough surface of the cleft, drew up his knees, braced himself, and kicked as hard as he could, driving his heels against the remaining material. His prosthetic jarred against his stump, sending out jabs of pain. He gritted his teeth and kicked again. This time the whole material gave a little. He lifted his head to squint between his knees, but he couldn't see much. The dawn light penetrating the hole was dim. For a 3rd time he kicked. Yes, his prosthetic had pushed into nothingness.
"I've broken through!"
Whoops and cheers came from Garwin and Cherry. "Well done," Brent called.
"Yes," added Sykes. "Very well done."
Ethan kicked with his other foot. It slipped into air too. He turned onto his front and swiveled around to peer into the gap. Pulling aside torn fragments, he found himself looking into darkness. It was odd. He'd known the ship's power would be out, but he'd expected the crash survivors to have found or made some sort of portable lighting. He stuck his head through the hole.
"Hey!"
Echoes bounced around the dark space. A dank, earthy smell penetrated his nostrils. "Hey!" a woman's voice shouted back. "Geeson." "Who's that?" she went on. "We're so glad you found us. Where are you?" He followed the direction of the voice and spotted small twin lights.
"It's Ethan."
The trapped colonists wouldn't be able to see him at the distance.
"I'm way above you."
It was hard to estimate the exact distance, but Geeson and the 2 techs were hundreds of meters below their escape route.
"Don't worry, we'll get you out. We've brought some equipment. Are you all okay?"
"We're fine. Florian and I can't actually leave. We have to stay on the ship to look after the babies, but we would like to come out, even if only for a little while, just to know that we can." "They need to look after the babies," Geeson said. "I don't. I'm not planning on setting foot in this place again if I can help it. So please send down a rope or something, okay? Ethan laughed.
The babies survived too? That's great news. You'll just have to be patient a little while longer. We need to widen this hole and get set up.
Right. We'll make our way over to be ready for you. It's a bit difficult. We have to cross huge mounds of soil. He swiveled around until he could see the flitter occupants.
They're all okay. From what I can tell, we've broken through about a third to halfway up the district.
Damn, said Cherry. All that work and we're in the wrong place.
I don't think we could have cut a hole much closer to them if we'd wanted to. The spot they're at seems to be below the waterline. But that doesn't make any sense, said Sykes. If that were the case, they should be underwater, unless air pressure is holding the water back.
He looked at Brent, and the two of them continued a discussion in silence.
Anyway, said Ethan, if we're careful, I'm sure we can haul them up. I've only opened a small section so far. I'll make the hole bigger so we can bring them out safely. We can't risk them falling.
No, we can't, Cherry said. Especially not the female tech. She's pregnant.
She is? I didn't know that.
Cariad told me. She's elated they're alive. Sykes said,
Ethan, I'll take over from you to widen the hole. Then we'll lower the harness.
Ethan climbed out and into a flitter, allowing the android to take his place.
This is fantastic. I don't know how they survived the crash, but I'm sure glad they did.
Me too, Cherry said. Somehow it makes me feel like we stand more of a chance. I saw the ship coming down on the feed from the Mistral. The Nova was moving slow, not like a meteor, flying in and burning up. It was almost gliding, so I thought there was a chance they might make it. But then I heard there was hardly anything left intact at the crash site, and I gave up hope.
It must have been a hell of an impact, said Garwin. It's amazing any part of the ship is still in one piece.
I wonder how much of it is below the waterline. When we get Geeson and those techs out, we'll know more. But come to think of it, if the ship had hit the surface hard enough to disintegrate, don't you think we would have felt a shock from the impact? Like the earthquakes they had on Earth. I don't recall feeling anything. Do you, Ethan? He thought back to his time in the Thread cell prior to his release.
I don't remember feeling anything. All he could remember of the time before that blissful moment when the Threads finally set him free was the dreadful chant they'd broadcast for hours. Out, be careful. He and Rudra had finally discovered what the creatures had meant. The be careful had referred to the approaching tsunami, which they'd only managed to survive by clinging to the fence. In retrospect, it might have made more sense for the Threads to wait until the tsunami had passed, before giving them their freedom. But perhaps the Threads knew their cell would become unstable, and had judged it safer for the humans to be outside. I wonder why we couldn't talk to Geeson and the others over the comm. I'd love to know what they've been doing since the attack. Ethan replied, I guess the part of the ship where they can access the external comm must be far from the agri-district. On the other flitter, Brent and Garwin were readying the equipment the Guardians had brought along. The Mistral's printer had constructed the items and they had arrived via shuttle in the middle of the night. The line was very thin, but the androids had assured them it was extremely strong. Brent was checking the harness. Sykes poked his head out of the hole in the ship's side. I've widened the gap. I'm confident they can fit through it now. Right, Garwin said. So we're going to use the winch to extract them?
That's the best option, Brent replied. We've connected it to the flitter's power supply. Later, if we can connect it to the ship, we'll fix it to the side somewhere around here for bringing out the equipment.
Are you sure?
Ethan had wanted to manually pull up the trapped colonists.
What if we hit a snag? The floor of the agri-district is covered with fixed growing beds. We don't want to accidentally crush them against something. I'm sure we could manage to pull them up ourselves.
Sykes will observe the extraction while I'm operating the winch, Brent said. We can see much better than humans in low light. We'll go slowly. He'll tell me immediately if there's a problem, and I can stop the winch. If we try to pull them up by hand, we might accidentally lose our hold on the line. It's too risky. Brent passed the harness across to Sykes, who fed it in. She attached the other end to the winch and allowed the rest of the line to hang in a loop in the gap between the flitter and the ship, brushing the thread-filled waves below. Sykes disappeared into the hole again and apparently sent Brent a silent message because she began to operate the winch. The slack in the line straightened out until it was finally taut. The winch continued to hum, dragging up a heavy weight at the other end. Ethan watched the cleft in the hull, wondering who would come out first. The winch stopped. Someone had reached the access hole. Ethan peered into the dark space, but could see nothing except the soles of Sykes's boots. "Is he helping someone out?" Cherry asked Brent, who nodded, her hand on the winch. It was the female reproduction tech who emerged. Ethan saw the top of her head, her long hair parted in the middle. Then she turned her face toward them, grinning in the morning sunlight. "Cassie!" Cherry exclaimed. "It's so great to see you. Are you okay?" "I'm fine. We're all fine, though it's been quite an adventure. Can you make it over to the flitter?" "Yeah, no problem." Cherry and Ethan held out their hands to help her. Ethan noticed Cassie's rounded belly as she climbed across. "What happened to you?" Cherry was looking down at Cassie's feet and legs, which were covered in dirt. "All the soil from the Agri district has fallen against the wall. We had to dig through a mountain of the stuff. Or rather, Florian and Geeson did. Florian wouldn't let me help on account of my bump." "What are conditions like in there?" asked Cherry. "How high is the water?" "The funny thing is, the water level has been dropping for days, ever since we crashed. We think the threads might be doing it." "The threads?" Ethan echoed. "We've been terrified of them. They're infesting every place the sea penetrated. But then a few hours ago, we think they spoke to us over the general comm, just before Geeson commed the settlement." "What?" said Cherry. "You think the threads spoke to you? What did they say?" "They told us they wanted to help us. They said they'd fixed our comm and we could talk to our friends outside the ship."
"They said all of that?"
Ethan was astounded. In his experience, not so long ago, the threads had only been able to say 3 words in human language. It was really hard to understand them, and they didn't say anything else. Geeson thinks they'd accessed the ship's computer and database and begun to decipher our language. I guess she must be right. How else would they know how to speak to us?" Ethan looked over the side of the flitter to the threads in the water below, trying to understand what the creatures had done. They had kept him, Rudra, and little Ganaka captive for weeks, yet they had tried to help the people trapped on the Nova escape. Chapter 13.
"You must have rearranged that cupboard 15 times, Cariad," Dr. Kurtz said. "Maybe you should go for a walk."
She slid a box onto a shelf and closed the cupboard door. The doctor sounded irritated, and she couldn't blame him. She was on tenterhooks of anticipation, and she couldn't keep still. Maybe she should go out for a while, but then she might not be here when Cassie appeared at the clinic entrance. Before she could take another step, Cariad rushed over to hug her. Taking care to avoid pressing into the woman's pregnancy, she held her tightly. "Thank the stars you're okay," she said through tears. "I was so sure you must have died in the crash. I wouldn't let myself hope you hadn't." She released her hold on the tech. "But where are Florian and Geeson? Are they here too?" "Geeson's gone to the shuttle field to take the next flight up to the Mistral. She wants to talk to Adelson. Florian didn't come with us. He went back into the Nova. He has to stay to monitor the gestation systems, but he made me come here to be checked over." "So the babies really are okay, all of them?" Cassie had already told her the good news via Cherry's comm. Cariad had been beside herself with joy, yet she still needed to hear Cassie say it again. Yes, they're all fine. This is almost too good to be true. But come over here so we can check how you're doing. She led Cassie to the examination table. Alistair said, "My turn for a hug. No more heroics from now on, okay? You're staying here with us now, right?"
"I'd love to," said Cassie. "But I can't leave Florian in that ship all by himself. He'll be lonely."
Kurtz ran the scanner over her lower belly. He smiled.
"Would you like to see?"
"I'd love to." They all gathered around for a peek at Cassie and Florian's baby, displayed on the scanner screen.
"I can see the resemblance to Florian," Alistair said.
"I'll tell him you said that," said Cassie. "I'm not sure if he'll be pleased or not."
"Everything's looking good," said Kurtz. "I don't have any concerns, but I'd still prefer you remain here, Cassie. If you had an emergency aboard the Nova, you would be a couple of hours away by fitter. A round trip to pick you up would take 4 hours. That's a long time if you need urgent medical care."
Cassie sat up, looking sad. "I thought you might say that, but I really can't leave Florian alone. It'll be horrible for him."
"Florian is a grown man,"
Kurtz countered,
"and I'm sure he would rather suffer a few months' loneliness than jeopardize the health of his unborn child and its mother."
Cassie bit her lip. "I don't know what to do." "I do," said Cariad. "Florian can live at the settlement with you. I'll go aboard the ship to look after the babies." "No, I couldn't ask you to do that. I'm your boss, remember? Dr. Kurtz and Alistair can manage fine without me, so I'll take over from Florian. I've decided, but I don't think Florian will agree. I listened to Florian once when he wanted to stay on the ship during the alien attack. I'm not listening to him again. I'm laying down the law here. If he refuses to come off that ship, I'll ask the Guardians to extract him." Okay. I don't think it'll come to that. But you know, Cariad, if we hadn't stayed on the ship, all those babies might have died."
"Really?"
said Alistair.
"What happened?"
"If you bring me a drink, I'll tell you. I'm really thirsty." Alistair walked to the faucet and filled a beaker. Handing it to Cassie, he said,
"Enjoy Concordia's finest, fresh, filtered and disinfected."
Cassie took a swallow. That is nice. I was getting wary of the water supply on the Nova. All our systems went down when we crashed. I was worried the water was becoming contaminated, though I think the threads have fixed the system now. I had a drink not long before we went to the Agri district, and it tasted better." "The threads fixed the water system?" Cariad asked. "They've been fixing everything. But I'll start at the beginning and tell you it all. Can I sit on one of those beds?"
"Sure,"
Alistair said. He smoothed the bedding on one of the mattresses. "It feels so good to be walking on level surfaces again," said Cassie. "Everything's topsy-turvy inside the ship." She sat down cross-legged. Tucking her hair behind her ears, she began. "So, I'll start with the attack on the settlement. We saw it all. Geeson was pulling the satellite feed. It was terrible. We were so frightened for you. We could see pulses coming from outer space and exploding on the surface. But we also saw the Mistral's weapons were fighting off some of the attack, deflecting the fire away from Concordia. Then the aliens started firing at the Nova. None of the hits were near the reproduction facilities, but we could feel the impacts. I don't know about Florian, but I was pretty scared. The babies were okay, so I tried to stay calm. We were in our crash seats by then. We felt a big hit, the biggest up until then. And Geeson told us over the comm we'd lost an engine. She reassured us it was fine because the ship could stay in orbit with only 3 engines working. I tried to contact you, Cariad, to let you know we were okay so you wouldn't worry, but the external comm was down. We could see the Mistral was trying to defend us, but fire was still getting through. We felt 3 or 4 more impacts. I don't remember exactly how many. And then another big one. After that, Geeson told us we'd lost another engine. After a few moments' silence, she told us we were going to fall into Concordia. At the memory of the moment, Cassie's eyes shone and she swallowed. It meant that to save ourselves, we had to leave the babies. It was hard, but, they didn't stand a chance no matter what we did, right? Geeson said to meet her at the shuttle bay. It took us ages to get there because the transit line power was out. We had to hurry the whole way, but we'd lost some gravity by then, so that made it easier. We arrived out of breath, and Geeson told us it was no good. The external doors had been hit. They were warped out of shape so badly they weren't airtight, and the shuttle bay had no atmosphere. Even if we'd worn spacesuits, the bay doors wouldn't have opened to fly a shuttle out.
So you were stuck, Alistair said. We thought it had to be something like that when we didn't see you abandon ship.
We would have if we could. Believe me, none of us fancied being aboard when the Nova hit the planet, but there wasn't anything we could do. Geeson said we should return to our crash seats. She'd slowed the ship's fall as much as she could and said there was a very small chance we might survive the impact. The look on her face made me not believe her. I think she was only trying to give us some hope, so our last few hours weren't so dreadful. We returned to the reproduction facility. What else could we do? Geeson went back to the pilot's cabin. The internal comm was still working, so we all talked a bit as the ship went down. Cassie paused. It was a sad, horrible time. Geeson had told us when she expected the ship to hit, so we were kind of counting down in our heads, though no one mentioned the hours passing. When we lost the ship's gravity entirely and Concordia's took over, we were half hanging out of our seats. Everything was at a new angle, and we were kind of leaning forward, if you see what I mean. I thought that was lucky because it meant we were on the side of the ship and not the bottom, which would take the full force of impact. I was right, it turned out. That half is gone, as far as we can tell. If we'd been down there, we would never have survived. Geeson was okay too, because she was at a similar angle on the other side of the ship. I'm sure you can imagine how tense the last few moments were. We wished each other good luck and said what we needed to say in case we never saw each other again. Then it was weird, but I felt really calm, like everything was out of my hands and I couldn't change whatever was about to happen, so I shouldn't worry about it. Florian and I were holding hands and I just concentrated on his face, thinking... She wiped a tear from her cheek and chuckled, embarrassed. Well, you don't need to hear about all that. We hit. It was quite a jolt, but nowhere near as bad as I thought it would be. I held Florian's hand so tightly, I'm surprised I didn't squeeze it off. The funny thing was, we didn't stop moving immediately on impact. I could feel we were still going downward, though we were slowing rapidly. I don't know how long it was before we finally stopped, but it felt like a long time. Florian and I were staring at each other. We couldn't believe it. We'd survived. But we knew the ship must have sustained a lot of damage. The main power had gone out and the emergency lighting had come on. We'd also lost the internal comm, so we didn't know if Geeson had survived. The first thing we did was check on the babies. They were all fine, Cariad. Every single one, even the ones in the new gestation room. We didn't know how long the backup power would last, but for the time being, things were looking good. What we had to do next was find Geeson and leave the ship. But you'd come down in the ocean, Cariad said. How could you leave? Or didn't you know that? Oh, we knew we were going to come down in the ocean. Geeson had figured out the impact site, but we wanted to get outside and see what the situation was, even if we probably couldn't get to shore. I didn't know how far from land we were until I left the ship today.
You said something about the threads fixing the water system? Kurtz queried.
Cariad was dying to know more about that too. "Okay," said Cassie. "So bear in mind we still only think it's the threads, but we don't have a better explanation yet. While we were trying to make our way to the pilot's cabin to find Geeson, you would not believe how hard it is to walk around a ship where hardly anything is the right way up. We tried to go downward first. It was stupid of us. We'd known we were crashing into water. We should have guessed it was pouring into the ship through cracks in the hull. We had a nasty moment when we were nearing Main Park. We were sliding down a corridor and suddenly we saw that the part we were heading toward was filled with water and it was rising fast. We had to stop ourselves before we slipped right into it." She smiled ruefully. "That was when we realized we'd been going in the wrong direction and that to find Geeson we would have to go up and over the top."
"So that was when you saw the threads?"
asked Kurtz. "No, that was later. But that must have been how they got into the ship. They came through the cracks the same as the water. We eventually found Geeson, and we told her about the water filling the lower levels. This all took a long time, you have to realize. I'm condensing and leaving out the boring bits. When we had a chance to talk things through, we decided we would try to escape out of an airlock. Geeson knew where they all were. We had to head downward again. But we soon encountered more water. It was still rising. We were all pretty exhausted, so we slept for a few hours. Then we had to set out for the other side of the ship, going right over the top. By the time we finally reached the airlock, that was underwater too. Short of cutting our way out, we were stuck. We knew we couldn't leave the babies for long, so Florian and I said we would stay aboard for a while. You see, we had food and we seemed to be safe, so there wasn't an urgent need to leave. If things got desperate, like if we lost power entirely, then we would try to cut through the hull. Geeson said she would work on fixing the external comm. We didn't know what had happened to you all, you see. We didn't know if anyone on the surface had survived. We hoped that, when we finally escaped, it wouldn't be to find Concordia overtaken with aliens." Kurtz cleared his throat.
"The threads?"
"Oh yes, the threads. Florian saw them first. He'd gone to check on the lower levels. We were worried the water might rise even farther. He came running back to tell me that he'd seen creatures in the water. The place was full of tentacles, he said. At first I thought it might be another one of his jokes. You know what he's like, Cariad, so I insisted that he take me to see them for myself. There they were. I'd never seen anything like it, even in vids. I had no idea what they were, and neither did Florian or Geeson. We assumed they were just sea creatures that had come in with the water." Cassie's eyes flicked upward as she considered. The threads were sea creatures that had come in with the water. It wasn't until later that we put two and two together and remembered the attack on Cherry out at the lake. We realized the organisms matched the description of the ones that tried to seize Cherry. And then it took us even longer to understand what they seemed capable of. At first, after we'd all seen them, we decided they were probably harmless, but that we should stay away from them just in case. We went back to our jobs. Florian and I monitored the babies, and Geeson worked on fixing the external comm. We still aren't entirely sure if the threads did it or not, but the main power returned in some areas. None of us had fixed it. The access ports were deep underwater, if they'd survived. We didn't have the expertise to fix the power supply, even if we could reach them. The reproduction facilities were the first to get power, and then a few more parts of the ship. The refectory was one of the places, the sanitation system, the kindy areas. We were mystified. The next thing we noticed was that the water was receding. We couldn't figure that out at all. Either air or another gas was being forced into the ship, which we would have noticed from the increased pressure, or the Nova was rising. How? It didn't make any sense. Unless Concordia had some geological feature we weren't aware of, it wasn't possible. Yet it was happening. We wondered if it was the aliens who had been attacking the settlement doing it. Maybe they were trying to get into the ship. Cassie shrugged. We didn't know. Would they restore our power too? Honestly, we didn't have a clue what was happening until just before Geeson calmed you. We were all together eating in the refectory, or, to be more exact, eating on the wall of the refectory, when a voice began speaking. We were freaked. I nearly choked on my sandwich. It was really hard to make out what it was saying at first. It was so loud it hurt my ears, and it kept repeating things over and over. The volume would go up and down. Sometimes it was so quiet I could barely hear it, but eventually we understood most of what it was saying, I think. The voice told us that they were the people, and they were saying hello to the aliens who lived in the air, and that they wouldn't hurt us. They said they'd fixed our energy and our talking system, and that we could speak to the other aliens if we wanted. Geeson was the first of us to understand. She realized that when the aliens said talking system, they could be referring to the external comm. She slapped her chest, but she wasn't wearing her comm button. "Give me your button," she said to Florian. Then we understood what the voice had said too. Florian handed it over, and that was when Geeson finally got through to you. An astonished silence reigned. "So the threads did all that?" Cariad asked. "We think so, but I guess it could be something else. We thought it had to be something in the water because they called us the aliens in the air." "We knew they were intelligent, but not that intelligent," said Cariad. "I can't think of a better explanation, though. And they did finally set Ethan and that other farmer and his daughter free." "They did? It was a nice surprise when he called to us through the hole in the hull. So he was with the threads when he went missing?" "It's a long story. The threads had been keeping him captive in a cell underwater." "Is that how he lost his leg? I didn't want to ask." "That's right. Now that I think about it, from what you've said, I think the threads were studying him. They'd noticed new creatures on their planet and wanted to find out more about them. We were lucky they didn't want to study us too. I hope what happened on the Nova is a sign their days of studying humans are over. Hopefully now they've been investigating the ship's computer, they'll understand us better and be more considerate."
"From the sound of it, they understand us well," said Kurtz. "They restored power to the essential areas, the reproduction, food and sanitation facilities, and they figured out our language."
Cassie raised a hand to demur. "Kind of. They're very hard to understand."
"Still," said Kurtz, "it's phenomenal progress."
It certainly was. Cariad wondered what else Cassie's revelations about the feeler might mean. Chapter 14. Something was happening out on the shuttle field, something bad. But the comm Ethan received had been garbled. All he'd understood was, "He's got Zhang, leader," and "You'd better get here right away." When he'd tried to raise the person who had commed him, there was no reply. After days of searching the Nova for materials to salvage and organizing their retrieval, Ethan had been on his way to the clinic to see Cariad. He wanted to try to put things right between them, but he was forced to divert. As he ran to the field, another comm arrived. This time the message was clear. "Someone's threatening the shuttle pilot. She refused to let him board because he was armed."
"Okay, I'm nearly there."
The familiar shape of one of the Mistral shuttles came into view, a few figures around the ramp. His comm chirped again. This time it was Cherry. "Have you heard about the situation at the shuttle field?"
"I'm on my way now."
"I'll meet you there. I'll bring weapons."
"All right, but keep them out of sight, okay? I don't want to escalate the situation if I can avoid it."
"What? You know he's armed, right?
I know. Like I said, keep the weapons out of sight.
As he approached the shuttle, he saw that Zhang was standing at the top of the ramp, hands on hips. Facing her at the bottom was a man. He looked young, though as his back was toward Ethan, it was difficult to tell. Also facing the shuttle were 4 more colonists and a single guardian, Sykes. A woman was running toward Ethan, her arms protectively over her head.
Thank the stars you're here. He's gone crazy. Please, do something to help him.
What's happening? Who's gone crazy? Bryony?
A voice yelled. It was the armed man at the foot of the shuttle ramp.
Get back here! I'm only doing this for you. Get back here now!
Bryony called out.
No, Andrew, not like this. I told you I didn't want to do it.
Damn it! Come here, or I'll kill them all, and myself too.
The woman began to weep.
I'm sorry,
she said to Ethan.
Hey, it isn't your fault.
He was beginning to have an inkling of what was going on.
I'll talk to him. It's going to be okay.
He continued toward the scene of the altercation, walking now in an effort to keep things calm.
Bryony!
Andrew shouted again.
She's going to wait a while, said Ethan, until we have a chance to talk. Huh, it's you, is it? I thought you'd be along sooner or later. It won't make any difference. I'm taking her back to Earth, no matter what.
Now Ethan was closer. He could see that, as he'd suspected, the man was young, probably no older than 20. Young, scared, and desperate to protect his wife or girlfriend. Zhang was pale, and her skin shone with sweat.
Put the gun down, kid,
an older man shouted. Andrew swung around and pointed the muzzle at him. The man ducked and raised his hands.
Whoa, take it easy.
Andrew, Ethan said.
I know why you're here, and I understand. It's hard. I know it's hard. For you, maybe, not for us. We're getting out of here while we still have a chance. Bryony, come here. She isn't coming. She knows what you want to do is wrong. It isn't wrong. It's absolutely the right thing to do. Bryony, wait.
Ethan purposefully kept his tone even and calm.
Have you thought this through? Do you really think that if you make it to the Mistral, the Guardians will just do as you say and fly you back to Earth?
Andrew only lifted his lips scornfully and called Bryony's name again. Ethan continued,
And even if you make it to Earth, what do you think you'd find there? Didn't you hear that the population was wiped out by a plague? As soon as you set foot on the surface, you'll catch the virus and die. So the Guardians say. Why should we believe them? What if they only told us that to make us stay here so they can watch what happens to us, like a giant experiment? I'd rather take my chances than wait here to be killed.
Now that Andrew was facing Ethan, Zhang had begun to sneak down the ramp, probably preparing to jump him. He shook his head slightly at her. She halted. It was too dangerous for her to take on an armed man. Ethan thought he could still reach him.
I know how you feel. No, you don't. You don't have responsibilities. You don't face the prospect of watching your wife and unborn child die in front of you and not being able to do a thing about it. I don't care whether you think what I'm doing is right or not. Maybe it is selfish to want to save them, but that's what I'm going to do.
He pivoted to face Zhang, who was halfway down the ramp.
Hey, get back in that ship. You're going to fly me and my wife to the Mistral.
Andrew, Ethan said.
Listen, you're right. I don't have a wife and child. The woman who is going to be my wife died in the first night attack. There wasn't anything I could do to save her. I felt just how you're feeling now. Useless, like I'd failed her. It took me a long time to get over that feeling, and I'm not sure that I ever truly did. And I know what it's like to live without hope. When the threads held me captive, I was convinced I was going to die. But there was hope. I just didn't know it. Look, I can't tell you that the aliens won't come back, and I can't tell you that if they do, we'll have impregnable defenses. I can't promise you that everything will be okay, but the path you're choosing isn't an escape. It's a death sentence. Please, reconsider. Put down your weapon. Your wife needs you, but not like this.
At Ethan's last comment, Andrew's resolve seemed to falter.
He's right,
said Bryony.
I need you, Andrew. We need you. Please don't do this.
But I'm doing this for you, for both of us. Why can't you see that?
I do see it, but you've got it wrong.
Cherry arrived on a flitter. Ethan hoped she would heed his instruction not to bring out weapons. The desperate young man seemed on the verge of giving up his insane plan.
Bryony,
Andrew pleaded.
If you would just come with me and get on the shuttle, it'll all work out, I promise.
It won't. I'm not coming with you.
Andrew's head drooped, and his arm went slack, so that the weapon he was holding hung loose. Ethan took a step forward. Andrew lifted his head. His eyes were dark wells of despair. He raised his gun to his head.
I'm sorry.
No!
Bryony screamed. Jang launched herself at the man and tackled him at the knees, throwing him forward. At the same time, the older colonist who had spoken earlier snatched the weapon from his grasp. Jang knelt on Andrew's back. He didn't do anything to resist. He lay face down, his arms outstretched. In a few beats, his wife was at his side, and Zhang climbed off.
Should I find somewhere to lock him away?
Cherry offered.
No, it's over now.
Are you sure?
Cherry eyed the prostrate man.
He's just scared, like everyone else.
If you say so.
We need to store the weapons more securely. He shouldn't have been able to steal one.
You're right. I never thought we would use them on each other.
The man who had relieved Andrew of his gun handed it to Cherry, and she popped it inside the flitter. Sykes approached.
Is there anything I can do? I would have intervened, but we are under orders not to interfere in human altercations, even to save lives. Orders?
Ethan asked.
Whose orders? Faina, our captain's.
The information was news to Ethan. It put a different perspective on the android's presence. He felt a little easier about having them around.
So what now?
Cherry asked.
It's high time I talked to Strongquist. We've been muddling along, surviving day to day and preparing to build defences, but we need a plan. People are going crazy with fear. They need something to keep them occupied and give them hope. And though I hate to say it, the Guardians are our best bet for defending ourselves against another attack. I want to hear what they have in mind.
Good luck with that.
Cherry climbed into the flitter and departed. Andrew was on his feet, and Bryony was guiding him past Ethan. The young man turned away his face as if ashamed. Ethan put a hand on his shoulder.
It's okay. We all have our moments of madness. Tomorrow we start building our defences, and you can help. We aren't going to let them destroy us.
Andrew nodded. Ethan hoped what he'd said was true. The Mistral was as busy as he remembered it. Strongquist met him in the shuttle bay, and they walked corridors filled with people. The rooms they passed were loud with the noise of children. The atmosphere must have been very different from how it was when the ship was defending the colony.
How do you like living in a childcare centre?
Ethan asked.
It is rather more cramped than I am used to, but on the whole I enjoy it. You do? I feel positive about it, and I look forward to seeing the young ones. I believe that qualifies as enjoyment.
Ethan wasn't sure what Strongquist meant. Was the android asking him to assess his emotions? He hadn't been aware the Guardians experienced feelings.
I remember Faina telling us that your minds were constructed from human minds. I never had a chance to talk to you about it. Do you think the emotions of those people were uploaded too? Do you know their names? No, nothing like that. I have memories of many different places, experiences, and people who died long ago. The friends, relations, and acquaintances of the amalgamated minds. I believe that I think and reason as a single person, however. Perhaps my consciousness is a mixture of those people, or perhaps my sense of self is derived from one of them, but the person's identity was deleted. I'm not able to tell you, I'm afraid. Our creators only explained our purpose, not how we were made. Isn't it confusing to remember so many different things? Not at all. However, the people who uploaded their minds lived through the collapse of civilization on Earth, so their memories are not pleasant. I often try to ignore the things that pop into my head, but some memories are enjoyable. I like to recall those.
Stromquist stopped at a door, which slid open. Ethan was beginning to see the androids in a different light. He hadn't imagined the Guardians experienced much in the way of emotions. They weren't vocal about how they felt, and their facial expressions never seemed to betray much feeling. But from what Stromquist had just said, their internal lives were complicated.
I brought you here so we could speak without interruption,
Stromquist explained.
News of the leader's arrival aboard the ship will travel fast. I imagine there will be plenty of people who would like to speak to you. Good idea. Over the last few days I've discovered that I'm the person most in demand. Naturally. If you would step to the side, I will display a holo.
Ethan moved out of the room's centre. Without touching anything, Stromquist somehow brought up an image of the Nova in its current position just off the coast.
What has happened with this ship is remarkable,
Stromquist said.
Soon after the tsunami subsided and the rescue efforts were underway, a shuttle pilot took a detour over the site of the crash. What she saw confirmed satellite imagery. The intact remains of the Nova Fortuna were almost entirely submerged, and the debris field spread far and wide. Yet when you and your friends went there by flitter a few days later, the ship had risen higher. We realized that. So how come? We don't know for sure. Geologically, we have no explanation for the phenomenon. The only possibility we have come up with is that something has raised it. Probably the feeler. You think the threads lifted up a ship that size? It seems incredible, I know. Though the ship was full of air when she hit, so the feat would be less difficult than attempting to do it on dry land. It's hard to imagine how they did it. All I've ever seen of their building abilities were the cells where I was confined, and they were very simple. On the other hand, I never saw what was outside my cell. The water was too murky. We have some scanner recordings of the structures at the lake. They also show fairly simple buildings, but it's very hard to estimate their level of development without a great deal more information. Additionally, I would guess that the feeler's habitation at the lake may only be the equivalent of a small town in human terms. Far larger and more complex metropolises might exist within large rivers or the oceans. Frankly, my curiosity is deeply piqued about these creatures. I would relish an opportunity to study them further, but we have more pressing matters at hand. I don't plan on having any more to do with them if I can help it,
Ethan said.
We were talking about the Nova. I had an idea. I have been speaking to Geeson about the status of the ship. I'm not sure if you're aware, but the aliens' attack destroyed 2 of its engines. I didn't know the details. I guessed it had to be something drastic for the ship to crash. The good news is, according to Geeson, 2 of the engines were left undamaged. She used them to slow the ship's descent. So you want to use the Nova's engines to, what? Power the new settlement? We already have working generators.
Ethan couldn't see how the colony ship's engines would be of much use.
No, we believe you have everything well in hand in that area. We've been focusing on the defense of the colony. The aliens' return isn't inevitable, but we think it's highly likely. When that happens, we must be ready. We must utilize every scrap of power we have to repel their attack. Our chance of defeating a fleet of ships is tiny, but perhaps we can put up enough of a fight to convince them to leave us alone."
Ethan had always known they didn't stand a chance, but hearing it from Strongquist made the colony's prospect sound even more bleak.
"So how do you plan on using the Nova's engines to do that?" "We want to construct this."
Strongquist looked toward the hollow of the colony ship. At the top of the arch, the picture was rearranging itself. A large tubular object appeared above a plinth.
"It's a pulse emitter," said Strongquist. "We would have to design and build the weapon from scratch, but we believe we can do it. Unfortunately, its position would be fixed on the ship, limiting the range of fire. But as its only purpose is to defend the settlement, which lies in comparatively close proximity, that shouldn't be too much of a problem." "You want to turn the Nova into a weapon?" "Exactly. The advantage is that we can devote the ship's entire remaining power to it. Nothing is required for propulsion or maneuvering, which will increase the attack capabilities. We estimate we can build and install the device within 2 months. If we had something other than the Mistral's printer to produce the specialized parts, we could reduce the manufacturing timescale, but unfortunately we don't."
Strongquist went on to explain the details, but Ethan only half listened. What would Cariad have to say about the idea? The Nova might make the best weapon possible in the circumstances, but the ship was also home to over 100 babies. The Guardians' plan would put them on the front line. Chapter 15. When Cariad climbed into the flitter so Garwin could fly her out to the Nova, she was surprised and pleased to see Kes inside. She had known he had to be somewhere at the settlement, but she hadn't had time to go and find him. Finding people was hard in the random arrangement of shelters and general chaos. They hugged as the flitter set off. She was genuinely pleased to see his familiar face despite the slight awkwardness between them. "How come you're going out to the ship?"
"To try to speak with the feeler and begin an official dialogue. There's so much we don't know about them and need to find out. I'm really looking forward to it after hearing about their style of communication from your tech, though as one of the project's xenobiologists I should have been the first, not the last person to get to speak to the aliens."
"You know, technically they aren't aliens. We're the aliens." She was irked at having to constantly point out the fact. Yeah, well, they're alien to us anyhow, and I wouldn't discount the possibility that they actually are aliens on Concordia too." "You think they might not be native?" "Certain facts seem to point that way. Obviously, we only have Earth's evolution to go by, but the feelers seem incredibly advanced for a planet as young as Concordia. You've seen for yourself how few complex organisms there are. We found the slug limpets, or to be more correct, they found us, but that's about it so far. And though presumably slug limpets eat something similarly complex when humans aren't on the menu, we haven't found what that is yet. The slug limpet we had up on the ship had an empty stomach when we dissected it, assuming that what we were looking at was its stomach." "I'd forgotten you had one of those creatures in your lab. You killed it then? Thank goodness for that. I would hate to think that one of them was alive and wandering around the ship." "Yeah, don't worry. Unless it can reassemble itself from about 100 parts, it won't be digesting anyone again. There's also the fact that there's zero evidence of feeler activities on land that we've seen. They're aquatic, so we wouldn't expect to see much. But if they had been here for hundreds of thousands of years, they would have left some kind of mark, don't you think? Humans certainly left plenty of evidence of their presence in Earth's oceans. If I had to make a guess based on what we've seen so far, I would say the feeler haven't been on Concordia very long." So we might both be aliens. How do you plan on communicating with them?
That shouldn't be difficult. If they're using the ship's comm to speak to us, I can use it to speak to them. If they understand our language well enough to produce it, they should definitely be able to figure out what I'm saying.
Of course, it should be easy. What do you plan on asking them or telling them?
I have a list of questions here. Kez lifted up an interface screen. As to what I tell them, I discussed with the Guardians what I should disclose about us and why we're here. We decided I should answer anything they ask, except how many of us there are and our offensive capabilities.
I guess we don't know what they might do with the information. I don't believe they mean us any harm. They released Ethan and their 2 other captives after all. And they fixed the comm so that Geeson could contact us. But who knows why they let Ethan and the others go free? Vasquez was saying we shouldn't imagine we understand the motivations of extraterrestrial life forms.
He's right. We have to be cautious. But we agreed we also have to be as open as possible. We have one too many enemies as it is, and no other potential allies around. It's in our best interest to be as open as is reasonable with the Feeler, in the hope of winning their trust and friendship. When crunch time arrives, we're going to need all the help we can get.
Cariad nodded, but her attention to the conversation was wavering, drawn by the kilometres of devastation that now comprised the local landscape. She'd gotten used to the haphazard settlement and its flattened, mud-cloaked surroundings, but this was her first experience of the after-effects of the massive tsunami. She was reminded of the first pictures of pre-colonial Mars sent back by robotic surveyors, only she was looking at a sea of mud, not dust, and there were small signs of vegetation struggling to regrow. The sight, coupled with hearing Kez's pessimistic words, depressed her. She leaned forward, her elbows on her knees and her chin in her hands. She would soon be looking after the babies growing in their gestation sacs aboard the Nova. But was there any point? What future could she reasonably expect for their little lives? Might it not be kinder to turn off all the systems supporting them? Kez rubbed her back. "Are you okay?" She shook her head, scared that if she spoke she might cry. His hand remained on her back for a few moments. Then she felt it on her upper arm. He gave her a gentle tug and, knowing what he meant, she sat up and put her head on his shoulder. He wrapped his arms around her. She recalled the 20-hour workdays leading up to the Nova's departure, when Kez had been a great comfort. She was profoundly grateful for his presence. She never felt like she had to be strong around him. With Kez, she wasn't the Nova's geneticist, top of her field, the person the colony's hopes hung upon. Around Kez, she was just Cariad. He kissed the top of her head. If only she loved him the way she loved Ethan, life would be so much simpler. The Guardians had widened the opening in the Nova's hull and fixed a permanent winch system for the removal of food supplies, building materials and other equipment. They had also set up a simple hand-operated pulley for people entering and leaving. As the flitter crossed the ocean, Cariad noticed Guardians examining another place on the hull close to the waterline. It was the entrance to one of the airlocks just above the waves. "Why didn't you break in down there?" Cariad asked Garwin.
"That wasn't visible when we first came here. The ship's risen higher since."
He drew up at the opening in the hull, and an idea occurred to Cariad as she watched the Guardians at the airlock below. She called down to them. "Hey!" The androids, a male and a female, looked up. "Kez here is going to speak to the Feeler. He could ask them to open that airlock, or will seawater flood in?"
"It would be safe at the current wave height," the male android replied. "If the airlock is operable and the waves grow higher, we can always close it."
"Great," Kez said. "I'll ask them." His pale, freckled skin was flushed, and he was wearing a boyish grin. Cariad recalled with fondness his unabashed enthusiasm for his vocation. It had been one of the things that had attracted her.
"I'll see you later then,"
Garwin said, as Cariad also climbed from the flitter into the hold. "You aren't coming inside?" She was sitting at the edge of the ship. Below her the ocean swirled.
"I spent most of my life with Twyla in that ship. Too many memories. I've helped with stripping the place of supplies, but I don't want to go in again if I can avoid it, though in truth it's practically unrecognizable in there now."
"That's what I heard." Cassie's account of the state of the ship's interior had been vivid, but Cariad wasn't concerned. If the babies were okay, she wouldn't mind living in a chaotic environment. "Are you coming down, Cariad?" Kes was next to the winch, waiting for her. "I'm not sure what to tell you about when I'll need another ride," Cariad said to Garwin. "I'm not going to be coming back for at least a few weeks. I'm not sure about Kes.
I doubt I'll want to go back to the settlement for a while. I have plenty to discuss with the Fila."
"Oh, but I forgot about Florian. Could you wait for him, Garwin? He'll want to go back with you."
"Sure, I'll stick around until he comes out."
Garwin wished them luck. Kes was sliding his interface into the open neck of his shirt.
"I'll go down first. Then it looks like you have to pull the harness up yourself. I'll wait for you at the other end to make sure you can get down."
He climbed into the ropes and snapped the safety clips. Then he eased through the hole into darkness. Cariad recalled Cassie saying the Fila had restored the ship's power, yet they seemed to have missed that section. When Cariad poked her head through the gap to watch Kes's progress, she saw light spilling from a corridor entrance. The beams were just bright enough to gild the mounds of dirt at the bottom. All she could see of Kes was a darker shape against the dark wall. She watched and waited as the line squeaked and the pulley wheels turned until they stopped.
"Wow!" Kes exclaimed. "I'm up to my knees in soil. Your turn, Cariad."
She pulled up the harness and did the same as Kes, fastening it around herself and stepping out into the black abyss. The line tightened as it took her weight. She lowered herself, paying out the rope hand over hand. When she was about halfway to the bottom, the lighting was suddenly restored. Her surprise was so great, she let go of the line and dropped a few meters. The safety caught and brought her to an abrupt halt.
"Whoa!"
Kes exclaimed. She swung in the air, squinting as her eyes adjusted to the sudden brightness. The scene was like something out of a funhouse at a fair, only far messier. From the wall opposite, which had been the agricultural district ceiling, shone banked brilliant lights designed to mimic the sun's rays. She was hanging next to what had once been a pathway between fields, which were now nothing more than wide rectangular pits, checkered with irrigation pipes. Kes was standing on a massive bank of earth. The soil had piled up against one of the former walls, and she could see that Cassie, Florian and Geeson had dug to reach the rescue point.
"Are you going to hang there all day?"
Kes called. He was clearly anxious to find a ship's comm from which he could contact the aliens. She recommenced lowering herself. Within a couple of minutes she was beside Kes, her feet sinking into soft soil as she removed the harness. They scrambled along the rough path left by the previously trapped colonists. Soil had fallen through the exit. The doors must have been open during the Nova's descent. It made the going easier. Rather than facing a sheer drop down an upended corridor, the soil had formed into a slope. They went down it on their bottoms, adding to the layer of dirt already coating their legs. Travelling around the Nova in its new state was confusing. She had difficulty recognizing once familiar places, now at a different orientation. They passed by a medical bay and a refectory. The corridor gradually flattened out as they moved into the lower half of the remaining cylinder's curve. "Are you going to use a comm?" They had passed a few of the communal comm buttons.
"I'm waiting until we reach one in a corridor approaching horizontal. I plan on talking to the feeler for a while, and I don't fancy doing it while trying to stay upright.
I was thinking, wouldn't it be easier to speak to them over the external comm? Did you have to come all the way to the ship?
We tried that. They either can't or won't reply.
Despite the levelling of their orientation, they were still essentially sliding down angled floors. What an effort it must have taken Florian, Cassie and Geeson to traverse the same route in the opposite direction. After a few more minutes sliding, they reached the reproduction facilities and were able to walk upright reasonably easily.
This will do. I can see a comm access point over there.
Kes pulled out his interface from inside his shirt. Let me know how you get on. I'll be in the reproduction centre with Florian, though I expect he'll be leaving soon.
The door to her old workplace opened to her touch. She stepped through, pressing against the door frame with one hand to balance herself on the inclined floor. Florian was inside, sitting in a corner, a screen propped up on his knees.
Cariad!
The interface fell to his side as he sprang up and ran with practiced ease across the space. He took her hands.
Come over here and sit down.
It's much more comfortable if you're leaning against something. They sat side by side against the wall, their knees drawn up.
Did you come by yourself?
She explained that Kes was here too, and that he wasn't far away, trying to talk to the feeler over the comm.
Huh, I wish him luck with that.
You tried already?
Of course. There isn't much else to do around here. The fetuses are all fine, and without Cassie or Geeson I don't have anyone to talk to. So I thought I'd try speaking to our thready friends, but I couldn't get much more than gibberish out of them. It's very hard and tiring trying to communicate, and they don't seem to have any idea of the range of human hearing. They either speak deafeningly loud or too quiet. I didn't have much success. Well, Kes is pretty determined. Maybe he'll be able to make sense of what they say. So the babies are okay?
I know you too well. You want to see them, right?
You bet, but I'll have to clean up first.
He helped her stand up. After she'd washed the dirt off her legs and put on sterile scrubs, they went together to the gestation room. Before she entered it, Florian said, I should warn you, they look a little odd, but Cassie and I checked every single one thoroughly after the crash, and according to the protocol, they're all entirely healthy and developing normally. The door slid open. She sucked in a breath. She should have anticipated the sight of all the gestation sacs hanging at an angle, yet it still made her heart freeze. They're all fine, Cariad. Florian put a hand on her shoulder. Honestly. A sac jiggled and then swayed gently.
They're moving already?
Her fear melted away. If there was one sign of a healthy baby, it was movement. They are. Quite a few of them anyway. There's always a mixture of bouncers and sleepers, as you know.
I do know. I believed Cassie when she said they were okay, but it's another thing to actually see them.
She turned to him.
Right, it's time for you to go. Garwin's waiting for you. He'll take you back to the settlement.
What? Already? I'm not comfortable leaving you here by yourself. I thought I would wait a day or two until you settled in.
I'm not by myself. Kes is here too, remember?
You're going. Now. No arguments. Cassie needs you, and you've done more than your fair share of caring for the next generation. You need a break. I'll stay here for the next few weeks. Then, if you feel like it, come back for a day or so. Maybe we can work out a shift rota or train up some people at the settlement. Florian's lips twisted as he considered her proposal. All right. I do miss Cassie a lot, and I want to make sure she's all right.
Cassie is fine, except for the fact that she misses you too.
So go be a prospective father for a while. You're a star, Cariad. He gave her a hug. I promise I'll be back in a couple of weeks.
Go on then. Off you go. See you later.
He didn't need telling again. He almost skipped out of the gestation room.
Although she trusted Florian and Cassie entirely, she nevertheless began to thoroughly check each developing fetus. She made a visual examination as well as checking the system readings. She was in the middle of assessing the 43rd baby when a voice startled her. It took her a moment to come out of her deep concentration and realize that Kes was calming her. "Sorry," he said when she emerged. "I didn't mean to disturb you. I thought I'd better let you know I'm going down to the lower levels. I'm not sure how long I'll be gone."
"You're going farther down? Why?"
His pale skin flushed with excitement. "I've made some progress with speaking to the feeler. They've asked me to come to the water. I guess that means they want to see me face to face. Or face to tentacle, I mean."
"Come to the water? That doesn't sound very safe. You know what happens to people who approach them, right? Unless you're planning on spending a few weeks in solitary confinement, I wouldn't risk it."
"I honestly doubt there's any danger. Not now the feeler know we're intelligent, the same as them. And I heard that Geeson and your tech saw the feeler too. If the creatures had wanted to abduct yet another human, they would have done it."
"Fair point. I'm still not comfortable with the idea, though. I wish you wouldn't do this."
"Cariad, I'm a xenobiologist. This kind of thing is in my job description."
"I hear you, but I think I'll come with you, just in case."
Chapter 16. Someone had discovered a road maker a kilometre or so away from the settlement, and Garwin had been able to get it running again. The machine seemed capable of using the tsunami mud to create roadways as easily as it had formerly converted dirt and stones. Yet, as leader, Ethan was having second thoughts about putting the roadmaker back to work. A road leading to or from anywhere in the colony would be a clear indication to their enemy about where the humans were to be found. Though at some point the colonists would have to continue settling Concordia, it would be unwise to continue as normal in the current crisis. Their focus had to be on defense, at least until the window of the aliens' immediate return to complete their job of annihilating the colony had passed. His basic plan was for everyone to return underground. The old bunkers had protected the colonists from the aliens' bombardment, and though they were now useless due to the tsunami, the principle remained the same. A few meters of soil and rock between the colonists and the surface would be their best protection. But where should they go? They could not remain at the old site. It would be the first place the aliens would look. Yet they also couldn't travel very far. Transporting materials and people to a distant place would take too long, and they didn't know what other problems or predators they might discover. He had sent out scouts to search the surrounding landscape for an appropriate area to construct an underground settlement, somewhere everyone could hide and live, perhaps for many years. One of the tasks he had set himself while waiting for the reports to come back was to speak to Cariad and attempt to re-establish friendly relations. But he'd discovered she'd left to go to the Nova. She would be gone for a while, the doctor at the clinic had said. Stymied in that direction, he decided to do the other thing he had in mind. He'd sensed the mood of the colonists settling lower and lower as the days passed. The incident with the young man at the shuttle field seemed to be a symptom of a wider sickness. He set off along a makeshift path and stopped at the first shelter he reached, a simple tent made from a rug similar to Cherry's. Lacking any door or other way of announcing his presence, he coughed loudly. An oldish woman poked her head out. "Ethan, nice to see you, or should I call you Leader?"
"Call me whatever you like, though I prefer Ethan."
"Ethan it is. What can I do for you?"
"I'm just checking to see how you're doing. Is there anything you need?"
The woman called a name over her shoulder, and a man's head joined hers. "He's asking what we need," the woman repeated to presumably her husband or boyfriend. "I can't think of anything off the top of my head. Can you?"
I can't. That's why I'm asking.
If you'd asked me a few days ago, I would have begged you on my knees for something else to eat other than those darned ration bars. But since the food from the ship arrived, we've been able to vary our diet a little. Things aren't too bad. Or maybe you have some ideas for the new settlement?
Ethan asked. The man and woman shared a look. I appreciate what you're trying to do, the man said. But we all know those aliens are going to be back sooner or later to finish us off. The Mistral put up a fight last time and did a good job, but she's only one ship. Somewhere nearby is a planet full of aliens who don't want us here. There won't be much we can do to stop them. We might as well enjoy what little time we have left. I don't want to spend my last days building somewhere new just so it can be destroyed like this place was. Thank you for asking, young man. We really do appreciate it, but we don't have any suggestions. Sorry. The two settlers withdrew into their tent. Ethan straightened up. He hoped the couple's feelings didn't represent the majority, but he feared that was the case. He felt like following them inside their shelter and explaining to them about the plan to build the weapon on the Nova. He wanted to instill some hope in them, yet he couldn't deny that even Strongquist had said the best outcome was likely to be annoying their attackers sufficiently for them to conclude that destroying the colony wasn't worth their time. If most of the colonists had already given up, he had a worse problem on his hands than building a new protected settlement. If the settlers thought they were already done for, how hard would they work to save their own lives? How would they survive a second attack? He couldn't help them if they weren't prepared to help themselves. Hoping the couple's outlook wasn't as common as he thought, he walked to a conglomeration of salvaged boards comprising another shelter. He was about to tap on a board to alert the inhabitants when he spotted Garwin approaching. Ethan hadn't seen him all day and wondered where he'd been. It turned out he had flown Cariad to the Nova.
Yeah, Garwin continued. It's nice to see a couple in love despite everything that's gone on. I guess it must have been hard on Cariad those 2 years she spent waiting for her boyfriend to be revived. What?
Ethan realized he'd overreacted to Garwin's comment, but it was too late.
Oh, I'm sorry. I knew you and Cariad were friends, but I didn't know you were anything more than that. If I had, I wouldn't have said anything. It doesn't matter.
Ethan's guts were in knots.
We aren't that close. I was only surprised. So, who's the lucky guy? A xenobiologist. I forget his name. Red-haired and freckled. You must have seen him around. He's gone out to the ship to talk with the threads.
Ethan recognized who Garwin meant, though he also didn't know the man's name. The Woken had helped defend the Guardians. Apart from that, he didn't know anything about him. But it was a safe guess that he and Cariad knew each other from the days they'd worked on the project. Maybe they'd been a couple back then.
I think I know who you mean, he replied. So he and Cariad are together now? It looked like that to me as I flew them to the ship. Maybe I was reading too much into it. I could be wrong.
Garwin's expression was sympathetic. He was being kind in his choice of words, but if Cariad had found someone else, Ethan decided he would live with it. He didn't blame her for choosing to be with another man after his outburst. He also had plenty to keep himself occupied anyway.
Don't worry about it, he said. It isn't a big deal. I wanted to talk to you about something else. How would you describe the general feeling around here? I was talking to a couple just now who sounded like they'd given up. Would you say that's the attitude of the majority?
Garwin was someone who understood people well. If anyone could gauge the level of morale, it was him.
I haven't spoken to many people. I tend to keep to myself these days. But yeah, I would say that's a typical attitude. Isn't it only natural? I mean, All the things we do day by day keep us busy and take our minds off things, but there really isn't much hope, is there? We don't stand a chance. We're only going through the motions, right?
Suddenly galvanized by the older man's pessimism, Ethan said vehemently,
"That isn't right. As long as we're alive, there's hope. What happened to our dreams of making Concordia a home for gens? Who knows what the future holds? The aliens might never return, or something we can't even guess at might happen. The situation seemed hopeless in the first night attack. We couldn't stop the slug limpets from climbing the fence, and we couldn't get away from them. But then the Guardians arrived and saved us." "Yes, but the Guardians are here now,"
Garwin countered.
"We can't expect another rescue mission. And even the Guardians, with all their advanced tech, can't save us from an alien onslaught. We'll put up a fight, sure, but I think we all know what the outcome will be."
Ethan looked the older man in the eyes. The light that had once been in them seemed to have gone out. Was it because of what had happened with Twyla, or was it only due to the colony's dire situation? He wasn't sure. But he did know he wouldn't be able to rely on Garwin's support when it came to rallying the colonists to fight for their lives.
"You're wrong," he said. "I was speaking to Strongquist not so long ago. The Guardians have a plan to construct a weapon on the Nova, powered by her remaining engines. They say they can build it before the aliens return. That's something, I guess."
Garwin didn't sound convinced.
"It is something, and I'm sure we can think of plenty more things we can do."
Garwin slapped him on the back.
"If anyone can, it's you."
He left. Ethan watched his old acquaintance. If Garwin, once a rock-solid support for the colony, had given up, it was going to be even harder than he had imagined to raise morale. He needed to gather the few who maintained a positive outlook. One such person was Cariad, but she had her hands full looking after the babies, even if things between them weren't difficult and awkward. He couldn't think of anyone else to turn to except Cherry. Or had she given up too? He couldn't believe that. He went to find her. Chapter 17. The feeler had restored the lighting all through the lower section of the ship, Cariad discovered as she accompanied Kes from the reproduction facilities through to the residential area, where about a quarter of the gens had slept and spent their leisure time. The ship's lights operated as they had throughout the Nova's long journey. That didn't make the place any less eerie. After most of the gens had departed to live planet-side, the quadrant had seemed quiet and empty, but now it was unrecognizable. As well as its new, strange angle, anything not secured before the aliens' attack had been flung from its usual position. It looked like a tornado had swept through the place. Everything was also sopping wet. The area Cariad and Kes were passing through must have been underwater. "Why do you think the feeler are raising the ship?" Cariad asked as they stepped carefully along a sodden corridor. A cabin door had been left open. Bedding, cushions, and personal items were strewn over the floor, creating an obstacle course. "I'm not sure," Kes replied. "I haven't asked about that yet. It's difficult to talk with them, so I've tried to keep everything very simple. But if I had to guess, I'd say they understand we need to be in air to survive, and so they're trying to help us." "You don't think they plan on moving the ship somewhere, like farther out to sea?" An unwelcome vision popped into her head. She saw gigantic feeler arms pushing the Nova through the ocean like a massive child's toy. She didn't dare think what the effects might be if her vision came true. "I hadn't thought of that possibility." Kes looked a little worried. "I suppose they could pump out the water and seal the shattered base. That could make the ship buoyant and maneuverable. Maybe that is their plan, but I assume it's something more benevolent." "Benevolent?
You know what they did to Ethan, right? And they kept that farmer and his daughter captive for weeks.
As I heard it, if they hadn't cut off his leg, Ethan would have died. He had an infected foot.
But he wouldn't have had an infection if the feeler hadn't been holding him in an underwater cell. They might have saved his life, but it was only at risk because they'd captured him.
I'm not sure that's true. His foot might have become infected before they captured him. I admit I don't know the details. My point is, the feeler recognized that their subject was severely sick, and they figured out what to do to cure him. That's pretty smart.
Are we talking about whether the feeler are smart or benevolent? They moved Ethan to the lake after they'd cut off his leg. They could have set him and the farmer and his kid free weeks before they actually did. That doesn't sound kind to me. That sounds like...
She struggled to find the right word. Like they were treating them as test subjects. I have to agree. That does sound similar to what Vasquez and I might have done. We do keep our subjects alive for scientific reasons while we study them. On the other hand, we probably wouldn't bother to let them go as the feeler did if a disaster threatened. We would kill them or just leave them where they were while we escaped.
But don't you agree the feeler might not be as benevolent as you think?
I guess so, but I maintain that if they only see us as an interesting new species to study, they're kinder to their subjects than we are to ours.
You're determined to paint those creatures in a positive light, aren't you? Kez, I really wish you would rethink this decision to meet the feeler face to face. You didn't see Ethan and the other captives after they'd been set free, did you? They were in a terrible state. As well as being filthy and their clothes in tatters, they looked half-starved. I heard that the farmer and his daughter had been surviving on raw roots, and I don't even know what the feeler gave Ethan to eat. I'm amazed he managed to walk all the way from the farming district to the settlement through mud and devastation. I don't know how they did it after their ordeal.
I promise I'll be careful, but think about this from my point of view, Cariad. Ever since I was a little boy, I've dreamed of meeting aliens. That dream stayed with me all through school, all through my degrees and my doctorate. I'm not brilliant like you. I had to work like a dog every spare moment I had to make it onto the project. And I did it, even though I knew the only extraterrestrial species I would meet would likely be plants or microscopic organisms. But I still did it, because it was the only chance I would ever get of achieving my dream. When I was revived and discovered that the information from the probes had been wrong, that Concordia was home to at least one complex organism, I was delighted. Now we not only have the slug limpets, we have our first ever contact with an intelligent alien species, possibly even more intelligent than us. And not only that, they want to see me. Seriously, if you were in my position, what would you do?
He had a point, but she wasn't going to admit it. As Kez had been talking, her sense of foreboding had increased. Then I wouldn't take the risk of throwing away all that hard work in one moment of poor judgment. You're already communicating with the feeler. Isn't that enough? Why do you need to see them too? Didn't you see them in the water around the ship?
I did, but I want to see them more closely. And I have a feeling they've asked me to come to the water for a reason. Maybe they want to show me something. I was wondering if they'd managed to decipher our written language and want me to read something.
But they could display writing on any interface screen.
They might not have figured that out yet.
She was out of arguments. Kez could be stubborn, and he was in a state where the more she pushed, the more he would resist. Single-mindedness was a useful trait for a scientist, but it didn't make for harmonious relationships. The smell of salt water was growing stronger, and the noise of their progress had begun to echo, as if bouncing off a liquid surface. Her chest and throat tightened. She wasn't only worried about Kez's impending meeting with the feeler. She was also not looking forward to seeing the creatures close up. The sight of their writhing tentacles around the ship's hull had been sufficient. She sighed. Why couldn't the feeler be like aliens in vids, humanoid and able to speak English? The incline they were walking down had almost levelled out. Only a relatively small portion of the ship was filled with water, yet they had to be well below sea level. "I think we're nearly there." She wished it was fear and not excitement she could hear in Kez's voice. He ought to fear the feeler more. The quality of the light had altered. It had become more luminous, and it wavered. They were seeing the reflection of ripples on the ceiling. Kez was a few steps ahead, speeding in his haste to meet the feeler. She hurried to reach him and grabbed his elbow. "Slow down. Take it easy. We aren't in any hurry." He gave her a sideways hug. "Oh, Cariad, you worry too much, but I appreciate it." He did slow down a little, though it was only to appease her. The floor and walls glistened as if they had been under water only a moment ago. "Nearly there," Kez said. He gasped. "Look!" The tip of a mottled tentacle was sliding rapidly toward them. She froze. Kez's arm slipped from her shoulder. He squatted down, staring in rapt fascination at the thin, slithering limb. She backed up. She tried to say Kez's name, tried to tell him to move away too, but her mouth and throat refused to make any words. "Would you look at?" The tentacle slipped around Kez's ankle. Oh, more tentacles were appearing, gliding up the corridor almost too fast to follow. Kez touched the tentacle that had taken hold of his ankle and was winding up his shin. "Hey, that isn't nice." Her back was against the wet corridor wall. The tentacle holding Kez gave a violent jerk, tugging him off his feet. He cried out as he hit the floor. The other tentacles had reached him and were twining around his legs and arms. His look of shock was profound. "Carrie!" A tentacle wound over his mouth. She couldn't go to him. She couldn't run. She couldn't move. Kez was struggling, but the feeler were pulling him, sliding him easily down the corridor. His voice was muffled, but his eyes said everything. Their gazes met as he disappeared from sight. Chapter 18. Ethan didn't bother to knock or otherwise alert Cherry to his presence before going into her shelter. He did sleep there after all, and he only wanted to check if she was home. But the sight he saw inside sent him reeling out in shock and dismay. He stood outside, trying to rid his brain of the image imprinted on it. Cherry emerged a few moments later, clutching a blanket around her naked body. "What the hell? You could give me a warning before you come barging in."
"I'm sorry. I didn't think. It's broad daylight, for stars' sake. How was I supposed to know that you needed some privacy?"
"When else do you think I can do it? You and Garwin are here every night." Her look of annoyance faded. "What do you want, anyway?"
"I only wanted to talk to you, but it doesn't matter. I can come back later when you don't have company."
"Is it urgent? Has something happened? We don't have another loon who wants to go back to Earth, do we?"
"No, nothing like that."
Ethan was still trying to overcome his shock. It wasn't so much what he'd seen Cherry doing, but who she'd been doing it with.
"Well, your surprise entrance has killed his mood anyway. I can talk with you if you want. Wait here a minute."
He stuck his hands in his pockets and went for a short stroll. He hoped that in time he would forget the picture stuck in the forefront of his mind, but he didn't think that would happen any time soon. As he returned to Cherry's shelter, she re-emerged, fully dressed.
"He isn't coming out then?"
"He wants to take a nap, so I said he can sleep there for a while. What did you want to talk about?"
"Let's walk for a bit. We can go and see the progress on the flitter pile."
The 3 guardians working at the settlement had nearly completed excavating the pile and retrieving all the flitters. Ethan had intended to speak with Cherry about his ideas for raising morale, but he had a more burning question that he was compelled to ask first. It comprised one word.
Aubryo?
Oh, you saw who I was with?
I did, but I wish I hadn't. Don't get me wrong, you're a good friend to me, and no more than that. But of all the men available, you had to choose Aubryo.
Why wouldn't I choose Aubryo? What does it matter? And what do you care?
What does it matter? You know what he's like. You were there when he attacked me. Or did you forget about that?
Of course I remember it. I took him to the hospital, didn't I?
That's right, you did. Was that when this thing started? Wait, I don't even want to know.
You don't have any right to know. It's none of your business.
I'm sorry, you're right.
Yet he couldn't get over his confusion.
Still, Aubryo. Is he different in private?
Ethan!
Okay, I'll stop.
They walked another minute or so in silence, then Cherry said, That fight he had with you, he's worried the Guardians are going to try to sedate him again. That's why he wanted to become leader. He'd heard they follow the leader's orders. He thought if he was leader, he would be safe from them. He could order them to leave him alone.
So it wasn't a power grab?
Honestly, it was probably that too.
Right. So you do know what he's like, and you still want to be with him?
Cherry halted and turned to face him. You don't understand. I'm not with him, and anyway, it isn't necessary to like him.
You don't have to like someone to do that.
Cherry resumed walking. No, I don't anyhow. So what's this thing you wanted to talk to me about? He did have to like the other person, but he kept his thoughts to himself.
Cherry, what do you think we're doing here? I don't mean you and I mean everyone. All the colonists, gens and Woken alike.
Colonizing? Building humanity's first deep space colony. As far as human civilization is concerned, we're it, as I understand it. Relief swept over him. Here was at least one person who hadn't given up. They'd arrived at the flitter pile, which was now more of a low heap. The Guardians had entirely excavated it, leaving only a low, wide-spreading layer of mud and debris. 14 flitters stood in a line, all clean but damaged to a lesser or greater extent. The sight of the Guardians' efforts reassured him somewhat. It was clear visual evidence of the benefits the androids brought to the colony. He hoped it would go a long way to restoring the colonists' trust. Why are you asking?
I was talking to an old couple earlier, trying to gauge the general mood, you know. We have plenty of work ahead of us, and then probably a long, hard fight. The people I spoke to basically told me there was no point in doing anything. They implied we were all going to die anyway, so why bother? Garwin feels the same.
He does? Seems kinda hopeless.
It is hopeless. None of them had any real hope about the future, and when I talked to Garwin about it some more, he said most colonists are only surviving, waiting for the aliens to return and finish us off.
Well, come to think of it, he's very different from how he was before Twyla killed herself. He's lost interest in everything, doesn't care anymore. I can see why he might say that.
But do you think he's right about most colonists having the same attitude?
I don't know, to be honest. I've been too busy retrieving the supplies from the Nova to socialize, and then the first moment I get to relax, someone interrupts me. She gently elbowed Ethan in his side. He chuckled, but his somber mood soon returned.
I hope Garwin and that couple don't represent everyone. If they do, what they believe will become inevitable. We'll be sunk. We have to fight, Cherry. Every last one of us, or we'll never survive.
Then you'll have to change their minds. Chapter 19. Cariad had made her way back to the reproduction facilities, though she couldn't remember how. Everything from the moment the feeler had taken Kes until she'd entered the gestation room had been a blur. Panting heavily, she closed the door. It would lock automatically, and the feeler wouldn't be able to open it. The security system wouldn't allow it. Only she, Florian and Cassie were cleared to come in. But would the feeler be able to override the system now they had control of the ship? Perhaps she should return to the agricultural district and get out of the place. But no flitter would be there. Unless the Guardians were still investigating the airlock, maybe she should contact them and try to go out that way. Had Kes talked to the feeler about opening the airlock? He hadn't said. She slowed her breathing. She needed to calm down and think. She slid down to the floor, her back against the wall. The tiny babies in their sacks were oblivious to the danger they were in. Would the feeler try to take them too? She couldn't leave. She had to protect the babies. She should have protected Kes. She should have tried to help him. She'd wanted to, but none of her limbs would move. It wasn't until he'd been dragged out of sight that she regained some control. Then her legs had moved, but only to carry her far away from the dreadful, slithering, grasping, thieving tentacles. Why hadn't Kes listened? The feeler had taken him, just like they'd taken Ethan. Had they put Kes in a cell like they had their other victims? Or were they doing something even worse? Kes had talked about how the feeler treated humans like experimental subjects. What were they doing to him? She clasped her hands to her face and wept. Why hadn't she argued more strongly and persuaded him not to meet the feeler face to face? She should have refused to go with him, telling him it was too dangerous. That might have convinced him to change his mind. Though she knew deep down that he would have gone anyway, no matter what she had said or done, she couldn't stop blaming herself. It had been a stupid risk. Why hadn't he seen that? Out of the blue, a wave of anger hit. Now the colony was probably down another man, and a fantastic scientist too. One of the few who would have been able to help them understand Concordian organisms. Why didn't you listen to me? She remembered the 2 brief moments she and Kes had shared while preparing for the departure of the Nova. Exhausted by their long work hours, snatching 30 minutes here and there to spend together before collapsing with tiredness. Poor Kes. She couldn't bear to think of him with those horrible creatures. Finally, her heart ceased racing and her breathing returned to normal. She dried her tears. Crying wouldn't bring him back. She rested her head on the wall and rubbed her eyes with her palms, telling herself not to despair. Ethan and the other captives had been released alive. Hopefully the same would be true of Kes. She would have to calm the settlement and tell them what had happened. Who should she tell? The leader. The thought of talking to Ethan made her uncomfortable, but she had to send the news. As she lifted a hand to her comm button, another possibility popped into her mind. Comm. The feeler were contactable through the ship's comm. Maybe she could try to speak to them. She might even be able to persuade them to release Kes. She jumped to her feet and walked up the inclined floor toward the exit. But just as she was about to open the door, she hesitated. What if the feeler were outside, waiting? No, she was being ridiculous. If the creatures were able to slide all the way up through the dry sections of the ship, they would have done so earlier. They could have taken Kes, Florian, or anyone else aboard since the crash. Feeling more confident, she opened the door. Outside, the corridor was empty. Kes had been speaking to the feeler via the comm access point on the wall. She approached the small square panel. The sight of the mesh surface made her heart race again. She swallowed and leaned forward until her lips were close to the grid of slim wires. "Hello? Is anyone there?" "Yes," came the immediate answer. "We are!" The reply was so loud she jerked back her head to protect her ears from the noise. Yet at the 4th word the feeler uttered, the volume dropped low. It became so quiet she couldn't make out what the creature or creatures had said, though she guessed it was probably "here." She leaned close, preparing to speak again. but as she took a breath, the feeler repeated, "Yes, we here." A pause. "Ah, here." She tried to reply, but the feeler said, "Yes." Silence fell. The creatures seemed to be finally allowing her to speak. "Where is Kez? You took my friend. Where is he? Where's the man you took?" She bit her lip. Her throat was constricted, and sobs threatened to well up, preventing her from speaking. She swallowed them down. She was doing this badly. The feeler wouldn't know Kez's name. What words might they know? What should she say in order to make them understand? She tried again. "Where is the man? You took a man in this ship. Where is the human you took?" "Where is the man? Where is the man? Where is the man? Where is the human? Where is the human man?" "Yes!" she yelled, losing her temper. She hit the wall with her fist. "Where is he? Where's my friend? What have you done with him?"
"Cariad?"
She was still. "Kez?"
"Yes, it's me. Are you okay?"
"Am I okay? Of course I'm okay. What about you? You're the one who... The sob she'd been holding back burst out. He was all right. The feeler hadn't killed him. He was still alive. Tears dripped from her cheeks as a fit of relieved weeping racked her. "You're the one who nearly died," she finally managed to say. "You're the one they dragged away. I wanted to help you. I wanted to stop them, but I couldn't move. I was too scared. I'm so sorry. Are you sure you're all right? Have they put you in one of their cells?"
"Whoa, slow down. I'm fine. Don't beat yourself up. There wasn't anything you could have done to stop them. They're immensely strong. Besides, it was my choice to come down here, right? You aren't responsible for what happened."
"But what has happened to you? Where are you?" As she asked the question, a horrible thought struck. Was she actually speaking to who she thought she was speaking to?
"I'm underwater. I'm not in a cell. I'm still aboard the ship. I'm actually near the ship's control room. It's intact. The feeler have the lighting working down here. I don't know how they're preventing it from shorting out, but they have."
"Kez, I want to ask you something. It might seem weird, but just answer me, okay?" Had the feeler co-opted Kez's body to communicate with her? Had they taken over his mind? If the latter was the case, her question might be in vain. The feeler might be able to search his memory for the answer. But it was the best she could think of in the circumstances.
"Go ahead."
"When you went to be prepared for cryo, do you remember the last thing I said to you?" She recalled saying something in particular. It had been a phrase from an ancient children's show. She had watched endless reruns of it when she was a child. The real Kez would remember, but she doubted he would have told anyone or written down the phrase.
"I do. You said, 'See you on the flip side.'"
"Okay." His answer was correct, but doubt still niggled. Kez chuckled.
"Do you believe I'm me now?"
"I guess so." She did feel more certain she was speaking to her old friend. "So you were telling me you're underwater? How come you can breathe and speak?"
"As soon as I was submerged, the feeler put a helmet over my head. I struggled a bit, as you might imagine, but then all the water around my head drained away. The helmet is like one of the very first used for diving hundreds of years ago. Do you know what I mean?"
"I do, but is the air you have to breathe only what's inside the helmet? That won't last you long."
"That isn't all there is. A tube in the back leads somewhere. I haven't found out where yet. I've been too busy talking to the feeler. Then they stopped speaking because they wanted me to talk to you. They're being quiet now."
"They're talking to you? How? And how do you communicate with them? I was having a hard time before you took over."
"The helmet is connected to the ship's comm, but I'm only using that to talk to you. There are large bulges next to each of my ears. They seem to convert the feeler's movements to words, and my speech to water movement. Hearing the feeler this way makes them much easier to understand than over the comm. I'd managed to get quite a conversation going before they put me through to you. I'm sorry, I didn't know I could use the ship's comm too, or I would have let you know I was okay." She remained unconvinced that everything was as fine as he seemed to think.
"Are they holding you captive? Have you tried to leave?"
"I haven't tried to leave, but I don't think they would stop me if I did. Do you think I should try?"
"It would be good to know if they consider you their prisoner or not."
"I suppose you're right. I've been too caught up in my excitement about speaking to them. Though it's hard work, and I'm never quite sure I'm correctly interpreting what they say, the feeler are fascinating. Absolutely fascinating. But I ought to find out if I'm free to leave whenever I want. I'll try to go away from them and see what happens."
Some faint sounds of water movement came through, and Kes didn't speak for a brief time until he said,
"So I'm swimming back up the corridor to the surface of the water. The depth is only 4 meters or so. The feeler have almost entirely drained the ship. I forgot to say, they've cut off the corridor beyond the control room. I think that must be where the impact crushed the rest of the ship."
She heard more watery sounds and Kes's slightly laboured breathing.
"They're so thickly clustered I can't help touching them."
"You're swimming through them?"
"I am. I don't have a lot of choice. There are so many I can hardly see where I'm going."
"And they aren't trying to stop you?"
"Kes, man, human, you are moving away. Talk. We talk. We two. You. Can you hear them, Cariad?"
"It sounds like they don't want you to leave. They want you to stay and talk to them."
"That's right, but they aren't actually stopping me from leaving. In fact, they're moving out of my way so I can pass between them."
"You said you can't avoid touching them. What do they feel like?"
"Incredibly soft. So soft it's as if I could be able to pull them apart with my bare hands. But they're also extremely strong. You saw how they dragged me off. I was fighting with all my strength, but there wasn't a thing I could do about it."
There was the sound of something emerging from water.
"I'm back at the surface. I've climbed halfway out, and the feeler aren't trying to stop me. I'll try putting my helmet under water again to hear what they're saying." "Man. Human. We talk. To. You. Do you want me to try climbing all the way out?"
"What do you think?"
"I think they'll let me go any time I want to leave. You don't have to worry. I'm fine. I'm having a ball, in fact. Only the water's rather cold, and I don't have a way of taking notes. We don't have waterproof interfaces."
"Why do you think it's so much easier to understand them through the helmet than when they're speaking over the comm?"
"It's probably a conversion problem. This helmet uses their own tech to convert their movements to words. Heaven knows what they're inputting into the Nova's comm, or what they understand from what we say. They've created the helmet to improve the process, but they needed one of us to go into the water to put it on."
His explanation did seem to make sense, and the more she listened, the more confident she felt that she really was speaking to her old friend. Judging by the limited success of the feeler's efforts to use a human-made communication system, she doubted they would be able to fake a human personality so convincingly.
"Cariad, I'm sorry. I'd really like to speak to the feeler now. Can I comm you again in an hour or so? I don't have any way of telling the time here, so I'll have to guess."
"All right. It's so good to hear your voice, Kes. I thought you were gone forever."
"It's good to hear you too, and to let you know I'm okay. Please don't worry about me. I'm fine. I'll speak to you soon."
The comm went dead. It occurred to her that she should have returned to the bottom of the ship and witnessed with her own eyes Kes emerging from the water. That would have put her mind almost entirely at rest. But what if the feeler wanted her to do that so they could capture her too? She didn't have the courage to take the risk, and as far as she knew, there were no weapons aboard. She would have to wait and hope that Kes would come again in about an hour, and that eventually he would return from his visit with the feeler unscathed.
Chapter 20. The colonists arrived slowly. They wandered into the remains of the stadium as if they just happened to be passing by and had decided to find out what was happening. Stadium was a stretch of the imagination, Ethan mused as he waited. The place had received the full onslaught of the aliens' attack. Charred struts protruding from mud was all that was left of it, but the circular shape was identifiable, and all the gens and Woken knew the site. Not that their associations would be positive. The natural movement had detonated a bomb here, and it had been here that the Guardians had first been used as a tool of control. But Ethan hadn't been able to think of a better place for the task he had in mind. While he watched the colonists assemble, he recalled the mood of excitement and anticipation that had reigned at the naming ceremony, the second official event in Concordia's history. The first had been when the leader had been the first human to set foot on an extrasolar planet. At the beginning of the naming ceremony, rain had begun to fall. He recalled his delight with a bittersweet feeling. Like everyone else, he'd run to the centre of the stadium and stood in the field, amazed by the spectacle of water falling from the sky. The natural movement terrorists had soon put an end to the joyful mood. Since that day, he'd lost his appreciation of water, especially during the time he'd spent confined by the feeler. Plenty more had changed for him and the colony too. Cherry waited with him, kicking a hole in the dirt with the back of her heel. No doubt she would much rather be off ploughing a field or planting seeds. She had been right that she lacked the patience to be leader. Or perhaps she wished she was seeing Aubreo. Ethan grimaced at the thought. "Something wrong?" she asked. "Have you changed your mind about this?"
"No, I haven't, and nothing's wrong. Have you seen Aubreo lately? Did he say if he's coming today?"
"He didn't say. I guess he might, though probably not. He's still keeping a low profile."
"I bet that nearly kills him."
Cherry snorted a laugh. "Yeah, it does." A few more minutes passed as the colonists arrived in drips and drabs. "Half of them don't know the exact time," Cherry said. "A lot of people lost their comm buttons when the aliens attacked or afterward during the tsunami."
"It doesn't matter. They'll get here eventually. I want to wait until everyone who wants to be here has arrived."
"You really think this will do the trick?"
"No, I don't. I'm not sure at all."
"Then why are you doing it?"
"I have to do something. You said it yourself. Morale is low. People are so hopeless, I wouldn't be surprised if they put themselves out of their misery rather than fight when the time comes. I've tried talking to them face to face, but it hasn't made any difference. They listen, but I can tell they're only humouring me out of goodwill. After I've left, I'm sure they feel the same. I thought bringing everyone together might help. I want to show them that we're all in the same position, that there are no more gens and Woken, that everyone is on the same level now. I want to remind them why we're here and what we represent. I want to give them a reason to not lie down and give up."
"Sounds good. Have you written a speech? Do you know what you're going to say?"
"I have no idea."
Cherry folded her arms. "Good luck." Then she said, "I just thought of something. Don't start until I get back." She disappeared into the growing crowd. Ethan looked across the sea of heads. He realized that what he'd said really was true. There were no more Woken or gens. After the Guardians arrived, the division had threatened to open up again, but the androids had kept out of everyone's way. They'd demonstrated the value of their presence while remaining weaponless and compliant. The outrage some had felt at their reappearance had gradually subsided, although he had to admit that could also have been due to the general apathy. Raising himself onto his tiptoes, he peered beyond the crowd to the wider area. A few stragglers were still on their way, but that was it. Most of those who wanted to come and listen to him speak were already assembled. About 1,300 people were here, nearly all the colonists.
The others were aboard the Mistral. The amount of people assembled gave him hope. They cared enough to attend. It was something, a beginning. Now he only had to wait for Cherry to return from her errand, whatever that was. He couldn't guess what was so important that it couldn't wait. If he didn't begin soon, people would grow bored and leave. There was a disturbance. Someone was pushing their way through the crowd. He could see ripples of movement, but he couldn't see the person responsible. The ripples drew closer, and then Cherry emerged, carrying a storage box. Did she plan on handing something out? "This is for you." She held the box out. He took it from her, confused. "It's to stand on. No one can see you. If you don't stand a bit higher, you're just going to be a voice. Jump up." He placed the box on the ground and climbed onto it awkwardly. His artificial foot clunked on the hard surface. He was only head and shoulders above the surrounding crowd. The conversations that had been going on began to fade out. Those still speaking received nudges, urging them to be quiet. He glanced down at Cherry. She was watching him, smiling confidently. He appreciated her support. Garwin hadn't turned up, as far as he knew. He'd seen less and less of the man over the last few days. It wasn't due to jealousy over Ethan's leadership. Garwin had seconded the nomination. Something else was the matter. Of all the colonists, Garwin's morale was probably lowest. It was long past time for bad feelings to come to an end. It was time to turn the colony around. He raised a hand. The final mutterings drew to silence. He should feel nervous, but he didn't feel anything of the sort. He cared about every single person in the colony. All he wanted was to help them save themselves.
Colonists, thanks for coming here today and taking the time to listen. I know you could all have stayed in your shelters relaxing, but you didn't. You came here because I asked you, and that gives me hope. It tells me that despite everything that's happened, all the loved ones you've lost, despite what many of you have told me about how you don't expect to survive, you haven't given up yet. Somewhere inside, you're still hanging on. It's that part of you I want to speak to today. I want to ask you something. It's an easy question. If you know the answer, don't call out. Just raise your hand. I want to ask, who knows what the words Nova Fortuna mean?
A sea of hands rose into the air.
I told you it was simple, didn't I?
Chuckles and laughter answered him. He searched for a child with a raised hand and spotted a boy who looked about 10 years old. He pointed.
You, what's the answer?
The child answered, but too quietly for many to hear. He cupped his palm behind his ear and motioned upward with his other hand. The boy shouted, "New destiny!" He clapped, eliciting more scattered applause.
Correct. New destiny. I remember learning the meaning when I was about your age. I wasn't much of a student, but I do remember that. Yet I didn't really understand what it meant. I knew the definitions of the words, of course, but not why they applied to the journey we were on. Whose destiny, and what was new about it? As I grew older, I understood better. It was my destiny, and all the other gens too. Fortuna referred to the life we would lead after arrival. It was our fate, and we didn't have a choice about it. But what did new mean? It wasn't new to us, it was inevitable. There wasn't a course that we'd set upon only for it to change to a new one. Then, when we began waking the passengers, I understood who the new referred to. These people, the woken, they'd been living one life, one fate, on Earth, and they'd chosen to change it. They'd altered the rules of the game and invented a new destiny for themselves. But we only existed to be useful to them. They'd brought us along for the ride.
No one spoke. He could almost touch the sombre mood emanating from the crowd. What he'd said was the truth. It had to be told. He hoped that now it was stated out loud, everyone would be able to move on.
Everything's turned out different from what we were told, right? We discovered our new home held predators who kill in a horrible way. The natural movement did their damnedest to destroy us. After that, we had the alien attack and the tsunami. And what happened each time we were faced with adversity? Every time, we survived. We lost people, yes. Everyone has lost someone, but we're still here. Despite everything, we made it through. Things have changed. This new life is not what the project founders had in mind when they thought up the name Nova Fortuna. All the careful plans they made are useless. The manual and the mandate that caused so much conflict, they're long forgotten. This life we're leading isn't the new destiny the founders intended.
The crowd was still listening, which was a better result than he'd anticipated. It was important that he got the next and final part right. Shelf clouds were building up on the horizon. It would rain again soon, and the reception would be very different from what it had been at the naming ceremony. He continued, "But it is a new destiny, a new life for us all. Maybe it looks like we don't have much choice about what happens in this new life, but that isn't true. We have a choice about how we face it. We can own it, or we can lie down and give in to whatever is thrown at us. That's what you have to ask yourselves. How are you going to face what comes? I can't answer for you. I can't make you hope for a better future. I can't give you the will to live. You are the person who decides. Each of you create your own destiny. And that doesn't mean you won't die. I can't stop the aliens from returning. However much we might want it, we don't get to choose to live a long and happy life. But what we do get to choose is whether we sit back and accept whatever happens to us, or whether we fight. That is the destiny we can choose. So now I have another question for you. Do we just sit back? Do we give in, or do we fight?" This second question was not so easily answered. A pause stretched out as the crowd digested his words. He realized he was holding his breath. He deliberately exhaled. Cherry's head was down, and she was kicking another hole in the soil. The thud, thud, thud of her boot was all he could hear. Would he also hear the answer that was needed? He didn't know what else he could say. Perhaps he was not quite the leader others had supposed. Then the answer came. "We fight!" shouted the boy who had answered the first time. "We fight!" more voices echoed. He closed his eyes in relief, but many had not yet answered. He cupped both hands around his ears and yelled, "What do we do?" "We fight!" He raised a hand. "Thank you. Go and fight. Fight for your future and for the lives of the people you love." He stepped down. "I knew you could do it," said Cherry, her eyes bright. Chapter 21. Cariad had gone to speak to the Guardians constructing the pulse emitter on the upper surface of the Nova. It was quite a trek. She had been forced to climb the networks of lines and ladders Geeson and Florian had fixed throughout the ship. She wasn't particularly fit. The feat was testing her strength, but she was lonely and wanted someone to speak to, even if that someone was an android. Kes was spending every waking moment speaking with the feeler. He seemed obsessed with finding out all he could about them, and they seemed equally curious about humans. It was to be expected, and she was the last person to blame a scientist for being passionate about one of the most important discoveries in the history of humankind. But that didn't mitigate the effect Kez's effective absence was having. The problem was monitoring the babies took very little time, and she didn't have anything else to do aboard the ship. Unlike Florian, she had no one at the settlement to comm for hours on end. There was also little point in working on more genetic cross-matching until the babies were decanted. She wasn't confident about using the ancient equipment again anyway. Her excessive amount of free time was mostly spent worrying. It was with horror that she'd learned of the plan to build a weapon that harnessed the Nova's remaining engines. The colony needed protection, but the Guardian's solution would make the ship an obvious target. The babies were essential to the colony's long-term survival. If the fetuses were killed, it wasn't a certainty that another match could be created and gestated up until decanting. Though the colony might survive the aliens' attack, it would eventually die out. Did it make sense to sight a massive weapon on the ship? She wasn't convinced. Hot and sweaty, her muscles, palms and knees sore from climbing, she finally reached the corridor at the top of the ship. The incline evened out enough for her to walk rather than crawl. Distant sounds of drilling and banging floated toward her. Now that she'd nearly arrived at her destination, she was having second thoughts. Did she really want to speak to the androids? It wasn't so long ago they'd creeped her out. She realized she had to be really lonely to have forgotten how she felt about the Guardians. Perhaps she should have asked Kez to take some time off his work and keep her company, or waited for Florian to return for a visit. But she'd come so far and with such effort. It would be stupid to go all the way back to the reproduction section without at least trying to spend some time with the androids. She found them working in a kindergarten classroom. Plas paper pictures still adorned the walls, though they were now covered in dust. Tiny chairs were piled up randomly on one side. Little tables, broken in the descent from space or at impact, lay upended, their remaining legs poking upward. Child-sized interfaces were strewn about, their screens cracked or warped. She paused, surveying the scene. The symbolism wasn't lost on her. What had happened to the kindy classroom was what had happened to the colonists. Their hopes and dreams had been childlike and naive. The forces of reality had shattered and smashed them to pieces, and in amongst the remains of childish things, the Guardians were building a weapon. The weapon's base was smaller than she'd thought it would be. Stacked metallic cylinders increased in size from the floor to the ceiling, like a macabre, upside-down wedding cake. In the gap above the upmost tier of the cylinders, Guardians were passing to and fro. They were working on the weapon where it protruded from the ship. The base had to be linked to the two surviving engines in the spindle, or it would be eventually. All she could hear was soft clinks and clacks as the androids worked. No voices. She gave a slight shudder. "Hello?" The Guardian's movement stopped, and one of the females squatted down to peer at Cariad through the gap. This one was called Brent. She'd been one of the androids who had helped to break through the hull. "Cariad?" Brent asked. "I thought I'd come and see how you're getting along." "With the pulsimeter?" "Yes." "Work is progressing satisfactorily. We're a little ahead of schedule, actually." "That's good to hear." But that wasn't what she wanted to say. "As soon as we fire it, the Nova will become a target though, won't it?" "Without any doubt." "And we have 123 babies aboard." Brent considered the statement for a moment, presumably analysing it for the unstated meaning. "I understand that you are concerned for the safety of the fetuses during the alien attack, but I believe you have forgotten an important element in your reasoning. The Nova Fortuna presents a clear and evident threat to our enemy, even in her disabled state. They should know this ship is a source of shelter and valuable materials.
It's possible that installing a powerful weapon will attract our attackers' attention sooner than otherwise, but I'm afraid it's inevitable that the ship will be attacked.
Cariad looked up into the Guardian's impassive face.
You mean the babies don't stand a chance, no matter what we do?
It's impossible to be certain, but their chances of survival are low. Hasn't Strongquist explained the situation to you? I thought he had. Brent was correct. Strongquist had told Cariad the best they could hope for was to be sufficiently hard to kill that the aliens would give up, for the time being. Yet somehow she hadn't translated that fact to the wider implications. All the infants she and her techs had carefully nurtured were probably going to die before they even left their artificial wombs. After her elation at discovering they'd survived, it was a truth too hard to contemplate. Her vision of the female android was turning blurry. Cariad blinked and rubbed tears from her eyes. "I'm sorry this is painful to you," said Brent.
Her comm chirped. It was Kez.
"Where are you? I've been looking everywhere. Have you left the ship?"
"I climbed to the top to see what was happening with the pulse emitter."
"Oh, really?"
Kez sounded disappointed. "Why? What's happening? I take it you're out of the water for a while."
"I thought I would take a few hours off. I have to write a report to send to Vasquez, and I wondered if you wanted to have dinner together."
"I'd love to have dinner. You've spent so much time with the feeler, I was beginning to feel lonely. It'll take me a while to get back. Can you wait for me?"
"Sure. I'll pop into the refectory and pick up some food. Then I'll begin writing my report while I wait."
He closed the comm. Cariad wasn't looking forward to completing the return journey without much of a rest, but it would be worth it to spend some time with Kez.
"I have to go."
Brent nodded and began to move away.
"How long until you're finished?"
"We estimate 27 days. We haven't constructed a weapon before, however. We may hit upon problems we hadn't anticipated."
"But it'll be ready before the aliens return?"
"The current probability is high."
Kez had set up a dinner in the reproduction room. The plates looked like they were about to slide off the bench, but he had placed rubber mats beneath them to give them some traction. All he'd had to work with were dishes and cutlery from the refectory and food from storage, but he'd managed to create an attractive spread. All it was missing was candles and flowers. Kez looked up from his interface.
"You made it."
His expression turned solicitous.
"Are you okay?"
She was definitely not okay. All through her journey down from the upper levels, she'd been thinking over Brent's words. Somehow they sounded more real and credible than when Strongquist had told her the same thing weeks previously. She was not okay at all. She was an emotional wreck, and somehow the sight of Kez's efforts tipped her over the edge. To her shame, she burst into tears.
"Hey!"
Kez ran across the room and wrapped his arms around her. She wept. She sobbed for all the little lives that would be lost. She cried for everyone else who was going to die. She lamented the death of her burgeoning relationship with Ethan that had somehow gone wrong. Minutes passed, and she continued to weep until she'd run out of tears and soaked Kez's shirt. She pulled away, wiping her face on her sleeve.
"I'm sorry. I don't know what came over me."
"That's okay. The stress is getting to everyone. I told you once I'd always be here for you, didn't I? Come and eat."
He gave her a strange look, however, as he took her arm and guided her to the table.
"At least nothing's grown cold."
They hadn't bothered trying to fix the ovens and hobs. It was easier to eat something from the stores that didn't require heating. Kez had selected seaweed wafers, bean cakes, dried tomatoes in oil, and corn chips. After her outburst of emotion, she found her appetite was almost gone. She chewed on a wafer while watching Kez eat. His prolonged time spent in the cool water with the feeler had resulted in him upping his calorie intake considerably. After a while he paused and said,
We better do something about the grasshoppers and other insects in the animal protein store. No one's fed them in I don't know how long."
She sucked in a breath. "I'd forgotten all about them. We have to kill them. We can't risk them escaping. They'll throw Concordia's ecosystem off balance. We could have a plague on our hands."
"I was thinking that too. We can do it later, but we can't leave it too long. Better do it tonight."
The prospect of euthanizing the insects upset her more than she expected. She felt her chin trembling and hot tears flooded into her eyes.
"Cariad?"
Kes reached over the table to take her hand.
"Are you okay?"
"No."
"You're worrying me. This isn't like you. You're usually so together."
She rubbed her eyes. "It isn't like me, is it? Why don't you tell me what's been happening with the feeler? Maybe that'll take my mind off things." He had already told her bits and pieces in the few moments she'd seen him between his visits to the creatures, but he'd never taken the time to give her an overview. He pushed away his plate, laced his fingers together, and put his hands behind his head.
"Boy, do I have things to tell you. One of the reasons I decided to take a break and write all this stuff up was something they told me today. Cariad, I was right. The feeler aren't native to Concordia. They're colonists like us."
"The feeler don't come from here? And they waited until now to tell us?"
"It does seem strange, and it's very hard to guess at their thought processes. But I think they thought we already knew. They haven't been here that long. From what I can understand, they arrived 28 Concordian years ago."
"Wow, so recently."
"Bear in mind that it's still early days in terms of how well we're communicating, but another thing I think they were saying was that their main power source is geothermal. They call it ground power, so I guess they might mean earthquakes or tectonic plate movement, but geothermal seems more likely."
"Hold on. Are you sure you haven't misunderstood about them colonizing Concordia? If the feeler aren't native, how did they get here? Where's their ship? It can't be on the other side of the planet, because even if we didn't notice it before arrival, the satellites would have picked it up."
"I asked them about that. They said their ship left 15 years ago. It's gone to find new planets to colonize. They talked about their colony ship like it was a breeding facility. After they find a planet with large bodies of water, they deposit colonists, wait a while until the colony is established, and then the ship leaves to find a new planet."
"Does it ever come back?"
If the feeler's space vessel returned at the same time as the hostile aliens, that would be interesting timing. "I don't know, I didn't ask them." Another thing they explained about was the slug limpets. They apologized about them.
"Huh? What do they have to be sorry about?"
"It took me forever to understand, but I finally got what they meant, I think. The area where we set up the settlement is near a habitation of their own, right? In the lake. Well, apparently there's a Concordian creature that the slug limpets eat. Don't ask me to describe it, I couldn't understand that part at all. But it breeds in water. They drove the slug limpet's prey animal out of the area because there were so many of them, their breeding activities were turning the lake water acidic, which is painful to the feeler's skin."
"So the slug limpets have nothing to feed on?"
"Not until we arrived, they didn't."
"Ugh." Cariad shuddered. "And did the feeler have a solution for our problem?"
"Sorry, we didn't get that far. They started talking about the time the aliens attacked."
"They know about it?"
"They know all about it. Cariad, the Nova crashed on one of their cities."
"Oh my goodness!"
"I think that must be why it didn't entirely disintegrate on impact. The feeler's buildings formed a honeycomb structure that collapsed and broke the ship's fall."
"Did thousands of feeler die?"
"They knew it was coming, thank the stars. They watched the skies. They saw everything, predicted where the ship would hit, and evacuated everyone in the immediate area. From what I could tell, it wasn't that big of a deal."
Cariad was silent as she came to terms with the new information. What Kes had told her was throwing her understanding of Concordia into an entirely new light. It was not an untouched world by any means. In a sense, the Nova colonists were interlopers. It's a lot to take in, right?
It certainly is.
Are you ready for some more?
There's more?
Lots more. But do you want to hear the doozy?
Go ahead. I don't think I can be any more amazed than I am right now.
I'll take that challenge. Kes's eyes twinkled. Like I said, the feeler saw everything that happened during the battle. They saw the aliens who attacked us. The word they use to name them is scythes.
You mean like the tools farmers used for harvesting crops in the old times?
Exactly. I think they chose that English word because of the crescent shape of their ship and the harvesting connotation. Did the attacking aliens harvest their enemies? Was that why they had retreated from the battle, in order to return to gather the crop of human colonists?
So did the feeler have anything to say about the prospect of the scythes coming back?
They did. They don't want them here either. They don't want them on this planet, they said, because they want to live here too. They're going to try to help us defend it. They're sending a ship.
Chapter 23.
"How is the construction progressing?" asked a voice at Ethan's side, making him jump. He turned to find Strongquist standing beside him, beneath the overhanging branches of a large plant. The android seemed capable of moving about without making a sound. He must have arrived a few minutes ago on the shuttle transporting building materials.
"Pretty well," Ethan replied. "The excavation is finished, and most of the supporting structures are in place. Putting in power lines and water pipes should take another 2 or 3 weeks. Then we can stock the storage areas before finishing off the homes and moving people in. I take it you're also building defensive structures?"
Ethan now understood the reason behind the Guardians' visit. He was checking that the colonists were adequately preparing to protect themselves against an attack. Ethan appreciated the fact that the android seemed to be seeking to advise and not dictate.
"Of course. Would you like to see?" "I would like that very much. We'll have to wait a moment."
Ethan watched as a digger emerged from a hole and deposited its load onto the pile of excavated soil. Farmers were using it on their farms, tilling it into the tsunami sediment. The decision to construct the new settlement beneath tall stands of vegetation had seemed obvious after he'd heard the scouts' reports. The mighty tree-like ferns would serve as additional protection on top of several meters of dirt, and they would hide evidence of human activity from aerial scrutiny. The forest soil was dark and rich and extended deeply. None of the excavators had encountered any subsoil or rocks, which had sped up the digging considerably. Cherry had been excited when she first saw black dirt, saying that the crops would be heavy this year. He only hoped they would live to harvest them. He waved at the man driving the digger, then walked over and asked him to take a break. He motioned with his arm for Strongquist to join him. They walked down the rutted slope leading to the new settlement. Lights hung from wires along the passages, providing enough light to see where you were going, but not much more. He was already familiar with the layout after many hours down here, discussing the execution of the plans the builders had drawn up.
"This way. I have something to show you that I think you'll find interesting."
The air was humid and slightly warmer than on the surface. It also smelled of leaf mold, and roots poked out from the walls and ceiling.
"I heard you have been helped by the feeler in the construction,"
Strongquist asked.
"Kind of. They can't help with the digging, but they have helped us with water and power. They must have figured out where we were excavating. They sent word that they could connect us to an underground river and their own geothermal energy supply. That is very good news." "It certainly was. We could have powered the place with generators, but water was going to be a problem. This way."
Ethan led Strongquist off the main route and down a short, narrow, blind passageway. At the end was a spiral staircase disappearing into a black hole in the ceiling.
I thought the settlement was one floor only.
It is. You go first. The Guardian climbed the slim steps, turning as he progressed around the spiral. Ethan followed him, his head not far below the android's gaitered calves and booted feet. The lighting ended at the ceiling, and they were soon climbing in almost total darkness. A rectangle of light shone dimly above.
I estimate we should be well above ground level now,
Strongquist said.
We are climbing inside something.
Can you tell what it is? The Guardian halted and reached out to touch the wall.
We are inside the trunk of a tree. Very interesting. And this light I can see a little way above is a viewing point.
That's right. Take a look, then we'll go down. The android continued his progress while Ethan waited for him on a lower tread. He knew what Strongquist would see because he'd also looked through the rectangle cut into the trunk. The tree had been selected due to its height, which gave a clear view over the forest canopy and to the surrounding landscape.
Impressive,
Strongquist said.
Is this the only one?
We have 2 more, each facing in a different direction.
Excellent. I'm glad you've considered the possibility of the aliens approaching by land as well as from the sky. I think it's extremely likely they will investigate farther afield when they discover you have apparently disappeared from the original settlement. I will come down now.
Ethan descended the stairs.
Maybe they'll think we've left the planet. That would be the preferable outcome, though unlikely, considering they destroyed your only means of departure. The Mistral will come under attack. The aliens' previous behavior would suggest they view this planet as their property, possibly a site for their own colonization, in which case you may find yourself sharing the place with yet another intelligent species, although a hostile one.
Ethan contemplated the idea of years, decades, or perhaps even centuries of struggle against another species. He hoped it would not come to that.
What's been happening on the Mistral? We've finished printing all the specialized parts for the pulse emitter, and we've begun creating the additional weapons and other items you requested. I believe the first batch should arrive tomorrow.
Great. We'll find somewhere to store them securely. If we do face an assault over land, we're going to need everything we can get. He stepped down from the bottom tread and moved aside to make room for Strongquist. When the android had reached the bottom, Ethan invited him to come and see something else he might find interesting. He had saved the best for last. He showed the Guardian into a chamber with a plastiwood floor, unlike most of the rest of the settlement. This was all Garwin's idea. He designed and built the mechanism.
Mechanism?
Imagine the aliens have found one of the entrances. They shouldn't because they're all camouflaged. But imagine they do, and they're trying to get inside. How can we attack them? All we can do is barricade the doors and fight them if they break through. Garwin thought it would be useful to be able to attack from the surface. He pressed a button on the low ceiling. It slid to one side, and the floor began to rise. They emerged into the forest. Not far away stood the pile of excavated dirt, and alongside it was the digger operator, waiting patiently. Ethan said,
"We can use this to send people up to fight above ground, or just fire something before retreating. As soon as the platform is level with the forest floor, it locks in place. Only someone with the right security access can open it. I am doubly impressed."
They walked over to the digger, and Ethan told the driver he could resume work.
"So another 4 weeks to completion?"
asked Strongquist.
"Something like that. The builders have been working night and day."
Time was slipping away. The aliens could return at any moment, but the likelihood would increase significantly after the next 4 weeks. The colonists had worked as hard as they could with that deadline in mind. He hoped they would make it.
"Good.
the android said.
And have the Mistral shuttles proved a better alternative to flitters for transporting materials?
The Guardians had proposed that their vessels should be used to bring the colony ship supplies to the site. The Nova's stores had been pillaged to build and stock the new settlement, but the copious materials and food had finally run low. If the colony was devastated by another disaster, they wouldn't have anything else to fall back on. They would be on their own.
The shuttles have been fantastic, said Ethan. We couldn't have moved as fast as we have without them. And how are the relations with the feeler progressing? Aside from their offer to supply power and water, I heard there were ongoing dialogues with the ones in the lake. They put some of their special helmets on the shore. Anyone who wants to can wade into the water and speak to them. I think a few people have taken them up on their offer. Compared to the settlement rebuilding, though, it's very slow going. I have to admit, I don't have a lot to do with that.
He had found he wasn't able to approach the lake without a sense of dread. His stump would ache with the memory of the agony the threads had inflicted.
Has there been any sign of the thread ship? We haven't been able to detect it. The feeler in the Nova Fortuna assured the scientist who is the main point of contact that their ship is on its way, but they seem unable to give an arrival estimate. It's strange. They appear to mark time differently from standard human scales of measurement. Their temporal concepts seem unrelated to planetary rotations or circumnavigations of the system's star. Perhaps that isn't quite so surprising, considering the feeler are aquatic. My guess is they evolved in deep water, where day and night aren't so noticeable. If their buddies are coming, I hope they arrive before the not-so-friendly aliens. It would certainly be useful to have an ally, even an unpredictable one, but we mustn't think we can rely on them. I heard they said they would try, but if the aliens succeed and take over Concordia, they won't be able to help. Yes, that is what the scientist reported, Stromquist said. They didn't give an explanation, but I would guess their ships are filled with water or another liquid. They won't be able to evacuate a great number of humans, or perhaps they don't know of another planet that can sustain human life. They may only know water worlds.
The android's guesses made sense. The chamber the threads had constructed for Ethan had barely kept him alive, and he was only one person. The idea that the creatures could modify their ship to accommodate well over 1,000 humans wasn't credible.
Would you mind taking a walk with me?
Stromquist asked.
Sure.
Ethan wanted to go to the farming district anyway to speak to Cherry. He guided the android in the direction of the farmland, following the rutted track worn by the transportation of excavated soil. As soon as the task was complete, the track would be smoothed over to hide the evidence of the colonists' new habitation. They walked along in silence. Stromquist appeared to be deep in thought, so Ethan didn't interrupt him. He reflected instead on how time and experience had changed his perspective on being leader. It had turned out to be easier than he had thought. The job mostly involved exercising common sense, and it gave him satisfaction to know that he was doing everything he could to ensure the survival of all the men, women and children. The only thing that bothered him was that he hadn't had an opportunity to talk to Cariad. He wanted to apologize about his overreaction to her suggestion weeks ago. He didn't have time to journey out to the Nova, where she was living, and he wanted to speak to her in person, not over a comm. As they drew closer to the farms, he noticed people taking down the fence surrounding the lake. He was reminded of the time he and Rudra had clung to it to survive the tsunami. Now, Rudra's daughter, little Ganica, was aboard the Mistral. He had seen her while he'd been waiting on his prosthetic leg. It must have been a hard decision for Rudra and his wife to make, to be parted from their child for so long for her safety. Once the underground settlement was ready, all the little ones aboard the Guardian ship would finally be able to return planetside. If the hostile aliens attacked again, the surface would be a safer place than the defending starship. Strongquist finally spoke.
Do you mind if I ask you something personal?
Ethan was so surprised he almost stumbled.
Personal? Like what?
Too late, he realised his reply might sound rude. It was the first time ever that he'd heard Strongquist or any other Guardian refer to anything relating to human feelings.
Never mind. No, it's okay. Go ahead. I don't want to bring back painful memories for you.
Oh, he had an idea of what Strongquist might be referring to.
You want to talk about the first night attack when Lauren and Dr. Crowley died? Not exactly. Ethan, I wanted to talk to you about emotions. One emotion in particular. I wanted to ask you how it feels to be in love.
Ethan halted. The android regarded him somberly.
I'm sorry. If you don't wish to discuss the subject, I understand. I only asked you because I know very few colonists on a personal basis. I'm aware that my question would be inappropriate if you were only an acquaintance.
I guess it would. Ethan was stalling for time to recover from his surprise.
You want to know what love feels like? I'm not sure if you're aware, but we do experience emotions. I don't know why exactly, but I think they may be a natural consequence of our mental makeup. Though it may not seem obvious to you, barring a few differences, we are essentially human. We feel.
Did the android think he might be in love? Ethan considered asking him, but then dismissed the question. It didn't seem kind to put Strongquist on the spot.
I can tell you what it feels like for me, if that's any help. I don't know if it's the same for everyone. I would be interested to hear. Okay, it's like you feel this warmth, this excitement right in your gut whenever you're near that person, or even just think about them. And it isn't a sexual thing, though of course that's there too. You want to be with the person you love forever, because whenever you're with them you're happy, and you feel like you would do anything to keep them safe and happy too. Now that I think about it, love is hard to describe, but that's about as close as I can get. Does it help? Do you understand? Thank you.
They began to walk again. Ethan glanced at the android from the corners of his eyes. Strongquist's normally impassive features were troubled. Ethan's comm chirped. At first he didn't recognize the caller. Then he realized it was the scientist at the colony ship with Cariad, the man she was with now. Kez said, "I've been asked to pass a message to you. The Feeler would like to invite the colony leader to visit their ocean city." Chapter 23. Cassie and Florian had arrived to give Cariad a break. She had told them she was fine living aboard the Nova and caring for the growing babies, but her techs had insisted that she'd spent long enough on the ship and needed a change of scenery. It was true that living in the angled world had worn on her nerves, and that Kez was so wrapped up in communicating with the Feeler he was poor company. She also had to admit that her emotions were all over the place, and she didn't really know why. The former reasons didn't seem sufficient to account for her feelings. There was something else that wasn't right. She just couldn't put her finger on it. Perhaps it was only that she missed Ethan. So much unfinished business to work through before deciding where they could go from here. Yet was there really any point, considering they might have less than a handful of weeks left to them? She had left the door to the reproduction facilities open so she would hear Florian and Cassie approaching. She heard their voices and soon made out their happy banter. "I still think Florian Jr. is an excellent name," said Florian. "But what if it's a girl? I repeat, Florian Jr. is an excellent name.
I didn't know your name could be used for girls too.
Well, strictly speaking it can't, but there's a first time for everything. And who would know? I don't think there's another Florian in the colony.
If we're going down the junior route, Cassie Jr. would be better for a girl.
Cassie is a very pretty name, but I think there can be only one. You're unrepeatable. Cassie's laughter echoed in the corridor.
I'm not sure if that's a compliment.
Florian appeared and Cassie arrived directly behind him. Cariad crossed the room to hug them. She no longer thought of them as her subordinates. They were more like friends who happened to do the same job as her. "Great to see you, Cariad," Florian said. "How's everything been going? The babies are thriving, even at an angle. We have some real kickers. The carers are going to have their hands full when they're born."
"They sure are," said Cassie. 123 newborns. I can't imagine it. We get the best end of it though, don't we? Those babies don't make a sound while we're looking after them, and if they need feeding, all we have to do is increase the nutrient supply. No messy milk, no spitting up, no diapers to change.
"Been thinking about what's to come?" Cariad asked, eyeing Cassie's prominent bump.
"I have a little. I'm glad we'll only have one to deal with, and I decided I'm leaving all the hard stuff to Florian."
"What?" he exclaimed. "That's news to me."
"Well, for the first 9 months after he or she is born anyway. After all, I'm already looking after our baby for 9 months. You can take the next shift. It's only fair."
She winked at Cariad. "I rather think, like you said, you're getting the best part of the deal. But I agree to your proposal, providing we call him or her Florian Jr. What do you say?"
I'll think about it."
Cassie asked Cariad.
"Are you packed? I don't exactly have a lot to take with me. Is the flitter waiting?"
"No, it didn't wait," said Florian. "We came through the lower airlock. Guardians were there waiting to be taken to the shuttle, so you'll have a while to wait until the flitter's back."
"That's fine. I wanted to catch up with you two anyway and find out what's been happening. You'll be pleased to know the clinic's doing really well," Cassie said. "Alistair and Kurtz are doing a great job. Though they've moved the clinic to the new site, that's where most people are these days."
Florian said. "They're fixing up the underground living areas now. We popped over to take a look, didn't we, Cassie? Apart from the fact that there are no windows, they're quite nice, and they have water and electricity."
"So the entire place is under a forest?" Cariad asked. "The entire place. There are 3 entrances, but they're very well camouflaged when they're closed. If the Scythians land, I don't see how they can possibly find us."
"The Scythians?" Cariad said. "Is that what we're calling the aliens now?"
"That's what people are saying. The Feeler call them the Scythes, right? Scythes, Scythians. They used to be a nation in ancient Earth history, right?"
Cariad was about to reply, but sudden nausea hit her. Momentarily unable to speak, she nodded.
"Is something wrong?"
Cassie asked.
"You've turned pale."
Cariad swallowed the saliva spilling into her mouth. Sudden bouts of nausea were another of her weird symptoms. Something was definitely wrong with her.
"I feel sick. I've been feeling sick off and on, and generally strange for a few weeks now. I don't know why."
"What kind of strange?" Florian asked, pulling up a stool and sitting down. The position wasn't particularly comfortable at the angle of the room. It required pressing the table to maintain some friction, but the habit appeared hard for the tech to break. He gazed at Cariad with concern.
"Little things, inconsequential stuff, has been upsetting me. I think Kez has concluded that stress is getting to me. I'm sure he's been censoring what he tells me in case I start weeping again. And I'm restless, not sleeping well. I often feel too hot as well."
Florian turned to Cassie and gave her a look. Cassie's eyebrows rose.
"Cariad, do you find you have to pee, like, a lot?"
"I do.
That's another of my symptoms."
Florian's features twisted as if he was trying to control his reaction. He got up, walked to the wall, placed his forearm against it, and rested his forehead on his arm, his shoulders shaking. "Do you know what's wrong with me?" Cariad asked, alarmed. "Is it something serious?" Cassie took Florian's place on the stool. She reached over to Cariad and took her hand, biting her lip as if struggling to know what to say. "What is it?" Cariad asked. "If you have an idea, tell me. I'll go and speak to Kurtz when I get back. Going to see Kurtz would be a good idea. Cariad, is it possible that you might be pregnant?" "Pregnant?" Cariad snatched her hand away and shoved it into her lap. "No! No way!" But as the words left her lips, certain things began to fall into place. "Are you absolutely sure you aren't?" Cassie asked gently. "It would explain all your symptoms." "But I can't be. The only time I was drinking the Nova's water for ages. I would have had to request the non-medicated water if I wanted to begin ovulating. You're forgetting, though. Before the aliens attacked you, you spent a lot of time planet-side. And then you went off for a couple of days to try to find Ethan. If you weren't taking a contraceptive..." Cariad clapped a hand over her mouth. Cassie was right. Prior to the alien attack, she'd spent weeks living planet-side while she worked on the Natural Movement Saboteurs investigation. "But," she said forlornly, "we were only together. I mean..." At this, Florian wasn't able to contain himself any longer. He lifted his head and roared with laughter. "A world expert in human reproduction," he spluttered. "Responsible for every embryo created in the Nova Fortuna project. And you didn't know." He began another bout of laughter, silent this time, while tears coursed down his face. Cassie tutted and hopped off her stool. She strode to the father of her child and pushed him to the doorway. After forcing him firmly outside, she closed the door. His whoops of laughter could still be heard. Cassie returned to Cariad and put an arm over her shoulder. "Congratulations?" "I don't know." Tears were threatening again. "Ask me in a while. I'm just getting used to the idea. There's no rush to decide anything. We can rig up another gestation sac if we have to. I'm sure we can transfer the embryo safely. That's what they used to do in the old days, right?" Yes, that was an option. How could she have missed the obvious explanation for how she'd been feeling? The fact that she might have conceived hadn't even crossed her mind. For most of her career, she'd been matching genetic profiles and creating new life. But in every case, the embryo had been planned. She'd almost forgotten that these things could happen by accident, and in all her life she'd never imagined that accident might happen to her. The door opened and Florian came in, wiping his eyes. "Cariad, I'm so sorry. That was incredibly insensitive of me." She smiled wryly. "It's okay. I guess it is kind of funny." She'd thought she knew herself well. She didn't do anything on a whim. She always considered things thoroughly and then made a decision. Life didn't thrust itself upon her. She didn't allow it. But life had thrust itself upon her, and not only that, it had forced itself upon Ethan too. She hadn't even spoken to him for weeks. Did they have a future as parents to this child? She didn't know. How would he feel when she told him the news? Would he be pleased or upset? They weren't even in a relationship, let alone anything more permanent. Or maybe her fears were moot. The window that the Guardians had predicted for the aliens' return would be opening soon. Were they all going to die anyway? Ethan, herself, and the tiny life they had unwittingly created. She burst into tears. Chapter 24. The capsule the threads had provided to convey Ethan to their ocean metropolis stood open in the water. A transparent, elongated oval, the vessel accommodated only one person in a single reclined seat. He was reminded of the container the feeler had used to transport him from the river to the chamber in the lake. The capsule bobbed on the swell, remaining in exactly the same spot despite the motion of the waves. The invitation of the open lid was evident. Climb inside, human. But what would happen? The last time he'd encountered the threads at close quarters, he'd come away missing part of his leg. What might happen this time? Would he even escape with his life? Relations with the feeler had been good in recent weeks. He suspected his fears were exaggerated, but he wasn't entirely convinced. The man who had been communicating with them, the xenobiologist Kes, Cariad's partner, appeared convinced the creatures intended no harm. But he hadn't spent weeks in their captivity and nearly died. Ethan's experience was not speculation, it was real. The memory was fresh. He was not wrong to hesitate before entrusting his well-being to the threads. Yet he was also aware he wasn't only one man any longer. He represented a colony of men, women and children relying on him for their survival. A dire threat hung over everyone, and the threads were their only ally. If he didn't accept the creature's invitation, if he didn't step into the capsule and allow himself to be borne wherever they wanted to take him, he could be putting hundreds of lives further into jeopardy. 2 guardians had brought him to the arranged place where he was to embark on his journey. They waited patiently behind him. No time for his departure had been set. He could think about it all day if he wanted, but he really had no choice. To fulfill his role as leader, he must go into the ocean. It was a risk, and his entire being rebelled at the idea. But what was one life compared to many? The settlement was nearly complete. The Guardians had built the weapon on the Nova. The colonists were gearing up for a battle that was likely to begin soon. If he didn't make it back, they could go on without him. But the colony needed the thread's promised ship. He exhaled, long and slow. He took off his boot and sock, rolled up his pants legs, waded the short distance to the capsule and climbed inside. As soon as he settled in, the lid closed over him and sealed with a click. He'd forgotten to say goodbye to the 2 guardians. When he looked over his shoulder, they were already trudging toward the waiting flitter. A wave lifted the thread's vessel. This time it was dragged a little out to sea as the wave departed. Another wave hit and pulled the thread's capsule farther out. Its motion was not smooth like that of a flitter. The capsule bobbed and drifted. It seemed to resist the wave's force pushing it toward the coast and released the resistance when the waves retreated, as if harnessing the water's natural movement. He looked backward again. He was already several meters from the beach. The flitter was gone. The rounded tip of the thread's vessel dipped beneath the surface, returning his attention forward. His hold on the arms of his seat tightened. He could see no threads, though they were clearly controlling his transportation. The nose of the vessel dipped again, deeper. Waves slapped the transparent sides. Below the surface of the cloudy water, pieces of seaweed floated past, along with small fragmented pieces of debris, remains of the Nova lingering around the crash site. His gaze rose to the massive arch of the ship dominating his view. Somewhere inside was Cariad with her new love, or perhaps an old one rekindled. He would have liked to have seen her before embarking on his journey. He wanted to make things right between them, but now that would have to wait until he returned, assuming he did return. All of a sudden, the capsule slid under the water. It felt as though a giant invisible hand had grabbed the vessel and was dragging it downward. It began to move fast and smoothly, and the resist-relax motion attuned to the waves entirely ceased. A strong acceleration hit, pushing Ethan into the strange black jelly-like material of his seat. Sunlight faded as he was drawn inexorably lower into the murky water. As the last of the natural light faded, beams burst outward from the capsule along the line where the lid met the lower half, illuminating the water. Then he saw them, flying toward him through the gloom. His stomach lurched. Within seconds he was surrounded by threads. He gripped the armrests tighter, wondering what their purpose was. When they didn't attack, he calmed down a little. The creatures weren't whirling in their usual manner. They were propelling themselves alongside him, their thin, lithe tentacles trailing out behind them. Were they escorting him or guarding him? "Human leader!" came a voice from nowhere. "Air will not leave your submarine, and pressure will not enter it. Do not fear." The voice lacked intonation, but the volume was moderate and not ear-splittingly loud. He was relieved. He'd been expecting the mind-shattering noise he'd heard the first time the threads had spoken to him. Their understanding of human verbal communication seemed to have improved. He twisted around, trying to discover where the voice was coming from. The vessel's transparent, rigid shell gave no clues. Aside from the seat, the capsule didn't appear to feature any other devices. The voice had sounded as though it was coming from all directions. Had the shell been creating the words? Had he been listening to a recording or speech in real time? "Where are you taking me?" No answer came at first. Then several seconds later, "Human leader is visiting the people's leader." It was not a recording. "Where is the people's leader? Why are you taking me to see?" "Her? It?" Another long pause. "It is difficult to translate. People's leader is on the surface. You are meeting for the joining." Ethan tensed up. "What joining? What do you mean?" Many of his rapid heartbeats later, the voice said, "Joining ceremony." "What's a joining ceremony?" Another pause. "It is difficult to translate." He tried asking the same question again in several ways. The responses didn't give him any additional information. At the edges of his vessel's beams, the shadows of the swimming threads were only just visible. Everything beyond them and above and below the capsule was impenetrable black. He had to be very deep. He hadn't seen sunlight for a while, yet the voice had said the thread's leader was at the surface. The creatures seemed to have a different idea of what constituted the surface of the ocean. He tried to relax and avoid thinking about the hundreds or even thousands of meters of water between him and breathable atmosphere. He hoped the threads had been correct when they'd said no air would leave his capsule or water enter it. He assumed that was what they meant by pressure. There were lights. Below and in front of him, speckles of purple, green and blue flashed and rippled in the darkness. The beams from his vessel had outshone them, but now he'd noticed them, he saw more and more spreading out. The vessel began to slow. He was apparently drawing near his destination and the enigmatic joining ceremony. What might the ceremony entail? He pushed speculation from his mind. Whatever happened, his fate was already decided. He was at the thread's mercy. The capsule slowed rapidly, sending his stomach into his throat. At the same time, his vessel's lights went out. Darkness surrounded him. Millions of tons of water pressed in. Only a thin barrier of an unknown material separated him from a fast, assured, lonely death. The unpleasant feeling soon passed as his entourage began to light up. The threads accompanying him became luminescent and billowed outward, flinging their tentacles wide and sending out coruscating rays. The creatures were no longer sinister shadows. Their beams shone brightly, and rather than whirling and twirling at high speed, as he was used to, they gently undulated. Though he watched intently, the thread's display grew too complex to follow. Somewhere among the multitude of changing colours and movements, patterns were perhaps being created, but he could not say for sure. Was this how the threads communicated with each other in the deep, dark ocean? Did they reserve their language of water movement for shallow waters where sunlight penetrated? Was the display intended to convey something? If so, the voice was not translating. Perhaps the message was untranslatable, or was a purely ceremonial language. He was mesmerized. In all his life, in any vid or viewing of the stars from the observation deck on the Nova, he had never seen anything so beautiful. Was he viewing the joining ceremony? It was a more enjoyable event than he'd imagined. All at once, and too soon, the thread's lights went out. He was alone in the black once more. His eyes began to adjust to the lower light levels. The beams he had seen in the far deep became visible again. His vessel moved directly downward, as if being sucked into a drain. Peering down, Ethan watched the distant lights grow brighter. The ocean floor was covered in them, some large and motionless, others tiny and rapidly moving. Dots, lines, zigzags, flashes, beams, glaring rays and subtle sheens filled the seabed. As he drew closer, he could make out that some of the lights framed underwater structures, while others were emitted by threads moving between them. Too late, he realized he should have brought a recorder. He would have loved to share the sights with the rest of the colonists. Assuming this was the thread's metropolis, he would never again doubt their intelligence and advanced development. But where was he being taken? He leaned farther out until he was looking almost directly downward. As he pressed the top of his head against the capsule's side, he was just in time to see a wide, pitch-black hole. Like a rock falling from a great height, he plummeted into the moor in the ocean bed and began to travel down a rounded tunnel. He fell, or rather was sucked downward so fast that he rose a little above his seat. Lights flashed past. Already high above, the black opening to the ocean spiraled closed. He could not imagine how deep he now was. The scale of the thread's metropolis amazed him. Looking down again, he couldn't make out the end of the tunnel. It disappeared into a perspective point. Would he continue to the molten liquid rock beneath the planet's crust? But then his vessel slowed, and a hole loomed in the tunnel's wall. The capsule was dragged toward it. Was he about to begin another long journey, though on the horizontal plane? He began to worry about the freshness of the air in his vessel. Would he use up all the oxygen? He slipped through the hole and popped out into a large spherical chamber. His progress abruptly slowed. He floated to the center of the chamber, and his vessel finally halted. A ring of thread creatures surrounded him, suspended motionless. Was this the joining ceremony? He hoped so. He'd lost track of time, though he guessed he'd been travelling for at least a couple of hours. The experience had been strange and exciting, yet he was looking forward to getting back to dry land. "Human leader," said the voice in the capsule. "People leader wishes to join you. Do you agree?" Agree to what? What do you mean by join? Where was the thread's leader? The creatures around him looked identical. He would have expected their leader to stand out, but perhaps his expectation was misguided. He didn't look any different from the rest of the colonists after all. "Join means joining. Do you agree?" "I don't know what I'm agreeing to. I don't know if I agree." He happened to glance upward and immediately flinched. Hanging only a couple of meters above him was a single, very large thread creature. When had it arrived? Was it their leader?
Its many limbs were splayed wide, and at its centre a hole ringed with feathery protuberances gaped. "Join does not translate. Do you agree to join?" He didn't like the sound of the proposal, especially now that something like a gigantic mouth was looming over him. What would happen if he refused to join? Would the threads return him to the shore? Would they withdraw their support from the colony? Would they send a message to their ship telling it to go back? Dwelling where they did, in the deepest reaches of the ocean, the creatures probably had little to fear from an alien attack. Helping the humans wasn't a priority. "Do you agree to join?" Ethan swallowed. I agree." The surrounding threads began to move. They slowly undulated toward the middle of the circle. As he watched, he had a vision of their tentacles wrapping over his vessel and drawing tighter and tighter until the walls finally cracked and collapsed. Would he have time to drown before the massive pressure crushed him? He checked the thread creature hanging above. It hadn't yet moved a limb. Though the motions of the encircling threads were difficult to follow, he detected that the ones on his left were widening their central holes. At the same time, those on the right of the circle were bringing their rippling limbs forward. He began to have a foreboding. What did join mean? It could mean a lot of things. The threads pulsating drew closer. The tentacles of the right side creatures were pointing to the front. The mouths of the threads on the left opened wider. He grimaced. What had he agreed to? He held out hope until the last second. Then the threads who had drawn their limbs together began to move into the holes of the other threads. They were eating them.
Eat? You mean eat, not join? The answer's no. No! Let me go! Take me back to land! I don't agree!
Please be calm. The ceremony cannot stop. You will not experience pain. He stared, horrified, as one half of the threads disappeared into the mouths of the others. He looked upward. His turn had come. The creature above him was descending.
Chapter 25. When she'd reached the new settlement at the forest, Cariad had been disappointed to find that Ethan had recently left. To pass the time until his return, she volunteered to help transport the young children and babies off the Mistral. Aboard the Guardian's vessel, the atmosphere was buzzing with quiet excitement. It was odd, considering that the earliest estimated date for the hostile aliens' return was rapidly approaching. The positive feeling had to be partly due to the fact that the crush of living aboard the ship was soon to be over. The colonists who had endured the cramped conditions would be going home. The heavily pregnant women and new mothers, the child carers and their charges, the elderly and even the chronically ill would live in the new underground settlement. Some semblance of normal life would return, for a while at least. Whether it had been Ethan or the Guardian's decision to remove every last human from the Mistral, she didn't know. She thought it was probably the right thing to do. If the expected battle occurred, the androids would need to focus all their attention on the defense of the settlement. They could not also, compelled by their programming, give thought to protecting human lives aboard the ship. Her own mood was at odds with the general atmosphere. It had been on the Mistral that she'd last seen Ethan. It had been here that Ethan had overreacted to her suggestion and stormed off. And it had been here she'd conceived their child. Months had passed, and circumstances had not allowed them to meet again. If they'd managed to talk within a few days of Ethan's strange reaction, they could have worked things out. But so much time had gone by, and so much had happened. She doubted they would ever recapture the feelings they'd shared. Her concerns were small and petty compared to the threats facing the colony and the future of humankind, yet they were real. She hoped they would have the opportunity to talk when Ethan returned from his visit to the Feeler. He would be busy with defense preparations, but she would have to persuade him to spend just a few minutes with her. He needed to hear the news. He deserved to know, and she could only tell him face to face. She arrived at the ship's refectory, which had been set aside as the nursery for the 50 babies decanted aboard the Nova months ago. At the time she'd thought the newborns were the last of the generational colonists, the last to be grown in the ancient gestation equipment. How wrong she'd been. The refectory was a sea of gentle chaos. One carer had been assigned for every 3 babies, and every adult was clearly run off her or his feet. "Have you come to help?" a frazzled-looking woman asked the minute Cariad stepped into the room. The woman was carrying a baby on each hip. Cariad replied, "Yes, Thank the stars! Could you take these 2 to the shuttle? Their bags are packed. I'll get my other one ready." "Sure." Cariad reached out to take a baby. "It'll be easier if you take their bags first." The woman nodded at a couple of baby bags. Cariad picked the bags up and lifted the straps over her shoulders, crossing them over her chest. Then she took one baby and balanced it on her hip. The woman handed her the other. "If they cry, just bounce them up and down or blow in their faces. They like that. Wait for me in the shuttle. I'll be along soon." Cariad left, laden with the babies and their bags. As she headed back toward the shuttle bay, one of the babies grabbed her hair and tugged it. "Ow!" She tried to pull free, but the baby wouldn't let go, and she had no spare hands to unfasten its tiny fingers. To ease the tension on her scalp, she leaned her head toward the baby's hand. Then the other baby reached for her comm button. "No, no, no! Don't touch that!" She twisted her upper half away from the little grasping hand and tried to shift the baby away too. This resulted in the infant upping its efforts and stretching around her front. "No!" Little fingers were touching the comm button, exploring its smooth surface. Where did the baby's carers keep their buttons? Somewhere out of sight. The fingers had fastened onto the device. She increased her pace. The sooner she could deposit the 2 babies on the shuttle, the better. The baby holding onto her hair had begun to chew on it. She felt a sharp tug and her comm button was removed from her shirt. "Okay," she said to the baby with the button. "You can have it, but don't—" The baby clamped the button with its bare gums. "Eat it." Hoping the comm was too large for a baby to swallow or choke on, she walked even faster. A deep admiration for the baby carers was forming. She'd only had 2 of them for 2 minutes, and she was already nearing capacity. She couldn't imagine what it was like caring for 3 babies around the clock. With her head leaning awkwardly to one side and her gaze fixed on the infant chewing on her comm, she turned a corner. Immediately she realized she'd gone the wrong way. The babies had distracted her. But before she reversed direction, she saw something strange. A few meters away, Strongquist and Faina faced each other, Strongquist's hands on Faina's shoulders. The sight was so shocking and such a contrast to how she was used to seeing the androids, she momentarily forgot the babies. Then the androids noticed her. Strongquist's hands fell to his sides and Faina turned to look at her. They both watched her, their expressions inscrutable.
"Can I help you?"
Strongquist asked. No thanks. I'm fine. Just took the wrong route." Strongquist didn't reply. He only gazed, unblinking. Cariad about-faced and returned to the main corridor. What had she seen? The Guardians had never behaved like that before to her knowledge. They hadn't been speaking. And anyway, they didn't need to be physically close to talk. As far as she understood, they didn't even need to be in the same place. Why had Strongquist and Faina needed to stand so closely? and Strongquist's offer to help her had sounded perfunctory, not genuine. She almost felt like she'd interrupted a romantic encounter. She sucked in a breath. Had she burst in on a romantic moment? Had the two androids been about to kiss? Was it possible? She didn't know if they could feel like that. The baby tugged her hair. Chapter 26. The gaping maw of the overhanging thread creature approached. There was nothing Ethan could do to escape. Even if he figured out how to open the capsule, he would be instantly crushed by the water pressure. Even if he could maneuver the vessel, he didn't know how to get back to the shore. The threads were not going to give him directions, not now he had agreed to join. What would happen once he was inside the creature's mouth? Would it squeeze the capsule until it shattered and then extract the meat? The ceremony was bizarre, a strange way to treat the leader of another intelligent species. Had that xenobiologist misunderstood the thread's intentions? Had he mistaken their attitude entirely? What if they didn't intend to help the human colonists? Or had he gotten it right? Had Cariad told him of their brief liaison, and so the woken scientist had sent Ethan to the threads, knowing full well what would happen? He found it hard to believe anyone could be so cruel, but his speculations were unimportant. All he could see was the thread's mouth and its feathery fronds wafting inward as if beckoning. It would not be long now. The mouth reached the top of the capsule. He closed his eyes. He didn't want the interior of a predator's stomach to be the last thing he saw. He tried to think of happy times and the people he'd loved. He brought to mind the last few hours he and Cariad had spent together. If only he hadn't messed that up. If he regretted anything, it was that. He tensed, waiting to hear the shattering of the capsule wall. That would be first, and then afterward, hopefully, a quick oblivion. Several moments later, when the predicted sound of the destruction of his vessel didn't occur, he opened his eyes to slits. He was in darkness. He reached out to the capsule wall. His fingers met the smooth surface. The vessel remained intact. What was happening? He had to be inside the creature, but the crushing and eating process was taking longer than he'd anticipated. Or was it never to happen? Was this what the threads meant by join? Was he fated to remain inside the creature until he died, his body rotted, and nothing was left but his skeleton? He could accept a quick death, but not this. Not this long, drawn-out, lonely agony. He struck the wall with his fist and met no result other than a dull thump. He tried kicking the surface, his prosthetic foot thudding harshly and jarring his natural leg. Suddenly, severe claustrophobia overwhelmed him. He became hyper-aware that he was stuck within a container inside another creature. All he had was less than a couple of square meters of space. Fresh air and freedom lay kilometers away. All he had to look forward to was a slow, painful death. He kicked the wall again. Perhaps his prosthetic could break it. He couldn't lie here and do nothing. He kicked for a third time, gritting his teeth against the shock travelling up his leg. Then he saw a light, the smallest, faintest beam in the darkness. For several long seconds he was confused. Did the creatures display lights on their insides too? Another light shone its rays into the capsule, and he saw the silhouette of feathery fronds. The fronds faced outward, framing lights that he now realized were some distance away. He was looking out of the capsule. His vessel had moved through the thread creature. Lacking any other visual markers, he was disoriented, but he seemed to be looking at the roof of the spherical chamber. He was emerging from the other side of the very large thread creature.
He exhaled, almost delirious with relief. Was that the end of the joining ceremony? In the returning light, he saw small scuff marks on the interior of the capsule where he'd kicked it. He silently thanked the stars that he hadn't broken through the wall. He would have died needlessly, killing himself and probably harming the thread he had joined. He could easily have ruined the colony's chances of receiving support. The threads encircling him were moving apart and away. The ones that had been eaten had also passed through their hosts. "Human leader," said the voice, "we have joined. You are a person, and our leader is an alien of the air."
"Oh, thank you."
The phrase seemed inadequate for the occasion, but he had nothing prepared, though if he had been fully aware of what was to happen, he still wouldn't have known what to say. His capsule began to move. Water currents were pulling it sideways. He hoped his visit was finally over. He longed to set foot on land again and smell fresh air. The Threads metropolis was amazing, but he was ready to return to normality, the colony and its impending threats. He had plenty yet to do. The surrounding threads formed a perfect circle once more. The creature he had passed through now floated below him. He hoped that was it. A hole spiraled open in the chamber wall. At the same time, the encircling threads began to break up and swim in random directions. Meanwhile, a larger-than-usual member of the species entered through the hole and swirled in Ethan's direction. The creature was nearly as big as the leader. There was nothing Ethan could do except wait for the newcomer. Fear twinged in his stomach. Had he relaxed too soon? Perhaps the ceremony wasn't over, and more and worse things were to come. It began to move its limbs fairly vigorously in the manner of the threads at the surface.
"Are you the human from the river?"
Ethan took a moment to understand the creature's reference.
"Yes, I was at the river. You kept me in an underwater cell for weeks. I give you an apology. I tried to understand you, but I did not."
Ethan wondered about the creature's use of the word I. Up until now, the threads had used we and us. Was the one speaking to him referring to itself as an individual, or was there a mistranslation? He scanned the creature closely. The threads all looked the same apart from their sizes, though he guessed they could recognize each other from differences in their intricate markings. Yet this one looked familiar. Could it be possible?
"Quinn, is that you? Your question is not clear. Please rephrase and repeat. Are you the thread, the person, who talked to me at the river?" "I am that person."
Ethan paused, overwhelmed. Quinn's sudden appearance had brought back the despair and helplessness of his confinement. But, conversely, meeting again his only living contact for weeks made him strangely glad. It was as if their long, painful efforts at trying to establish a system of communication had bonded them. Ethan wouldn't have called Quinn a friend, yet some kind of relationship existed. For the first time since entering the Thread's domain, he felt a connection.
"I gave you a human name," he said. "I called you Quinn. That name does not translate. Is your tentacle healed?"
Understanding immediately what the creature meant, Ethan replied,
"Yes, my tentacle is healed, but it isn't a tentacle. We call them legs." "I do not understand. Are you telling me you call tentacles tentacles?"
Whatever was translating Ethan's words seemed to have translated leg as tentacle, as if the two things were the same.
"It is very strange that you have only 4 tentacles," said Quinn. "No, we don't. We have 2 legs, and our other 2 limbs are—" "Never mind."
The translator would convert arms to tentacles too.
"That must be very inconvenient." "It's fine. We find we don't need so many tentacles to move around on land. Talking of which, am I returning to land soon? I need to get back to my people. The joining ceremony is over. You may leave now if you wish. I will escort you to the air. I am glad to meet you again. I'm glad to meet you again, too.
Chapter 27. Aubryo was kicking up a fuss. Cariad could hear him even at a distance as his voice echoed through the tunnels of the underground settlement. She caught the words expertise and proven record. She sighed, resigning herself to the fact that she should probably go and find out what was happening. Aubryo could be intimidating, though she was no longer intimidated by him at all. She didn't want him to bully others into allowing him to have his way, especially not with the present state of things. Everyone had to do as they were told for all their safety. When she had followed the sound of Aubryo's voice to its origin, she was surprised to find he was arguing with two guardians. Strongquist and Sykes were the latest objects of the ex-financier's ire. Aubryo seemed to have finally accepted that the androids were not going to sedate him into an artificial coma the minute they had the chance.
I don't care what you've decided, said Aubryo. I'm going up to the Mistral. Like it or not, I'm needed up there. I've proved my mettle. Watch the recordings if you don't believe me. While you lot were shut down, it was I who defended the colony. I have seen the recordings, Strongquist said, with a tone of infinite patience. The skill you displayed was admirable. However, as I said, our weapons officer is directly connected to the ship. His response speed is more than 10 times that of a human. Besides, said Sykes, we cannot have humans on the Mistral. It's far too dangerous. And you think we're safer down here? Asked Aubryo. If the aliens find this place, we'll be rats in a trap.
That's wrong, Cariad said, butting in. There are 3 exits. If one is breached, we can evacuate via another one.
Yeah,
Aubryo retorted scornfully.
And as soon as we're outside, they'll pick us off like they're shooting rabbits.
Maybe so, but it's a darn sight better than being directly in the line of fire, as you would be if you were on the Mistral.
Is it? If I'm going to go, I'd prefer to go quick. I'd rather be vaporized by a pulse rocket than buried alive in here. What if they find all the exits and block them before gassing us? That's what I'd do.
Oh, for star's sake, could you please stop with the many different ways we can die? As if things aren't tense enough as it is.
If these 2 goons would let me on a shuttle, I'd be out of your hair, Cariad dear,
Aubryo replied with sardonic sweetness. There's no point in even asking. They've made their decision for all our safety. That's what they do. Now leave them alone and go and find something useful to occupy you. Think about someone other than yourself for a change. Unusually, her words made Aubryo pause. He regarded her for a few beats, his eyebrows raised. Had she gotten through to him?
I know what I'll do. I'll make Ethan tell them to let me aboard the Mistral. They have to do what the leader says.
That would be a no, then, Cariad thought. She made a noise of disgust and said, Do what you like. She wandered back to the small quarters assigned as her accommodation. She was sharing with René again. Cariad hadn't told her friend yet that she was pregnant. She'd asked Cassie and Florian not to tell anyone either. It didn't seem right that others should know before the father. But Ethan had been gone for hours on his visit to the Feeler. She had heard no word on whether he was on his way back. When he did return, he would be incredibly busy. She doubted he would spare much time to listen to Aubryo's idiot demands. The arrivals from the Guardian ship needed to be assigned rooms and helped with settling in. The newly printed weaponry had to be stored securely and safely, but remain easily accessible in case of an attack. All traces of human activity around the settlement had to be eradicated. So much had to be done, and as leader, Ethan would have to oversee it all. She didn't know how he might react to her news. In some ways it seemed unfair to burden him when he already had so much responsibility. But Ethan wouldn't want her to keep something so important and personal from him. The small suite she was sharing with Renee was basic but adequate. One corner of the room was for heating food and washing. Most of the rest of the space was taken up by 2 single beds that doubled as sofas. Communal showers and toilets sat at the corner of each section. Though she was grateful for the builders' efforts, completing the settlement in an amazingly brief space of time, she already found living underground oppressive. It had something to do with the lack of natural light. The dark walls, held in place with fine wire sheeting, seemed to absorb the artificial light, and the dank smell of old, decayed vegetation and soil was ever present. She hoped the aliens never returned. In a few months, or perhaps a year or 2, the colony could re-establish itself on the surface, perhaps maintaining their underground hideaway as a bolt hole. She lay down on her bed, her hand on her lower abdomen, recalling the moment Cassie and Florian had guessed she was pregnant. How could she not have known? Florian's mirth was understandable. She had had all the classic symptoms, yet the idea hadn't even occurred to her. What an idiot she'd been. Turning onto her side, she told herself she should see what she could do to help around the place. But tiredness was nibbling at her resolve. Unable to resist, she drifted to sleep. When she woke, she had no idea how many hours had passed. Renee's bed was empty, so it wasn't night time yet. She stood up, rubbing her puffy eyes. The settlement was unusually quiet. She went out into the corridor. No one seemed to be around. She walked along the narrow passage, passing open doors leading to empty rooms. Where had everyone gone? She walked on, making her way to the nearest exit. Soon the window of the aliens' earliest expected return would open, and movement above ground would be severely restricted. Up until then, she wanted to spend as much time outside as she could. Who knew how long it might be before they could go outside freely, if ever? The double doors at the top of the stairs stood open. As she climbed out into the evening light, she noticed explosive devices embedded in the walls. The intent was clear. If the aliens found the entrance and broke through, the devices would detonate, killing any living thing within range and sealing the portal. Her stomach muscles tightened. The prospect of an attack was becoming all too real. Outside, twilight had brought a lifting breeze, stirring the overhanging fronds of the tall fern-like trees. "Hush," they seemed to say. "Be quiet, be still, for your enemy is nigh." She wrapped her arms around herself and shivered. Early starlight pierced the gaps between the long leaves. The forest was dim, dark, and quiet, except that somewhere not very far away a man was talking. His voice drifted louder and softer according to the gusts of wind, shushed by the noise of the disturbed foliage. She could not make out what he was saying. She stepped through the undergrowth, guided by the indistinct words. Peering ahead in the low light, she managed to avoid the black silhouetted tree trunks, but nevertheless she almost walked into the first person she came across. "Oh, sorry." She had brushed against a woman holding a child. The child's head rested on her mother's shoulder, and she sleepily sucked a thumb. "That's okay," the woman whispered, and then returned her attention to the front. Following the woman's gaze, Cariad saw the person she had heard speaking was Ethan. He was just visible through the gaps in the vegetation. The woman with the child was standing at the outer edge of a crowd. Between her and Ethan, men, women, and children were listening to their leader. Foliage had blocked her view earlier. She moved closer, edging through the silent figures. "Anyway," Ethan said, "that's enough about the feeler.
I want to talk to you about the less friendly aliens in our galactic neighborhood. We don't know exactly how much time we have left. If a Scythian fleet set out as soon as they were alerted to our presence by their scout, it could be here any day. But if their ships don't arrive within about 3 months, maybe we can begin to hope they've decided to not immediately finish off the work their scout ship began. Then we play a waiting game that could last a long time. If the Scythians do attack, it's going to be hard, I won't deny it, but we've done the very best we can to prepare. The Guardians will defend us to the end, and as well as using the Mistral, they've built a powerful weapon on the Nova. We're well hidden here, but if the Scythians find us, we also have weapons to defend ourselves. Cherry has been training you on how to use them. You're ready. Folks, Concordia is our home. We've built on it, we've farmed it, and we've survived attack and disaster to be here. We deserve to stay here and raise our families, and long after we're gone, Concordia will remain the new home of humanity, because we won it with our sweat and our blood. I cannot promise you that there won't be dark days to come, but I want you to hold on to the fact that Concordia is yours. It's ours, and if we have to defend our home to our dying breaths, that's what we'll do, right?
Yes, Ethan, a voice replied.
That's what we're going to do.
Yes, Ethan, came more voices, and yes, leader, we're going to fight. We'll fight those bastards.
Cariad had worked her way almost to the front of the crowd and could make out the detail of Ethan's features. Superficially, he hadn't changed much since she'd last seen him. His hair was longer and his clothes were more worn and tattered, like everyone's. And yet he was different. In spite of the fact that he was speaking in front of hundreds of people, he was calm and assured. There was a quiet strength about him and a determination in his dark eyes that was unassailable. He was still the Ethan she knew, but all his self-doubt had been stripped away. He had grown into the person she had always known he could be, the person he really was.
Good,
he said.
Everyone knows where to go and what to do when the alarm sounds. We're ready. Let's stay ready for as long as it takes.
As he'd been speaking, Ethan had looked into the eyes of the people in the crowd. As he uttered the final words of his speech, his gaze met Cariad's. He started in recognition. Lifting a hand to signal the end of his talk, he stepped down from the stump where he'd been standing. Some colonists immediately drew close to him, wanting to shake his hand or share a few words. He dealt with them quickly and then made his way over to where Cariad stood waiting.
It's good to see you again.
They stood face to face. You too. Awkwardness ensued until Ethan said,
Are you going back inside now? I'll walk with you.
That would be nice. As they walked, people continued to come up to deliver words of encouragement or thanks. He talked with them graciously but briefly. Finally, the last of them left, and Cariad and Ethan were alone. He asked,
Is your friend, the xenobiologist, is he back from the Nova yet?
Kes? I don't know. I didn't know he was coming back. He was working hard on communicating with the feeler, and I don't think he'll be stopping any time soon.
He will. I ordered him to come back. Didn't you know? And your techs. It's safer for them all to be here.
You ordered my techs to leave the ship? But what about the babies? They have to be monitored. I was going to go out there again.
It's okay. The threads are going to monitor the gestation systems remotely. I arranged it with a friend I have among them. The babies will be as safe as they can be in the circumstances.
She imagined the little growing lives all alone on the ship. How can you be sure the feeler will take proper care of them? It's too dangerous. I understand why you made the decision, but it's wrong. I was going to replace Florian and Cassie anyway. I'll go out to the ship tomorrow.
No, Cariad, the threads will take good care of the babies. Please don't worry. Please stay here.
She didn't want to fall out with him again, especially not so soon after she'd finally gotten to see him again. But she also hated the thought of 123 babies depending on the care of tentacled aliens.
Isn't it better that you stay here with Kes?
With Kes? What's he got to do with it? It's the babies I'm worried about.
But don't you want to be with him if we're attacked? Wouldn't you rather be together?
Together?
She thought for a moment. The penny dropped.
Ethan, I don't have anything going on with Kes.
You don't?
I haven't for a couple of centuries. He's just an old, good friend.
She could barely see Ethan in the darkness, but the tension seemed to melt from him. Rather than going inside, they'd wandered far from any of the entrances to the settlement. Their footsteps crunched on dry leaf litter. The breeze had dropped, and the noise of the crowd moving through the undergrowth had faded. Ethan reached down for her hand and took it in his. Her heart lifted at the warm touch of his skin.
I want to apologize for acting the fool that time when I...
Apology accepted.
She gave his hand a squeeze. She had to tell him now. There was no point in delaying any longer.
Let's stop a moment.
They'd walked as far as the edge of the forest. Low black scrub spread out to the horizon. The sky was brilliant with stars in unfamiliar constellations. Like so much of what had happened in her new home since arrival day, she had never imagined this moment. How should she tell him? In a professional capacity, she'd announced prospective fatherhood to many men, but never on a personal basis. She could not find words to fit the occasion.
Ethan.
What is it?
As if sensing her struggle, he put an arm over her shoulders and pulled her close. She took his other hand in hers. Unable to think of a better way to convey the news, she placed his hand against her lower abdomen.
Surprise,
she announced.
Huh?
She didn't say anything, waiting for him to understand.
Oh.
A pause.
Oh.
He turned her to face him. The starlight only faintly illuminated his features. She couldn't make out his expression. Was he pleased, concerned, unhappy? She couldn't tell.
How long have you known?
I only figured it out recently. Actually, my techs had to point it out to me. So you aren't the only fool around here.
He put his hands in his hair.
Cariad.
Then he sighed and folded her into his arms, burying his face in her neck. She held him too, reaching across his broad back as her neck grew wet. Chapter 28. Ethan was asleep with Cariad in his arms when the alarm sounded, a discordant jangle designed to irritate the heaviest sleeper to wakefulness. The second the sound invaded his slumber, he shifted quickly away from Cariad and sat up. As she turned over and also wakened, he pushed down their covers and climbed out of bed.
No,
Cariad mumbled.
Yes.
He had slipped his prosthetic onto his leg and was pulling on his pants. She reached for her clothes. He picked up his shirt and slipped his arms into the sleeves.
How long do you think we have?
I don't know, but I'll find out soon enough. Don't forget your comm button.
He pushed his real foot into his boot. She was standing up, half-dressed, as he went to the door. She would go to the infirmary. He would go to the control center.
Ethan.
When he turned, she was holding out her arms. In 2 strides, he was with her. After they hugged, she raised a hand and touched the scar on his face. He'd almost forgotten it. Running from his forehead down his cheek, he'd sustained the injury when he'd been escaping the wreckage after the stadium bombing. She held him tight once more.
Be careful.
You too.
He returned to the door and opened it. People were already running along the corridor. The alarm continued to sound. He took a final look at Cariad.
She was sitting on the bed, putting on her shoes. She lifted her gaze and smiled at him. He smiled back, stepped out, and began to run. Stromquist met him on his way to the control center. The Guardian came marching along the corridor, full of purposeful intent. Most of his fellow androids were here, ready to defend the settlement. Only a handful of them was required to control the Mistral. How did Stromquist feel about being separated from Faina? Cariad had told him of the moment between them she'd witnessed. It made a lot of sense after the question Stromquist had asked him. Ethan pitied the android. He would have found it hard to be separated from Cariad at such a time.
All Guardians are in position, leader,
Stromquist said.
Good.
Ethan pressed his comm button.
Cherry, what's happening?
Entrance 1's nearly ready. Orbio's handing out the weapons.
Lookouts?
Climbing to their stations.
Great. Don't forget to let me know the second the final defender is in place.
He turned a corner and ran into the control center, where the interface screens were already live. He checked in with Phi, who was responsible for Entrance 2, and Misha, who was in charge of Entrance 3. He also checked the displays. The feed from the Mistral showed an expanse of hard white stars in a black ocean. The Nova scanners relayed dark clouds scudding across a pre-dawn sky. The cameras on the lookout trees were recording the scrubland around the forest, leading off to the horizon. One camera focused in the direction of the farming district and lake. Another faced the location of the original settlement, and the third registered the glint of starlight on the waves of the distant ocean. Ethan's comm chirped. It was Cherry.
Battle ready, leader.
Thanks.
Almost immediately afterward, Misha and then Phi announced their teams were in position. He checked the time. This was it. All the flitters and other large equipment were hidden under camouflage deep within the forest. The Mistral shuttles were aboard the ship. All signs of human presence had been wiped from everywhere within 2 kilometers. An outsider would never guess that people were living here a few meters underground. But if by chance they were discovered and the entrances were breached, the attackers would meet with a very nasty surprise. They were ready, and it had taken them only 2 minutes and 42 seconds. He opened a general comm.
Thanks, everyone. Next time, let's do it faster.
Cariad would be listening at the infirmary. Like the rest of the colonists, she hadn't known it was a practice run, but she would understand why he couldn't tell her. They had to train as if the aliens really were on their doorstep. That was why he had set the alarm to go off at a random time. The colonists' readiness to respond to attack was one of the few things they held within their control. And they needed every edge they could get. One day it would not be a drill.
Chapter 29. Fatigue nagged at Cariad as she arrived at the room she shared with Ethan. It had been a long day at the infirmary, yet her tiredness wasn't due to the many hours she'd put in. She'd worked most of her waking days for years. What wore her out was the boredom of unchallenging toil and the unremitting tension due to the constant threat of attack. The patient she helped to treat suffered from the typical range of run-of-the-mill ailments expected in an otherwise healthy population. Chronic diseases of old age, pregnancy complications, and accidental injuries. The colony was free of viruses that had circulated through Earth's population, so the close living conditions did not pose the threat of epidemics. A supply of antibiotics recovered from the Nova dealt with bacterial infections. The working environment of the infirmary didn't help with the tension. Like the rest of the settlement, the atmosphere was constantly gravid, heavy with the mental pressure of the prospect of attack. The space was far too big for the handful of patients requiring a bed. It had to be, of course.
One day the extra room might be needed for colonists injured in battle. But as it was, she worked with Kurtz, Alistair and the rest of the medics in a mostly empty, stuffy, windowless place. She couldn't remember the last time she'd laughed. Even the renowned black humour of the medical profession had gone from her team. Her days had begun to blend together in long hours of repetitive tasks, interspersed with inactivity. She sat on her bed and pulled off her shoes. It was nearly dinner time, but she wasn't hungry. She lay down and listened to the footsteps and muffled conversations filtering through from the corridor. Most of the other colonists seemed to feel the same as her, trapped, gloomy, and fearful. The only spark of brightness in her life was Ethan. Just seeing him made her feel better, and she was grateful they could finally be together, no matter how short their time might be. Yet he was so busy she rarely saw him. Usually he would return to their room for only a few hours at night. She accepted that his presence was needed throughout the settlement. She wished he could be with her more often, but she didn't begrudge a second of his time spent elsewhere. If it hadn't been for his calm confidence and firm resolve, many of the colonists might well have gone crazy or become suicidal. So it was that when he opened the door this early in the evening, she was so surprised she sat up. "Hey!" What had happened to bring him here so early? "Is everything okay?"
"Everything's fine. I just wanted to see you. I have half an hour free."
He closed the door and joined her on the bed. "I don't suppose there's been any sign of the Feeler's ship?" she asked, though she knew the answer. If the vessel had been sighted, the news would have spread like wildfire.
"Not yet."
He took her hand.
"How are you feeling?"
"Good. Kurtz did my checkup today. Everything's progressing normally."
"Have you felt anything yet?"
"No. It's still a little early, and we have a quiet one, I think. I hope so. I've seen what the kickers are like once they're on the outside."
"Quiet or noisy, I don't mind."
"Me neither. I'm only kidding. I don't care as long as it's healthy."
As usual, they avoided mentioning the possibility that their child might never be born. There were certain things it just didn't pay to dwell on. She scooted closer and wrapped her arms around him. His hair was getting really long, creeping well below his collar. She would have to cut it. She brushed it from his face. He turned and kissed her, lifting his arms to hold her, pulling her against his chest. She closed her eyes and drifted away, far from the settlement, Concordia, and the impending attack. She was alone with Ethan, somewhere perfect and wonderful, where they would remain forever and nothing bad would ever happen. His lips left hers and moved to her neck, to a spot just below her ear. His hand slipped under her top and rose to her breast. Her heart thumping faster, she pulled his shirt out of his pants. She slid her hands up his back and began to recline, drawing him with her. He gently broke contact before reaching down to remove his prosthetic leg and take off his boot. Then he returned, lying down by her side. They began to kiss again. The attack alarm sounded, shattering the atmosphere. "Shit!" He sat up and retrieved his prosthetic from the floor. She groaned. "Great timing." She also sat up and then lazily swung her legs out of bed. He was already standing. He ran to the door. "See you later." He faced her, his expression tense, before he ran back to the bed and briefly kissed her on the lips. "It's not a drill."
Then he was gone. Chapter 30. The Mistral was relaying its feed to the screens at the control center, and what Ethan saw drove his heart into his stomach. 5 ships. The Scythians had sent 5 ships, and all the colony had to defend itself was the Guardian's vessel and the pulse emitter on the Nova. Fuck! Orbio had entered the room.
As part of Ethan's many preparations for the Scythians' return, he'd studied the recordings of the aliens' previous attack. 2 of the ships they'd sent this time were similar or possibly identical to the original scout ship. Their crescent structures and irregular markings looked the same, and they were the same size. The second pair were double their size, and they took the form of double crescents crossing in the middle. Their 4 points faced forward, and a ridged many-bladed tail splayed out the back. The final Scythian ship, the flagship, he guessed, was bigger than the other 4 ships combined. This vessel also consisted of 4 arms, but they curved backward, and their tips were hidden within a gigantic tail. Most noticeable about the largest ship was something resembling a spear protruding from the front. He did not like the look of it. The Scythian fleet was approaching in a 4-pointed star formation, with the flagship at the centre. The 2 smallest ships occupied the top right and bottom left positions. The larger pair flew on the opposing sides. Aubryo broke from his trance-like stare, pulled out a seat and sat down. He put on the headset that would enable him to communicate directly with the teams at each settlement entrance. After Ethan had refused to allow him to go aboard the Mistral, he had argued his way into the role of coordinating the on-ground defence, pointing out that Ethan needed to focus on the whole picture and not only one aspect of the attack.
"Entrance teams are battle-ready,"
Aubryo said. Ethan nodded and opened a general comm.
"This is your leader speaking. This is not a drill. I repeat, this is not a drill. The Scythians have returned with a fleet of ships. Remain at your stations until you receive further orders. This is the moment you've trained for. The time to defend your home has arrived. Good luck, everyone."
He opened a comm from Brent, who was leading the Guardians stationed at the weapon on the Nova. She reported that all was ready there. Strongquist and the remaining androids who weren't aboard the Mistral would form the first line of defence at the settlement. Faina appeared on a screen.
"Leader, we estimate the Scythian fleet will be within firing range in 3 hours and 16 minutes, according to the data we already have on the scout ship's capabilities. We will inform you if we revise our estimation."
Faina's face disappeared and was replaced by an image of the Scythian fleet. The 5 vessels appeared stationary, despite the fact that they were travelling at a phenomenal speed. The stars in their background did not shift, and the fleet seemed to hang in space, ironically non-threatening. Aubryo was talking to the entrance crews, telling them the situation. Perhaps it had been premature to order the defence teams to their stations, but the aliens might have possessed technology allowing them to approach without detection. Ethan hadn't wanted to take any chances of a surprise attack. Now the crews were in place, he wanted them to remain there. He did not want a single defender relaxing while the threat of destruction was so near. Aubryo removed his headset.
"Where's the thread ship? That's what I want to know. Bloody liars." "It might still come. There's time."
Kez, the xenobiologist in contact with their supposed allies, had only been able to relay that the thread said their ship was on its way. He hadn't been able to extract a definite or even rough arrival time.
"No way,"
Aubryo said.
"Not now. It's too late. We're fucked."
"Hey," said Ethan sharply.
"I don't want to hear you talking like that. Not in here, and especially not around anyone else. We're going to see this out to the end. So if you're not up to your job, tell me now, and I'll find someone else to do it." All right. Keep your hair on. Course I won't say that to any of the others. Do you think I'm thick?"
Ethan kept his opinion of Aubryo to himself. For reasons that were beyond him, Cherry still seemed to have something going on with the man, and though Ethan couldn't find a single thing about Aubryo that he liked, he couldn't deny that the ex-financier knew what he was doing when it came to organising people and making them do whatever he wanted. Ethan watched the Scythian formation, mulling over events that could unfold over the next few hours. Perhaps the aliens would not attack, or perhaps the thread ship would arrive and its presence would scare the Scythians away. Or if there was a battle, perhaps the colonists would be the victors. None of the scenarios was likely. He rested his elbows on the table below the interface screens. He was calm. Whatever happened, he'd done his best to prepare everyone. He would see it through to the end. Reports came in every half hour. The Mistral, the entrance defense teams, the Nova, all ready. No change, no change, no change. And the Scythian fleet drew closer, unmoving on the screens and yet incredibly fast.
Christ,
Aubryo complained.
I can't stand this. How much bloody longer?
Ethan's gaze flicked to the top of one of the screens. Faina had placed a numerical display counting down the estimated interval until the Scythians would be within firing range. Aubryo could see the time just as easily as Ethan.
37 minutes. Do you want to know the seconds too? Very funny. In fact, that's the funniest thing I've ever heard you say. Don't have much of a sense of humour, do you? Look how you reacted that time I was joking with you about the leadership election. I've never understood why you're so popular. You're not much to look at, and you aren't the sharpest tool in the shed either. But they all listen to you. I don't get it.
Ethan turned in his seat to give the man a what the hell look.
Whatever. You can explain later.
If there is a later. The screens flared with blue-white light. The Scythian flagship had fired. A bolt had flashed from its central spear. There was little doubt about where it was headed.
"Shit!"
Aubryo exclaimed.
"But it's too far out. The energy will dissipate before it—"
"Taking evasive manoeuvres," came Faina's voice over the comm. The only visual Ethan had of the Mistral was the feed from a geostationary satellite. The Guardian ship was a slim, faintly illuminated form above the dark globe of Concordia. The vessel swerved sharply and sped away. If Aubryo was correct and the bolt from the Scythian ship would mostly dissipate before it reached the Mistral, the Guardian stood a chance. The Mistral was jinking, moving quickly in a chaotic motion. Ethan stared at the ship, hoping it would avoid the hit, feeling powerless. A heartbeat later, he was blinded by the glare of the Scythian's pulse arriving. The glare faded, leaving an afterglow on his retinas. The Guardian ship appeared unharmed. Faina reported no damage. The androids had survived the first attack, but the Scythian flagship was speeding closer, and the alien's next shot would be more powerful when it arrived. The Mistral disappeared from the screen. Ethan cursed the satellite's narrow view.
"Faina, what's happening? Where are you?"
"We are approaching the Scythian ships."
"What? You're heading toward them? Why? You should stay here to guard the colony."
"The Scythians are out of range of our weapons. If we don't close the distance, our only option is to avoid being hit."
Aubryo nodded. "That's what I'd do. But—"
Ethan was silent. It was the right tactic, but the prospect of the Mistral going up against 5 Scythian ships filled him with dismay. It was a suicide strategy. Yet it was the only thing the androids could do. He couldn't help pitying them, despite knowing they were machines. The view of the Scythian ships had altered as the Guardian vessel changed her trajectory. The image blurred and wavered. Yao, the Mistral's pilot, was jinking the ship again in the hope of evading the Scythian pulses. Again the screens flared blue-white. Less than a second later, Faina's comm to Ethan opened briefly. Her tone was dispassionate. "We've been hit." Silence. Then, "Firing!" Ethan's gaze bored into the screens. As long as he could see the Scythian ships, the Mistral was still functioning, relaying the data. The Mistral's pulse impacted the Scythian spear.
"We've scored a direct hit on the flagship," said Faina, "but it doesn't seem to have sustained damage."
"Damn," said Aubryo. "It's the same as before. What are those things made of?"
A third blinding flare. Ethan's eyes ached with its brilliance. "We've received a glancing hit on our engine." Ethan leaned closer to the screens.
"Come on, Mistral, come on."
A beat later, "We've lost engine power. Firing." Next to Ethan, Aubryo cursed long and loud. A pulse grazed the spear weapon and skidded off along one of the flagship's arms before evaporating into space. "We hit the main ship again. No sign of damage." The Scythian ships filled the screens. The Guardian's vessel was like a single wasp flying into a nest of hornets. One of the smaller Scythian ships fired rapidly, though its pulses were smaller and less powerful than the flagship's. The onslaught was undoubtedly heading toward the Mistral. The starship couldn't possibly jink its way out of the multitudinous attack pulses. "We've been hit again. We've lost power to our emitters." The screens went blank.
"Damn it!"
Aubryo shouted, slamming his fist into the desk.
"Hey!"
yelled Ethan.
"Get it together. This isn't over yet."
Aubryo grimaced and pursed his lips as if biting back a response.
"Faina?"
Ethan asked. "One moment, leader." He breathed out. If the Guardian could reply, that meant the Scythians hadn't blown the Mistral apart yet. "Our status is poor. The Scythian fire has taken out all our weapons and most of our scanners and sensor arrays. We have also lost atmosphere and gravity, but those are not serious concerns for us. Our engine is not functioning and we are adrift. We have commenced repairs, but until we know the extent of the damage, I don't know how long they will take to complete. I am sorry, leader."
"You don't have anything to apologize for. Keep me updated."
"I will." If the Scythians had wanted to entirely destroy the Mistral, they could have. It would have been easy for them, but it appeared they were leaving the ship alone for the moment. Perhaps the aliens were curious about her tech and planned on boarding her. For now they were ignoring her and heading on to Concordia. All that remained to prevent them from landing was the pulse emitter on the Nova. A single weapon against 5 apparently undamaged ships. As with the Mistral, the odds were almost hopeless, though Brent and the other Guardians on the Nova would give their best.
"What's that?"
Aubryo was looking at the screen displaying the satellite feed. Ethan saw it too. Some way off from the planet, the starlight in a patch of sky was twisting. The stars appeared to move, stretch and shudder. It was impossible. They were many light years away. Something beyond Concordia was bending space. Silently, Ethan and Aubryo stared at the disturbance in the void. The phenomenon was deeply disconcerting. Was it a new form of Scythian attack? A starship sprung into existence in the spot, almost as if it had been there all along. The vessel was so dark it was hard to see against the black velvet background, but the ship was gilded by beams of the sun sitting on the far side of Concordia. The vessel was a sphere, slightly elongated, with tall discs marking the rounded ends and long spikes sticking out all around. Aubryo let fly another expletive, but Ethan was thinking about what he was seeing. The new starship was reminiscent of creatures he knew and a place he had visited.
The threads have arrived.
Chapter 31. The thread ship hung against the starscape like a small, strange moon. It was utterly still. Ethan wondered how it had travelled here. The vessel seemed to have appeared from within space rather than moving through it. Whatever its propulsion method, at least it had finally arrived. The Mistral was now out of the game, but with the thread starship, the colony was still in with a chance. Ethan thumbed his comm to ask Kes to come to the control room immediately. While waiting, he wondered what was happening with the Scythian fleet. Since the Mistral's sensors had gone down, he had no visual on it. The flagship had to be within range to attack the planet, but the aliens seemed to be forestalling their bombardment. The red-haired xenobiologist appeared in the doorway, and his gaze instantly flew to the image of the Thread ship. He crossed the room and sat down without taking his eyes from the spiky vessel.
"That belongs to the Threads, right?"
Ethan asked.
"Uh-huh, I'd say so. You want me to check, of course. I can try. The Feeler have commandeered one of our comm channels."
Just then, the interface screens glowed white, illuminating the room.
"It's the Scythians again!"
Aubryo exclaimed. Globules of brilliant blue-white spattered across the dark sphere of the Thread ship. Then it was gone, empty space re-invading the spot.
"Where is it?"
asked Aubryo.
"Did it blow up? Great, that's all we need." "It didn't seem to explode."
Ethan ignored Aubryo's callous lack of concern for the Threads.
"I think it went away." "Fantastic! Bloody cowards!"
Resisting the urge to respond to Aubryo, Ethan turned to Kez, who was speaking in a low tone into his comm.
"The Feeler confirm it's their ship," he reported. "They will try to help us, but their vessel has travelled a long way and it's low on power."
Aubryo said,
"Well, I'm not in love with their version of helping so far."
The dark bulk of the Thread ship winked into existence again in a slightly different position. Bright orange ribbons of light oozed from its spikes. When the ribbons were as long as the ship, they simultaneously broke off, straightened, and sped away off-screen. The Threads had fired.
"That's more like it,"
Aubryo said. Ethan wished he could see the Scythian fleet. The Thread ship vanished. At almost the same time, a blue-white Scythian bolt spread through the now vacant space. The hostile aliens were retaliating. How many times more could the colony's ally ship disappear and reappear? The maneuver had to require huge amounts of power. The same must apply to their pulse fire. There was movement at the edge of a display, an odd wriggling motion. Ethan expanded the image. Arriving barely within view were the Scythian ships, but they weren't the source of the movement. That was the orange ribbons from the Thread ship, writhing around the Scythian flagship. Just as Ethan recognized them, they faded away.
"Fat lot of good that did,"
Aubryo commented. To Ethan's relief, he then turned his attention to the entrance crews, updating them. The Thread ship reappeared, farther away this time, almost beyond Concordia's horizon. Orange ribbons extruded from its spikes again, severed and raced toward the Scythian flagship. The straight ribbons loosened as they made impact. They grappled the ship, scoring the vessel's surface and slicing through some of the thin plates of its tail. Blue-white pulsed from the flagship's spear. The Thread ship did not escape this time, receiving the full force of the bolt. The Scythian fleet had drawn quickly closer. If he were outside, Ethan guessed he would see 5 new stars in the night sky. Again the Threads didn't or couldn't evade the bolt. This time when they returned fire, the orange ribbons attacked the smaller ships. The 2 smallest vessels collapsed in on themselves, turning quickly into lumps of twisted metal, spouting fire. The ribbons also damaged one of the 2 larger ships. A forward-facing point drifted away as contents from the ship poured out. The undamaged ship of the pair was now very close to Concordia. Small objects began to stream from it, exiting the ship from the far side. Gravity drew the objects down to the planet. They fell like stones. Thana suddenly commed again. "We have restored engine power."
"Good,"
said Ethan. Though unless the Guardians could restore the Mistral's weapons too, they could do little to help the colony. He watched the Scythian objects heading for the surface. Were they bombs? It didn't seem likely. The last time the aliens had attacked, they'd fired from orbit. So what were they doing?
Are the defence crews all on standby? He asked Aubryo. Ready and waiting. Shit!
The Scythian flagship had fired again. The Thread's vessel took the blow and shuddered before blinking out of sight.
Bet that's the last we see of them,
Aubryo remarked. Ethan feared he was right. The Threads had tried to help them, and they'd succeeded in taking 3 ships out of the equation. But the Scythian flagship was just too powerful. The colony wasn't helpless yet, however.
Brent,
Ethan said into his comm.
Have you sighted the objects entering the atmosphere from the Scythian ship?
We have, leader.
Destroy them. The feeler report their ship had to withdraw for repairs,
Kes said.
But they also say they haven't given up yet. They'll return as soon as they can. That's something, I suppose,
Aubryo said.
Hope they don't return just in time to see the smoking ruins the Scythians leave behind.
On the satellite feed, streaks of light crossed the dark dome of Concordia. The Guardians on the Nova were firing on the descending Scythian objects. More of them spewed from the alien ship.
I don't think the Scythians plan on wrecking the planet,
Ethan said.
They must want it for themselves, or they wouldn't be trying to eradicate us. They might think we're a threat,
Aubryo said.
They might want to get rid of us for that reason. We aren't that much of a threat. A single ship of theirs nearly annihilated us the last time they attacked. No, I think they want Concordia. They must value it for some reason, so they don't want to screw it up too much. They're just trying to remove the invasive species.
Actually, Kes interjected, we should try to keep our minds as open as possible as to what the Scythians want. As the 3 men spoke, light slashed the night sky once more, as Brent on the Nova tried to take down the falling objects from the Scythian ship. Ethan asked for an update. 100% success, Brent replied. Nothing except debris has reached the surface so far, leader.
Great work. No!
Aubryo yelled. The spear of the Scythian flagship was at work again. A brilliant bolt of light flew out. Ethan knew exactly where it was heading. It had taken the Scythians only a few moments to compute the location of the weapon destroying their deliveries to Concordia. The bolt's tail disappeared into the gloom. A beat later, a flash erupted on the planet's surface. Another bolt fled the Scythian spear, and a third.
Brent,
Ethan said.
Brent.
No reply came. Chapter 32. Brent and the 4 other Guardians controlling the weapon at the Nova had been blown to smithereens by the Scythians. Ethan tried to tell himself that the Guardians were only machines, but it didn't help. He recalled Strongquist's question about love. The androids might not be made of flesh and blood, but their minds were formed from human minds. 5 people at the Nova had died. And not only that, all the babies Cariad had been growing had died along with them. What would he say to her? He had known all along that it would probably come to this. He'd been right to order everyone off the ship, but the loss of the babies would hit Cariad hard. As he'd understood it, without them, over the long term the colony was sunk. He pushed the thought aside. He couldn't help what might happen over the long term. It was the short term that concerned him. Despite the fact that the Mistral was out of commission and the Nova was destroyed, the colonists themselves remained well hidden. There was still a chance the Scythians might not find them. Perhaps the aliens might even conclude that the humans had departed the planet and they'd left behind a ship and a ground-to-air weapon in an attempt to protect it for their future return. In spite of everything, perhaps the colony was safe, for now. Screens that had been blank since the attack on the Mistral blinked to life. "We have restored 2 sensors," Faina commed. "You should be able to see their feed."
"We can, thanks."
The display showed a rear view of what remained of the Scythian fleet. Closest to the Mistral was one of the crushed scout ships floating adrift. The other scout could not be seen. The larger ship the threads had damaged seemed to have restored normal operation. It was edging closer to the flagship. The thread's ribbon pulses had warped and broken a large portion of the flagship's tail, and its surface was deeply scored. Otherwise, the vessel looked just as deadly. He turned his attention to the views from the settlement lookouts. The camera facing the ocean showed a glowing horizon. Their little section of Concordia was moving toward the sun.
"Faina,"
Ethan said,
"can your sensors pick up where the objects the Scythians are dropping are going to hit?"
Currently, we estimate that most of them will land in the vicinity of the original settlement.
So the Scythians were returning to the scene of their former destruction, presumably to check for signs of human life.
"They'll never find us,"
Aubryo said.
"We covered all the bases. We're well hidden."
"Can you give us a closer view of them?" Ethan asked Faina. The image on one of the screens zoomed in to Concordia's surface. Pre-dawn light suffused the landscape. The sky was clear. Dark grey, cylindrical objects were plummeting toward the ground. Ethan turned his attention to the view from the lookout facing the old settlement. All seemed quiet. The previous settlement was too far distant to see the Scythian objects, even if in broad daylight. All they had was the feed from the Mistral to help guess what was happening.
"We're too well hidden for them,"
Aubryo repeated, though with less confidence.
"I mean, they could search the whole planet and never find us, right?"
"Keep your mind on the defense crews," said Ethan. The men and women waiting near the entrances would be bored after their long, uneventful night. He hoped they stayed that way for a long time to come.
"Have any of the objects landed yet?"
he asked Faina. The image of Concordia's surface spread wider, and he saw more detail than he'd anticipated. The square expanse of the shuttle field, and the swaying canopy of vegetation that had regrown after the fire and tsunami. All was now tinged peach and purple from the rising sun's rays. A dark cylindrical object flashed into view and hit the ground. Its ends popped open and mechanical devices crawled out. Metal and many-limbed, they looked like spiders. He'd never seen a spider in real life, but he'd seen vids from Earth. He'd always found the creatures fascinating and disturbing. Many devices crawled from the cylinder, spreading out in all directions. More of the mechanisms appeared. A second cylinder crashed into the ground, spilling its devices as it struck. The mechanical creatures crept forth unharmed.
"What the fuck are they?"
Aubryo asked. More of the Scythian cylinders landed. Soon the ground was covered with metal spiders 1.5 meters wide and 1 meter tall. They didn't seem to be weaponized, Ethan noted with cautious relief. They appeared to be some kind of search and locate machine. But Aubryo was correct. The colonists had been extremely thorough in destroying all traces of their presence around their new home. Dealing with the Scythian devices would be difficult, but perhaps the colony could find a way to escape detection indefinitely.
"Oh shit,"
Kes breathed. Ethan also noticed an alteration in the device's previously random wanderings. Groups of them had begun moving together. Some were already walking purposefully in a single direction. Others were turning to head the same way. A few tumbled as they abruptly turned, then righted themselves to follow the route. Groups of spiders crawled in the direction of the farming district, but many more were taking a different path. Kes said,
"They know where to go."
The fact didn't need to be stated. The spiders were heading toward the forest, overlaying the supposedly hidden settlement.
"But how?"
Aubryo demanded.
"How do they know where we are?"
Kes's face was chalky beneath his freckles.
"Look at them. They're probing the ground as they go along. We assumed they would look for us, but they aren't looking. They're tracking us another way, Perhaps through our scent.
Aubryo leapt up. He began to pace to and fro, rubbing his face with one hand. He was cursing under his breath, softly uttering long strings of expletives.
"We've had it,"
he announced. He glared at Ethan and then Kez.
"We're done for. Scent. Why didn't I think of it? The amount of times I've been hunting. Dogs tracking animals. Better than searching with drones. Better than following trails. Dogs and their noses. Once they've got the scent, they never lose it. We thought we were so clever, hiding all our tracks, covering up everything. We were idiots. We thought they'd be like us. Of course they aren't like us. They're fucking aliens. We don't stand a chance."
"Shut up," Ethan warned, also rising to his feet. He went up to Aubryo so closely their chests almost touched and glared into the taller man's eyes.
"Shut up! If I hear you talking like that again, so help me I'll kill you."
Aubryo's eyes grew wide.
"Okay, I hear you."
He appeared to draw together his tattered nerves, though a sheen of sweat coated his face.
"Give me your headset,"
Ethan said.
"I'll take over directing the defense teams. I can do it. I'm all right now."
Ethan studied Aubryo's features for a long minute.
"Okay, you need to update the crews. Tell them what these machines are like so they know what to expect."
While they'd been speaking, more of the Scythian cylinders had fallen. The old settlement was alive with crawling metal spiders. There were thousands of them, and their movement was relentless. Were the devices only for locating humans, or were they fitted out to kill? Ethan still couldn't see anything resembling a weapon, but he felt uneasy. Could the spiders be destroyed? Surely it was possible, but there were thousands of them, and if the colonists managed to kill them all, the Scythians only had to drop more. The threads could not save them from this onslaught. His mood was grim. If it had to be a fight to the death, that was what it was going to be. Chapter 33. The view from the lookout facing in the direction of the old settlement showed rough scrubland beyond the forest. The rosy glow of the sunrise had faded, and the low bushes and rubbery ground cover were motionless in the pale, clean air. Ethan watched the screen as he talked to the colonists in a general comm, explaining the situation. He spoke calmly, telling them the spiders didn't appear to be armed, but if they were, everything possible would be done to prevent the devices from entering the settlement. He wished he could be more reassuring, but he couldn't bring himself to lie. Even if he could, there would be no point. Death and destruction were probably imminent. If not when the spiders arrived, then soon afterward, when they reported the colony's position to their Scythian masters. When he had nothing left to explain, he went on, "I want to thank you for your labour and sacrifice. You've endured sabotage, fire and flood, and you've emerged better and stronger than ever. I am proud of every one of you. If this is the end, let's make it a great end. If humanity is remembered in this galaxy, let them say we died fighting. Good luck, everyone." He closed the comm. Leaning against the corner of the control room were 4 of the Guardians' weapons. He had put the guns there hoping never to have to use them. Perhaps his wish would be fulfilled. If the Scythian flagship blasted the settlement, they would all be dead before they knew what had hit them. He hoped that wouldn't happen. He wanted the chance to fight. As he had spoken to the settlers, rage had built up inside him. Rage that the life the woman he loved was carrying inside her would be snuffed out. He was furious, and he wanted someone to pay. "Here they come," said Kez, watching the interface. At first the view of the scrubland didn't seem to have changed, but then Ethan realized that what he had thought were bushes and ground cover were moving. He stepped closer to the screen. The vegetation had been replaced by the metal spiders, crawling swiftly over whatever stood in their way. A chill went through him. Wherever the spiders passed, the vegetation was sliced apart. The spiders were severing thick woody stems as easily as if they were new green shoots. All that was left behind was slashed fragments. The mechanical spider's feet had to be razor sharp. Aubryo's gaze was also on the scene. He muttered a curse. He had come to the same realization. Looking like he was about to be sick, he began to talk to the defense crews. Kez silently got up, walked to the corner and picked up one of the weapons. He moved to the doorway. "Wait," Ethan said. "Where are you going?" "To do what I can." "Stay here." To his own surprise, Ethan found that hope had not entirely died inside him. "You're our link with the Feeler. Perhaps they can still help us somehow." "Help us? They're aquatic. Do you think they're going to rise up out of the water and fight beside us?" Kez shook his head, but he put down the weapon and returned to his seat, slumping into it. Ethan said to Aubryo, "Tell the lookouts to angle their cameras at the entrances. I want to see what happens when those things arrive." The images on 3 screens shifted until they rested on what looked like regular patches of the forest floor. Carefully camouflaged, underneath them lay heavily fortified doors. The feed from the Mistral showed the side of the Scythian flagship. Faina had brought her vessel around. However, unless she managed to fix the ship's weapons, her efforts were pointless. Aubryo made a noise somewhere between a groan and a sigh. "They're here." A lookout camera showed a metal spider scurrying into the forest clearing. The device had arrived at the entrance nearest the old settlement. The spider ran directly to the center of the frame and immediately began to tear at the ground. "Like fucking flies to shit," Aubryo said. The mechanical creature was ripping through the leaf litter. The close-up view revealed that the spider's legs ended in claws, shaped into crescents like the Scythian ships. As fountains of leaf mold and soil flew up, a second spider arrived. A fourth. Ethan quickly lost count as numerous metal spiders piled into the scene and attacked the ground. They were so intent on their task, they also slashed each other, lacerating and in some cases slicing right through their fellows' limbs. Against his will, Ethan thought of what the spiders would do to the colonists. His stomach lurched. Kez looked away from the screen, his hands shaking. Aubryo breathed heavily. Spiders were arriving at the other entrances. They had crossed the ground in a matter of a minute or so. The entrance sites turned into scenes of frantic endeavour as the spiders fought to reach the humans, ripping each other apart in their driven haste. Ethan racked his brains. What could they do to defeat the spiders? There had to be something. Explosives were embedded in the entrance walls. If he blew them, they would destroy plenty of the evil devices. The colonists would be sealed in, but it would be a better fate than falling victim to the terrible claws. But thousands more spiders were still arriving. The newcomers would soon pick up the human scent and find the destroyed entrances. It would only be a matter of time before they cut through the debris. "What?" Aubryo exclaimed, one hand on his earpiece. "No! Tell them to stop!" He turned to Ethan. "The Guardians at entrance 1 are going outside. Cherry says she can't stop them. Strongquist won't listen. He says they must protect us at all costs." Ethan calmed the android. Strongquist didn't answer. Ethan gripped the tabletop. Entrance 1 was 2 minutes' run from the control center. Even if he managed to reach the place in time, he would never make the Guardians override their prime imperative. Helplessly, he watched a circular section of the forest separate from the rest and rise up. 4 armed Guardians stood on the platform, Strongquist among them. As soon as they were level with the ground, they began firing. The platform clamped into place. At the other 2 entrances, more androids were appearing in an attempt to forestall the spider attack. Had Strongquist ordered all of them outside, or had their programming simultaneously compelled them? The Guardians were blasting the metal devices apart. Spider limbs flew everywhere, but there were just too many of them. It wasn't long before the first one managed to reach a Guardian. Instantly, it sliced at the android's leg. The Guardian fired at it, but another took its place. Another few slices, and the android's leg was severed. He fell. Spiders swarmed over him, ripping, shredding, hacking, slashing, until there was nothing more than a frenzy of spiders and remnants of cloth, plastic, and steel. Strongquist was the next to fall. Ethan turned away. He strode to the wall and leaned his fist on it, feeling impotent, his eyes pressed shut. Faina commed.
"What's happening down there? Our sensors picked up that the Scythian search devices reached the settlement, but the readings we are receiving are difficult to interpret."
He didn't reply at first as he returned to the screens. All the Guardians had fallen. No sign of them remained. The ground heaved with spiders. They were now also attacking the spots where the Guardians had emerged.
"What has happened to Strongquist?"
Faina asked.
"I've lost contact with him."
The androids must have been speaking to each other through their internal comms. "He went outside," Ethan replied, "along with the other Guardians. They were trying to defend the settlement. They're all dead." He caught the beginning of Faina's gasp. Then the comm cut out. "I can't believe this," said Kez. "I'm a biologist for Star's sake. When I applied to join the colonization project, never in all my dreams." His words ran dry, and he hung his head. Ethan nodded somberly. He strode to the weapons and picked one up. "Hey!" He tossed the gun to Aubrio before taking another for himself. "You stay here," he said to Kez. "Let me know over the comm if anything happens." To Aubrio he said, "Let's go to entrance 1. Though he was pale and sweaty, Aubrio followed. Cherry and Garwin were at entrance 1. If it was all going to end, Ethan wanted to see them. He also wanted to see Cariad, but she was in the infirmary, the safest spot. He hoped to make it back there before the spiders overran the place. "They're breaking through!" someone shouted as Ethan neared the entrance. Next came the hiss and whir of weapon fire. He could hear the spiders, a cacophony of clinks and clacks. There was a scream, then, "Fall back!" It was Cherry. As he raced down the final stretch of tunnel, the defense team approached from the other direction, walking backward and firing. Beyond them lay a tangled mess of metal spiders. Daylight shone through the hole the creatures had torn through the thick metal doors. More spiders were dropping to the ground. The defenders were picking off the devices as they fell. The disintegrating spindly bodies piled up, but their replacements were never ending. "Blow it," Ethan commanded Aubrio, panting at his side. "Blow the whole damn thing." The man gulped and nodded. He spoke into his comm. "Detonation in 10 seconds!" He shouted at the retreating defenders. "Run!" Ethan pressed his back to the wall to allow the defense team to speed past. Cherry and Garwin brought up the rear. When the tunnel was clear, Ethan poured pulses into the endless horde of slicing spiders. A hand was on his shoulder. "Get back!" Aubrio yelled. They travelled about 20 paces before the explosion blew. The blast knocked Ethan down. Soil cascaded over his back. He was buried, but then someone tugged his shirt collar. He shook himself free of dirt and stood up. The passage was a solid wall of earth. The explosives had undoubtedly destroyed the spiders outside too, but they would soon be back. They would make quick work of a barrier made only of soil. Farther along the passage, in the other direction, the defence team waited uncertainly. Aubrio wore the same hesitant look.
I don't know what to tell you, Ethan said. The spiders will be back. Go into the settlement, find the people you love, barricade yourselves in, hope for the best. We've done what we can.
No! Cherry came striding through the crowd, pushing people aside. She walked up to Ethan, tears in her eyes. No, not like that. Not like slug limpets in a hole in the ground. Not that way. Leaving him, she marched down a side corridor.
Where's she going?
Aubryo asked. Garwin ran after her. Ethan sucked in a breath as realization hit.
She's heading for the attack chambers, where the Guardians went out onto the surface. God, no!
Aubryo said, racing after Garwin. Ethan quickly followed.
Garwin, stop!
He was too late. By the time he and Aubryo arrived at the small chamber, it was already rising. He glimpsed Cherry and Garwin's legs, then they were gone. He swallowed hard, turned away, and wandered, dazed, back the way he'd come. He calmed Kez.
Entrance 1. What can you see on the screen? You mean the man and woman who just came out?
Kez asked.
They're standing back to back. That blast really blew the place apart. It's a mess. Spider bits everywhere. The woman's firing. The man is too. More spiders must be arriving. I can see them now. The woman and man are destroying so many. The man's leaving. He's beckoning to the woman, but she isn't following. She's gone off camera, to the base of the lookout tree, I think. Maybe she's climbing it. Ah, they got him. The spiders caught the man. He's down. I can't.
Ethan heard Kez stifle a sob.
He's gone. The man's gone. But I can still see pulse fire. I think the woman is firing from the tree. The spiders are heading toward it. They're going after her. Let's get her, Aubryo said. We can get her.
Ethan understood what he meant. If Cherry had climbed the lookout tree as Kez thought, there was a chance they could bring her in. They sprinted to the base of the tree. Ethan pounded up the spiral stairs. He couldn't let Cherry die out there all alone. A frightened-looking woman stared down from the lookout position.
Is there someone out there on the tree?
Ethan demanded.
What can you see?
It's Cherry. She's right outside. I think she's been hurt, but I can't reach her. The viewing hole was far too small for a person to pass through. Light flashed at the narrow slot. Cherry's weapon fire.
Where is she exactly?
When the woman indicated her answer, he roughly told her to move out of the way.
Go down. Go as deep inside as you can and find somewhere to hide.
As the lookout woman hurried away, Ethan began his work. He fired at the spot to the side of Cherry's position.
Cherry!
Aubryo shouted through the slot.
Don't move! We're coming to get you!
He also fired at the patch. The wood quickly caught light, and the hollow space filled with smoke. The shell of the tree was thin, however, and when Ethan kicked at the heart of the flames with his prosthetic foot, the burning wood shattered and fell away, leaving a smouldering edge. He yelled Cherry's name. Though the heat was intense, he stuck out the upper half of his body. The first thing he saw was the remainder of Cherry's arm, spurting blood. She was balancing with one foot on a branch, holding her weapon in her uninjured arm and firing at spiders swarming up the trunk. But she'd reached the end. She toppled. Ethan was just in time to catch her. A spider was there in an instant, its claw rising to slice at her stomach. A pulse from above destroyed it. Aubryo had put his weapon through the slot in the tree. Hot metal spider fragments showered Ethan as he pulled Cherry in. She was alive, but losing consciousness. Aubryo appeared.
Let me take her.
He lifted Cherry onto his powerful shoulder and ran down the stairs. Metal spiders were rapidly scaling the tree. Ethan shot them all down, but flames had flickered into life around the hole. His skin blistered from the heat. He withdrew into the smoky interior. The spiders would enter the settlement here too, but there wasn't anything he could do about it. The end had nearly come. It was time to find Cariad.
Chapter 34. Ethan shouldered his weapon and ran in the direction of the infirmary. If he hadn't already known the layout of the settlement like the back of his hand, it wouldn't have been hard for him to find the place. Cherry's blood marked the way. He hoped she didn't die en route, but then he reflected that perhaps it would not be such a bad way to go. A better fate than the one awaiting everyone else anyhow. He thrust aside the horrifying thought and ran faster. He wanted to reach Cariad before the end. The passages he was passing through were empty. He guessed the colonists had taken his advice and retreated to the safest places they could find. Probably a lot of them would have gone to the same place as him. The infirmary was the largest room, and it lay at the centre of the settlement. It was as good a place as any to make a final stand. As he reached the control centre, he looked inside. Kez remained there, his gaze fixed on the screens.
"You can leave now," Ethan told him. "The spiders will be here soon. Where should I go?" "I don't know. I don't think anywhere is safe, but I'm going to the infirmary."
Kez picked up a weapon.
"I'll come with you."
The two men sped through the silent passageways. Anger and despair tormented Ethan. He'd done so much, he'd tried so hard, everyone had, and they all had so much to live for. It was a tragedy that it had come to this. When they arrived, the infirmary doors wouldn't open. The doors didn't have locks, so at first he couldn't figure out why. Then he realized the people inside must have barricaded them. He calmed Cariad.
"Are you in the infirmary? Kez and I are trying to get in."
"Yes, I'm here. Wait a moment. I'll make them dismantle the barricade. They only just started making it."
"Please hurry,"
Kez said. After half a minute of scraping and banging, the doors opened. Ethan and Kez were quickly pulled inside, and then the doors were slammed shut behind them. It looked like every colonist had had the same idea. The place was jammed with people. Ethan found himself gripped into a tight hug. He hugged Cariad back.
"I'm so glad you're safe."
"I'm glad I made it to you, but I don't think anyone's going to be safe for much longer. How's Cherry?"
"Kurtz is working on her. Come with me. I have something to show you."
She took Ethan's hand and led him through the milling crowd.
"Cariad, I wanted to say..."
But he found he had nothing to tell her. He had said everything over the last few precious weeks.
"Don't look so gloomy,"
she remarked over her shoulder.
"It isn't over yet. When we heard about the spiders, we had an idea."
They had arrived at the edge of the infirmary. As people moved aside to let them through, Ethan saw a large set of scientific apparatus. Liquids were bubbling in glass jars. Steam was condensing into water droplets and dripping down. Cariad gripped his hand tighter.
"When we heard the Scythian devices were made of metal, we had an idea. Acid, concentrated hydrochloric acid, will dissolve them. All we needed was baking soda and salt, a heat source and some equipment. We managed to improvise from the medical supplies. We can throw it at the spiders, or perhaps we can make a moat of the stuff they won't be able to cross. And we have the weapons too, don't forget. The defenders said the spiders are easy to destroy. It was only because there were so many of them they had to retreat."
Cariad turned to him, her expression fierce and resolute.
"It isn't over yet.
Not by a long way." He saw the woman he loved as he had first really seen her, at the first night attack after the slug limpet had taken Lauren. Cariad stood before him again, a flaming brand in each hand, her face lit by fire, her eyes also aflame. If only courage and determination were enough, if only the sheer will to live could carry them through. But Cariad hadn't seen the Scythian cylinders falling, or the hordes of spiders pouring out of them. Neither had hardly anyone else. Only he, Aubryo, and Kez had seen the terrible truth. Perhaps if the settlers had a lake of acid and 10,000 weapons, they might destroy all the metal spiders. But then the Scythians would only drop more and more. And if that didn't work, they only had to fire on them from space.
What's wrong?
Cariad was studying his expression. He took her hands.
You did good, but they moved too fast, and there are too many of them. Thousands and thousands, and they're from only one of the Scythian ships. We can't possibly destroy them all. We'll try our best, but this is it. I'm sorry.
Her features sagged. She had always had so much faith in him. He wished he could have lived up to the image she had. She moved closer and rested her head against his shoulder. He wrapped her in his arms.
I wish it hadn't come to this, she sniffed. I wish things had turned out differently.
Me too.
They're coming, a voice shouted. They're at the doors. Aubryo was striding through the crowd.
Move away! Ready your weapons!
Every adult was armed with weapons the Guardians had printed. Children, the very old and the sick, moved to the centre, and the rest formed a ring around them, their weapons facing outward. Tight knots of settlers were concentrated at the 2 barricaded entrances.
Guess it's time to make our stand,
said Ethan. His resolve was beginning to fail him, not because he was about to die. He'd found his home on Concordia. He'd done enough adventuring to fill a lifetime, and he'd returned to Cariad. He'd already lived a full life, but he didn't think he could bear to see Cariad die. Feeling like a coward, he hoped he would be the first to fall. His comm chirped. It was Faina.
Leader, I want to say goodbye. We tried our best to protect you. We are sorry that we failed.
You didn't fail. None of us has failed. Goodbye. It was good to know you.
He closed the comm. He didn't know what would happen to the remaining Guardians. He guessed the Scythians would board the Mistral and take possession of the androids. Whatever happened, it was out of his control. A shriek split the tense quiet.
One of them is coming through the ceiling!
A thin, clawed metal leg was slashing its way into the plastiwood. 10 or more pulses immediately flashed, melting the material. The remains of a metal spider tumbled down, creating a wave of panic as people fought to move away. That spider had been blown apart, but more were following, and they were still very much functioning. The Scythian devices had figured out that humans were underneath the forest floor. They were taking the most direct route to reach them. Pulses burst against the spiders as they appeared, but the situation became the same as it had been at Entrance 1. It didn't matter how many were destroyed. There would always be 10 times more to take their place. Soon, the spiders would break through in another spot in the ceiling, or perhaps at one of the entrances. The room was about to dissolve into a mass of killing machines and dying humans being hacked apart. Ethan gripped his weapon tightly and swallowed hard. The metal spiders continued to fall and were immediately fired upon. Pulses continued to hit the hole in the ceiling, despite the fact that no more spiders were falling. Finally, the last shot was fired. The plastiwood smoked and dripped, sending out smoky fumes. The edges of the hole had caught fire, but the flames quickly died. A puzzled, confused murmur passed through the crowd. Someone cautiously approached the hole and looked up. Another spider fell, and the person jumped out of its way. But the spider wasn't moving. Ethan pushed through the circle of people. The latest spider was whole and unharmed, yet it was still. He looked upward. The channel the spiders had cut revealed a view of a clear sky crossed with the limbs of spiders. All had stopped, frozen into position, as if somewhere a switch had been turned off. "There's no noise from the doors anymore," said a voice. Ethan wondered if he'd died and passed on to some other, happier place, or if he was dying and delirious. Was it possible the spiders had stopped attacking? If so, why? Chapter 35. It was hours before they found the answer, and then it was only a guess, though perhaps the feeler were correct. After waiting a long while without hearing any movement outside, the colonists had dismantled the barricades at the infirmary doors. Cariad had helped to move the beds, cupboards, and jumbled assortment of heavy items. As the doors were opened, they fell apart. The metal spiders had ripped them to shreds. It would have been only a matter of moments before they disintegrated. Spiders choked the passages. Their claws remained deathly sharp, so it was with great caution the colonists moved the motionless devices out of the way. They used long sticks to push the spiders into rooms. It was a drawn-out and difficult process, and discovering the remains of the few people who had chosen somewhere other than the infirmary to hide was deeply distressing. Very little was left of them, except wide blood spatters and pools of gore. When a pathway had been cleared, Cariad went with Ethan to the control center to check camera recordings, hoping to see why the spiders had stopped attacking. Ethan tried to raise Faina or anyone else aboard the Mistral, but there was no answer. The screens displaying feeds from the Guardian ship were blank. Only the views from the lookouts and the satellite remained. The lookouts' views echoed the state of the underground tunnels. Spiders littered the ground, motionless, frozen in place as if they'd been switched off. They looked terrifying and grotesque, and filled Cariad with horror. She'd witnessed their devastating effect when she'd attended Cherry after Aubrio arrived with her at the infirmary. Cherry's arm had been sliced clean off, as if by a giant scalpel. Though the woman had survived, Cariad doubted the terror of the event would ever leave her. Playing back the recordings from the lookouts didn't provide any answers. Around the time the spiders had been breaking through the roof, all of them on the surface had halted in unison. Switching the camera's views to the wider area was equally uninformative. Thousands upon thousands of spiders were plain to see, yet they had ceased to function. The only other source of information was the satellite feed. The Scythian ships were gone, though the spherical feeler ship had returned. It was only when they played back the satellite recording they learned of the destruction of the Mistral. Less than a minute after Faina had contacted Ethan to say farewell and apologize for the android's failure to protect the colony, presumably under her captain's orders, the pilot, Yao, had flown the Mistral directly into the Scythian's flagship. The flash of the explosion hurt Cariad's eyes. When it faded, nothing was left of the Guardian's vessel except shattered debris. Why had Faina done it? Her ship was puny compared to her target. She couldn't have hoped to cause significant harm. The impact did damage the Scythian ship, but only one of its crescents was partially crushed in. Had Faina ordered the Mistral's suicide flight because the death of the colonists seemed inevitable? Had she concluded the androids no longer had any purpose to serve? Or was it, as Cariad suspected, something to do with the destruction of Strongquist? Perhaps Faina's mental state had been unstable, and grief had overwhelmed her. Cariad wondered about the stability of the Guardians' minds, and she recalled witnessing the apparently tender moment between Faina and Strongquist. Whatever Faina's motivation, all the androids were gone, and Cariad lamented their loss. Over time, her aversion to them had disappeared. She had come to see them as strange but valued friends. The Mistral's destruction had definitely triggered the Scythians' response. According to the time on the recording, the spiders had ceased moving 28 seconds after the Guardian ship made impact. but neither Cariad nor Ethan could piece together the reason for the Scythians' actions. Kes entered the control centre.
"The feeler have been talking to me again. I think you should listen to this."
He spoke into his comm before removing it from his shirt and lifting it up for all to hear. "We relay a message from the Scythes to the human leader. The Scythes say they accept your tribute. That is all."
"Tribute?"
Ethan asked. Kes spoke into the comm.
"Check translation. Tribute."
"Tribute is not an exact translation. Possible alternatives are sacrifice, penance, libation, and gift." The look of utter bewilderment Ethan gave Cariad almost made her laugh, despite the harrowing circumstances. "Maybe they mean the Mistral's self-destruction. It's the only thing that makes sense."
"You mean they thought we were sacrificing our ship and its crew in the hope they would call off the attack?"
"I don't know, but it seems to be something like that. If that's so, it means the Guardians really did save us in the end."
"Perhaps they did, even though they didn't know it. All of them gave their lives for us."
Ethan asked Kes.
"So the feeler are in contact with the Scythians? From what they say, it appears they know the Scythians' language and could interpret their message. I don't think they're best buddies or anything. Definitely not after what the feeler did to their ships."
A pause followed as each tried to process the meaning of the message. Eventually Ethan said,
"Please thank the feeler for me." "I will."
Kes's expression brightened.
"Oh, I forgot. There's more. Cariad, the feeler have your babies."
"They what?" Her heart leapt. She had learned the Nova had been destroyed, though she had barely had time to contemplate the loss of all the little lives. Kes went on.
"They said they took them to a safe place and they're keeping them alive using information in the ship's database. I think it's true that they're okay. The feelers seem to understand human requirements for life very well now."
"Oh my, I can't believe it." Her relief was enormous. She grabbed a seat and sat down. "If the babies are okay and only a few people have died, we might still have a chance." Ethan sat down beside her.
"I hope so, but this talk of tributes worries me. Isn't that a kind of peace offering? A gift to stop a powerful neighbour from attacking you?"
"There are stories on Earth of kingdoms sending tributes of money, slaves, and other valuable things to emperors to keep the peace."
"So the Scythians think we were trying to appease them?"
Kes said.
"Probably more like pleading for our lives."
"And it worked." Ethan's brow furrowed. "For now. But for now is all we've ever had, isn't it? And we've survived. Let's be happy for now. Let's take what we can, do what we can, and live as well as we can, huh? I want to go and find those babies, and there's lots to do here. I say we get started." Ethan breathed in deeply and then exhaled.
"Yes, let's get started."
The end. This has been The Scythian Crisis, Space Colony 1, Book 3, written and narrated by J.J. Green. The next book in the Space Colony 1 series is Interstellar Mission, Space Colony 1, Book 4. For more J.J. Green books, visit jjgreenauthor.com.